And we are live.
Yeah, no, I definitely was not ready for that. You caught me off guard.
You're good. You're good.
All right, well, welcome everybody back. Take two for the Game Junction Podcast, episode 83. So how's everything been going for you so far, Brandon? How's your week been?
It's been a good week. It was the last official week of film and media school for me. So it's been absolutely crazy. We had somebody come out and speak that works for ABC4, and essentially he kind of like worked his way to the top of what he does now with like investigative journalism. So he worked, like from the bottom of getting coffee and doing his own thing before that to even like sort of get in that space. So it was kind of cool to hear, his story and how somebody gets into media. And I haven't shared this on the podcast yet, and I don't know how many people are aware of this because it was kind of only like locally put out. I have not seen a single like big news article for this, but just 40 minutes away from me, Columbus, they are filming the new Superman movie. So they put out that they're looking for production crew and then background actors. So I applied for kind of like both. I just sort of put out there that, hey, I'm in film school now. I presented what I do now. I sent out a media kit. This is what I do now. I'm graduating from here, so I'm open to doing either. But I think it's really cool because Ohio is the birthplace of Superman. So I think that's really neat that they're not filming the whole movie here, but they're filming a chunk of the movie here. So
Yeah.
uh yeah, I haven't shared that yet, but I thought that was pretty cool. And they're doing that so close. They're doing it straight in Columbus. They're going to be blocking off wherever, Broad Street or something. But that's pretty rad. So that happened. But yeah, I mean, finishing up school has been a big thing. It's just been a crazy week for me. But what about you?
Yeah. That's not too bad. I just want to say that I'm pretty sure Ohio is also the birthplace of aviation, or so I've heard.
Yeah. Oh, the Wright brothers. But there is a debate
Maybe
there, right? There's a little bit of controversy there.
With what, North Carolina was like the first in flight.
Yeah. There's always something, right?
Some fun jabs, but no, my week's not been too bad. It's like every week, it's always busy, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. It's spent some of the early half of my week down in Salt Lake, which eats up a lot of time. But I mean, other than that's not too bad. And the fact that a lot of people, especially out east, are experiencing might as well be summer at this point. I had a little bit of snow today. Nothing that's sticking. It's melting. It's on and off. It's not snowing for more than like 5 minutes at a time. But it was it was pretty weird. On top of that, it's like low 40s, so I don't even know it's not technically warm enough to even snow. But I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. Snows. Jeez. That's wild.
Snow in May.
That's wild, man. Wow.
But appreciate everybody coming by for the episode 83 of the podcast. I want to obviously appreciate all our channel members and our Patreon supporters. I don't have any of those names in front of me, but we do appreciate all you supporting the channel. Also, down in the description below, you can follow us on all our social medias. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, Threads, all the big ones, pretty much. And obviously, we've got a lot of stuff happening, which makes it hard to get extra content done. We're still trying to work on getting back into regular weekly videos for you all. Not just this podcast. We're just working against a bunch of different things. We're trying to get videos back out for you all to watch. So hopefully, here in the future, very, 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 very soon, we will have stuff for you all. So brief overview for this week's episode. Pretty much, obviously, tomorrow is May 4th, which is May the 4th be with you. So we got some Star Wars discussions going on. We got a new Batman Arkham coming pretty soon. Limited run drama in a scandal, which is pretty much news to me, but it seems to be something pretty serious that's going on. Square Enix is canceling games. Shocker, more bad news from that side of the game industry and the tech industry as a whole. We got some games, movies, TV, anime to talk about, like we do every week. all that fun stuff coming. We got some Take-Two shutdowns going on, and apparently 7-Eleven is getting into the video game space. As with that and much more that we kind of have to go around. Is there anything else you wanted to hit up about that, Brandon, or are we just going to get right into it?
I guess just to kind of add into that, obviously, as people can see, there hasn't been any regular content on the channel, and that's as you kind of address. It's just been absolutely crazy. With school and everything else, I kind of just had to take a focus to finish that up and everything that I needed to do, and then we had a game plan going that I just felt it was like the right move to kind of have a break there with the long form content. Still got some shorts out. We still have the podcast. So there's been stuff there, but obviously, there hasn't been any live streams and there hasn't been any videos. So the plan is this coming week to get back into the groove of that and to kind of give what's coming first. I'm going to be doing like I don't like to say review, but like an overview of a new controller that recently came out, 2 of them actually. And we showed it off last week, but I want to do a full video on that and kind of showing all the details of it. So that'll be coming. I don't know if that's coming first, but also I'm going to do probably a pickups video just because there's been so much recently. I've showed off on the podcast, but there's a lot of other people to see on the video. So one of those from me, and then you're working on a video for what's the name again of the movie?
I went back in the Spy Family Code White movie that I watched about a week ago at this point, but random issues, both editing and work stuff, kind of got in the way of me getting that done. But hopefully that'll be up fairly soon.
Yeah, so we've got stuff coming. So just kind of wanted to address that. It's just been crazy and kind of had to put my focus there to finish it up and do what I need to do. And so I'm ready to get back into the groove of content, especially ready to get back into doing a little bit of streaming so I can actually play games. It's like my forced gaming time. So I mean, like,
fair enough.
You know what I mean? Like if you schedule something and it forces you to do it so you get to play. So I just kind of wanted to address that there. But other than that, I guess we can go and get started.
Yeah, so let's get right into it. So apparently, and this is kind of like a double whammy, we got some news on Stellar Blade is now the highest user scored PS5 game, which according to Forbes is a bit excessive, which I fully disagree. And I think they're 100%, this person's opinion is wrong. This Paul Tassi person is just...
Yeah, you shout him out more.
Their opinion's wrong.
Yeah, you tell him.
Because it's the highest, it's got a 9.2, which is equal to Resident Evil 4, which is 9.2, and Cyberpunk 2077, the Ultimate Edition, has a 9.2. And by God, it beat out Astro's Playroom and a 9.0. Like, I don't know how Astro's Playroom is not the top game, apparently. That game is just a 10 out of 10, apparently.
It's a good game. Astro's Playroom?
It's not a 9.0. It's like a 7.5, if you ask me.
Oh,
it's a fun game, but there's no story. There's not a lot of content to it. You can beat it in like an hour.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not debating saying it's better than Stellar Blade, but it's a really good game.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of mocking this dude.
Yeah.
Or person. I said Paul. I'm pretty sure it's a guy. For his bad take. But also, unlike last week, I've had a lot more time to actually play this game. I'm still probably about a third through the actual story. I'm also kind of trying to complete a bunch of side quests and side content as well, but I think it's setting up for a pretty decent story. I've liked it. Unlike last week, the more I've played this game, the more I've kind of gotten used to the combat. Obviously, it can be a very punishing game if you try to just like hack and slash run through it. Yeah. You have to block, you have to dodge, parry, dodge, learn certain combos to either break shields or to just do more damage overall. But it's not the hardest. Like, the more you play it, the easier the combat is. It kind of takes from like a Dark Souls or a Sekiro, but it's not as punishing from the games that I played with those. And those are games that I will never beat because it's just not the gameplay that I like. But it's challenging enough, mainly with the boss fights. But the mobs aren't too bad. Obviously, when I first got into it, it was a gameplay style I had never really gotten into or ever really played. So there was a learning curve. But as I got more used to the controls, you unlock more abilities. Like you do more damage, take less damage. You're able to give yourself a little bit more wiggle room with when it comes to dodging and parrying and stuff like that. It makes the combat a little bit more easy.
Yeah, that's.
But obviously, there's a lot of controversy around this game, especially when it comes to the whole topic of censorship and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so are you able to explain? I don't know. Like you said, you 1/3 away or through the game or whatever. Is that right?
Yeah, right about, yeah.
So, what is the deal with the costumes? Do they change your stats? Is that the deal? Like,
it's wholly aesthetic. No, there's other
okay.
slots that actually deal with that. It's just aesthetics.
So, what's the whole
but
like
obviously,
controversy around that?
because I
then?
think there was, I think the suit is called the bunny suit, which really started, which is before any patch came out. It pretty much showed there was like a deep V neck that showed the full cleavage and stuff like that. And then the actual release, both the demo and the actual release that had the initial patch, they gave her like it covered up part of the actual cleavage from this deep V cut. And obviously there's depending on what side you're on, some people say it's not a big issue. Why are you complaining? And then, the other main thing is like, well, if it's not a big issue, why is it even covered up at all? It's, the whole, is this something forced by Sony? Because we know Sony is on a huge censorship tangent recently, especially when it comes to games media, because they're not journalists. So there's that whole other big issue going on with that, as well as some people saying, like, I get it, but this censorship is unevenly applied because you've got other games, and like the big one is like Baldur's Gate 3, where there's other games that have like full frontal nudity, or Baldur's Gate 3 where you have sex with a bear at one point, and like that's not censored, that's not covered up. Why is this now like an issue? So there's the whole hypocrisy. Is this Sony censoring stuff just because they're Sony and they just do weird things and they just want to destroy all the goodwill that the company's made, or is this these companies say the right thing, you're not saying the right thing, so we're going to censor certain stuff and attack you, and it's just a big mess. But outside of that issue, if you actually just sit down and play the game, whether you actually care for the fan service or not, I think there's a decent story. Obviously, it kind of goes on the trope of the whole post-apocalyptic world stuff, trying to figure out like what exactly happened, are you being lied to and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the gameplay is very engaging, and I think it's a really fun game. And to be fair, half the time I'm not even really paying attention to the costume or Eve as a character, because you're just there's too much other stuff going on that you kind of have to like focus to. But I mean, it's nice to not have a fat-faced female character that looks androgynous. So
are we talking?
I'm not gonna complain about that.
Are we talking Horizon?
A little bit. But it's just the most recent game where it's like, yeah, she has a fat face.
Like, for no reason. I guess she didn't in the first game, right? Isn't that the case? Like, it changed?
I think it's worse in the second game.
Like,
she looks the same, but her cheeks got a little fatter. I'm just like, that face isn't fat. And then her face isn't really, her as a character, she's not really all that feminine. She's more feminine than some other characters, but...
Well, I think that's
I don't know. It's a weird double standard going on.
Yeah, I don't. It's so hard to say. I don't know. I feel like with her, it kind of makes more sense that she's like less feminine, because that's kind of the whole.
I mean, kind of
because of the whole like.
If you want it to be realistic, then sure. But like, let's be real. These are video games. Nothing about this is real, like at all. So why can't you just live in a fantasy? Like, that's an argument with some people.
I mean, that's true too. Like, yeah, I don't. It's so hard to say, because it's like, do whatever you want, but at the same time,
if you do whatever you want, someone's gonna target you if you do what they don't want, which you see with games media.
Yeah, it's so.
And then there's the other issue that people that are going after the games media themselves, because it's like, oh, you target Eve as a character. Obviously, you come out and said, you can see through the articles, it's like, it's a good game, but they attack Eve and the character design and all that other stuff, and then just call any kind of gamer like, oh, you're just a incel virgin who's never touched a woman before. And you're like, you don't have an argument if you're just going to insult people because you disagree with them. But then it's the other issue, because I think the big one is, I'm trying to think of the other game that's coming out. I thought it started with it's like there's a game coming out soon. It's the second game in a series. Do you know kind of what I'm talking about? Deals with like
That's a
mythology.
female.
There's female characters in it, but it deals with like Greek. It has like a background with Greek mythology. I just can't think of the name.
Shoot.
Do you kind of know what I'm talking about?
I do, but I can't think of what the name is.
Yeah, because there's articles with that game, and then there's other articles like, oh, this male character is shirtless and he looks amazing, but anytime you get a female character, they just attack her, and there's like, there's people are saying, hey, you as a games media, you're inconsistent on your articles. You like this, but then you attack what you don't like, where you're just a hypocrite essentially, and that's a whole other mess with the whole Gamergate 2.0 crap going. Oh, Hades 2.
Oh,
where they're like,
yeah.
If you've seen some of the articles on that, where it's like either all the characters love how they're designed, but because they play into this, I don't want to get too into it, but this whole left-wing political stuff.
Hades 2 is? So, I don't know.
Well, the media kind of does it into it, but it goes into the whole bigger issue of that people are complaining about with the whole DEI stuff as well. And it's just it's a nightmare. I'm not a Hades fan, so I've not been super paid attention
to it. I really like Hades. What's DEI?
Yeah.
I don't.
It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's the abbreviation for it.
So, can you like kind of tell me what's going on exactly? Like, I don't.
Well, I mean, any company that you probably work at, it essentially, if you see anybody talk about it, DEI, it's like, oh, we have to invest in, our employees and our characters need to be diverse. Make sure everyone's equally, included, and it's inclusion, and it's the whole diversity, equity, inclusion type stuff.
But this
essentially
isn't like
we're going to intentionally target certain things because we feel like you're marginalized. We have to we have to give you a voice or something like that.
So
it's hard to get into DEI without getting into politics.
They're putting this into the game, or this is the people developing the game?
Both.
Really?
I mean, this goes all the way back to the whole Sweet Baby Inc. stuff.
I think Hades is a dang near perfect game in my opinion. The first Hades.
This is targeting specifically Hades 2 with some of the character design and then some of the background. The game itself might not be with it, but the game's media are definitely making it about that.
Well, I just hope it's.
Then again,
a good
to be
game.
fair, Mr. Coffee, it is a tricky subject because it's there's so much in depth, and you really have to do a lot of research. But I would say there's a lot better videos that have been covering this stuff, or that could explain it a lot better than I could, because it's you get into the whole political culture war directly, and everyone's got different opinions on it.
Okay, so Mr. Coffee said that if you install the base game and don't update it, it has all the uncensored
with no
stuff.
patch, just the 1.0 version. Yeah, it's still there, but then it's there. From what I understand, is the creator, the studio addressed it. They kind of sidestepped when they were asked about it. They kind of said, yeah, we're kind of aware. So some people are kind of inferring that this is something that Sony forced on them because they were getting pressure from games media to make a change, because it's really only the one outfit. And I think there's one other thing I just can't remember off the top of my mind. Like, most of it's not there, but obviously it doesn't fit into their ideology that they want. They don't toe the ideological line, so therefore you're the enemy type thing, and that just goes into the whole Sweet Baby Inc., the whole what's become essentially Gamergate 2 fiasco.
I think it's all ridiculous, man. I think games media is a problem. Not all games media, because I know and work directly with private independent games media that is not this way at all.
You talk about Kotaku, the PC Gamer, the main players are in IGN and stuff like that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and so I don't want to say that all games media is bad, because I've worked in games media, and that's kind of why I do what I do now. But independent,
that's what a lot of people that are into it are going to the independent, because it doesn't have all this outside interference. It's just I just want to know about the game. I don't care. Like, I'll be honest.
Literally,
I don't care
that's
about your
all
opinion.
it is the game. Like, anything that I've ever been involved in with that, it's literally just about the game. There's no like opinions interjected into anything. Like, you either review the game, you're checking out the game, you're talking about the news of the game. You might cover the news of the other games media doing their bull crap, but like, yeah, I think that I mean, it's just like, you know, like I've always been very, how do I put this? Because I don't know, it kind of like my background, like always been very like anti-establishment and, just kind of like anti-authority. Like I just don't like don't like this stuff, right? Like I don't
Yeah.
all the big conglomerates. Like I
Well, like,
just
and I think
they're all out for themselves, and this includes, you know, Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft. Like I'm not, you
yeah.
know, all these establishments are out for money. So like that's it. At the end of the day,
Yeah, which
it's
I think
money.
is the biggest problem because a lot of when it come to the whole Stellar
Capitalism.
Blade, there were people that weren't canceling pre-orders, but they were canceling their PlayStation Plus subscription as a we want to support the studio, but we feel we haven't gotten 100%, but it's fairly obvious that Sony's forcing this, so we want to go after Sony. And that's like that's what I've always been saying. It's like if you don't like certain thing that the game industry does, stop buying these games. Like it's the only way you're gonna get the changes that you want. If you continue to play the game and complain about it, nothing's ever gonna happen. Like financially, you have to say no to this because it's. I mean, this gets into a bigger issue of people kind of come out and be like, no, this is a grift because there's no financial negatives to supporting this. They see the financial upswing. If all of a sudden they support this thing and they started losing millions of dollars, these companies would turn on a heartbeat. They've got no morals. Their morality is as far as the dollar goes. They only care about making money at the end of the day. I mean, sure, there's people in the studios or in these companies that want to push something, but at the end of the day, you know, money is really all these people really care about.
Yeah,
But I mean,
that's what,
that's something kind of hard to get across. That's why this whole Gamergate 2.0 thing is such a big thing,
right.
and why people are being as vocal as they are about it. Because there's like and there's the dude I can't remember his name, the dude that created that first Sweet Baby Inc. investigation on Steam. He actually started making a website that says, "Hey, these are a bunch of games that,"
Yeah,
or he's going through and like checking games and saying, hey, this game does or doesn't have essentially DEI in it, or if it does, this is kind of like what's in it. That way, it's like you can do whatever you want, but if you want to know if your game has has this stuff involved in it, whether it's a consulting company or there's outright stuff in the game, you can go and check it. And I don't have the website immediately available, but I know I googled it about a week ago, and he didn't have a lot of games on the website, but obviously it's something you just started, so it's going to take time.
yeah. I
But it's
saw
like a
about
more
the
permanent,
website, but yeah, I saw about the website where like if it was
not a website, but a Steam. No, the dude who did the Steam community, he made a website for it. I can see if I can pull it up. I'm trying to think about it. I gotta figure out. I'm trying to think. Oh, it's deidetected.com is the website by I think it's Cabrutus is the dude who made it. So it
yeah.
goes through and they're starting to add games and be like, I can pull it up. So this Ayuden Chronicles 100 Heroes, he has it marked as DEI detected. It kind of go over a few things. It's like, hey, there's this one translation that they made when they brought the game over that looks like it in some examples. And at the very bottom, it's goes over the publisher, where to buy. It's like obviously we don't share links to what they call DEI infested games, but it's like we've not found any consultants, but we found at least some localization that looks like there's been changes that shouldn't have been made, and they kind of go over it. Ultimately, you can kind of make your own decision, but he went through and made a website to kind of be a little bit more in depth about what games have it and what examples we've kind of found.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I mean,
And obviously, it's not the biggest library because you can kind of go through games that have certain consultants or different publishers, but they're starting to build like a website with all this stuff.
Mr. Coffee said, "What's funny is the info he is getting is all directly from the Sweet Baby website."
A lot of it is. I mean, Sweet Baby is the big one, but a lot of the examples are, what we've seen from the actual game based off of the at least for the one I pulled up from the actual translation from a direct translation, or it's like this doesn't feel like it actually kind of fits, or it's stuff from Sweet Baby's website or stuff that's been posted on social media or, certain other sites and stuff like that. And obviously it could just be a handful of lines that have been changed, but, obviously if you don't want any of this in at all, you don't support it unless you kind of like see the change that you want.
Yep.
But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like,
truth.
it's like I don't like this. If you like it and you want to support it, from what I've seen, that's up to you. But I don't. And for those that want to be informed about it, I'm gonna make this site that way you can kind of make an informed decision ultimately.
Yeah, I mean,
And then I did see something earlier where I think it was.
well,
Yeah, from Johnny, he said, speaking of controversies, I've been hearing so many people complain about the Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake.
Yep.
Where it doesn't run at 60 frames or the 30 frames a second. That's not the big thing that I saw. I think that's the gameplay, but there was one section where they said, hey, we're censoring it. And that's apparently there's a point where the Goombas are catcalling part of it. But obviously it plays into it because then it becomes an issue and there's a fight that you're supposed to win. So people are kind of like, this change doesn't make any sense. But then again, I don't know why you need to censor anything from the original version. This should just be a one-to-one port, more or less.
Well, it's not a port though. This is a from the ground remake.
Yeah, but nothing should be changed from the original. That's the issue. And this might just be one small minor thing, but it's like, well, if it's such a small minor thing, then why are you even bothering to change it? Like, why do you care to change it?
So I didn't.
Like, nobody really cares.
I didn't see exactly that, but I did see the word censor pop up in a tweet that I got, so I didn't get to see
it. Because there's people that intentionally look for this stuff because it's been such a big issue. It's like, okay, now let's go through everything with a fine comb print and see what we can find. And if it could be the smallest thing, but we're going to blow it up to a bigger thing because, why is this even here at all? We don't want this here. I don't want you putting these changes in here. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it needs to be changed.
Well, I also don't want to gloss over that I do think it's a big deal that the original game from the GameCube runs at 60 frames per second, but the Nintendo Switch version doesn't. I think that's crazy.
That's just as big of an issue, and it should be looked at. Like, this is just you're just being lazy is what I would look at it. Like, you just don't want to put the extra hard work into it.
Mr. Coffee said, I had no problem with the scene because it made you want to bash those Goombas even more.
Yeah, and that's what I've seen because I've not played it, but I looked into it a little bit. It's like, but that's where the game leads you to kind of like say, no, the game says, why are you doing this? This is bad. So it's like, why even take this out in the first place? Like, it defeats the whole purpose of why it's there to begin with.
Yeah, to me,
so it's just kind of like, I'm so confused. And then I guess the issue is this Nintendo making this change, or is this Nintendo of America making changes? Because obviously, you go back to the 90s, Nintendo of America is notorious for censoring games that come out of Japan, whether it's a Nintendo IP or it's a third-party IP.
Yeah, no, absolutely notorious for it. We've seen it for years and years and years. I mean, like, they wouldn't even bring over one of the big first-party Nintendo games, Devil's World. They wouldn't even bring that over here, and it legitimately is a super fun game, very fun. It's in my top 10 Famicom games easily, but they wouldn't bring that over there because it's called Devil's World.
Yeah, like their reasons for censoring games might have changed, but it doesn't mean the fact that for the better part of 4 decades now, Nintendo of America has just censored literally everything that comes over here. We may have had from the mid 2000s to the mid 2010s where it wasn't as bad, but Nintendo of America has always been bad when it comes to changing things.
I'm surprised they brought over Super Princess Peach with the mechanics of the game. I don't know if you remember how it works, but it's all about her emotions. And that's how that's what it's about. Like, so it's it's a really good game. Like, there's a reason it's expensive. It's a pretty.
I don't know
game.
I don't know how Nintendo's whole corporate structure. People in positions make decisions, but
I don't know how any of these make their decisions. Honestly,
that's crazy.
Yeah. So.
Well, that a whole rabbit hole with that one article. But, I mean, I guess it needed to be discussed about, and I did have some thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think.
But I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of what you think, Stellar Blade's a really fun game. I like where the story's going. I think I know where the story's gonna kind of go based off what I've seen, because it's kind of the whole. There's this enemy that kind of popped up. We kind of left Earth, and now we're trying to retake it. But there's some people that are still here that shouldn't be. and it's trying to unravel like what actually happened and stop this threat from these monsters and that. And obviously you can have a good story all you want. If the gameplay's not there, it's kind of hard to force yourself through a slog. So
Yeah.
I recommend the game.
Cool.
It might be difficult for you if you've never played that style of game, because you have to learn to dodge and you have to learn to parry. Every different enemies have different attack patterns that you kind of got to learn, especially the bosses. Usually going to take more than one shot, because if you're not prepared, you're not fully healed, or you just need to learn how they attack and stuff like that. But there's enough of these campgrounds that you save to where you're not usually going too far back if you die or something like that, or you have to. There's usually like a save location right outside a boss room. So if you lose, well, you just go right back into the fight and you kind of learn and just do a little bit better. But there are some bosses that I've taken me a few tries to beat, and there's some I can beat on the first try. So it's not a super punishing game if you kind of know the base core of the combat.
Yeah.
But obviously every boss is different, and then I only have issues with mobs if I'm trying to just bludgeon my way through it. Then I kind of run into issue with mobs, but that's like, okay, I'm slow down, take my time, deal with it as it is. But
yeah,
no, I definitely look forward to it. Might take me the better part of a month to beat the game, but I definitely am really enjoying the game.
Awesome. Yeah, that's good, man. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna grab it when I find it at a discount. I haven't even beat Final Fantasy yet or anything, so I was like, we talked about it last week. I was like debating, am I going to grab Sandland or Stellar Blade?
I hear a lot of good things about Sandland, and it's probably going to be the next game that I get.
I am so
as well as I
excited
can get it on PC. So
yeah, I'm so excited for it. The demo, like I said, it was the first time in a long time where there was a demo that I played multiple times. Like I had so much fun with it. Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think that chances are that I end up grabbing that one first, because I think it won't be long probably before it drops down at least like $10. I don't think it's going to stay. Stellar Blade is probably a PlayStation game, so of course it's going to stay at that $70 price point.
Yeah,
it's
not for a while.
It's only going to go down in their sales when that happens, or like Black Friday where it's like $10 off or something.
I can't imagine that game dropping anytime soon. That and the fact it's all the coverage it's getting for free.
Well, it was sold out at my Walmart anyway. Like I went in there and my Walmart didn't even get Sandland. So like I went in there to grab one of them.
I'm also lucky that I pre-ordered it when I did.
Yeah. See, I usually only pre-order stuff if there's a pre-order bonus, and that's usually these days with GameStop. But like
the only bonus was here you get like 2 extra items, but it was a game I know I wanted to buy and play on. It's a game I did absolutely want on physical, so I was like, yeah, I'll pre-order it. It's like, well, I bought it through GameStop, so it was like $5 down, and then you pay the rest when you actually pick it up. So it wasn't like I was out a lot of money on the pre-order.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like if there's like the digital stuff too, I mean, like I guess I would count that to pre-order.
It's kind of minor.
It's minor, but if it's something cool, like I've done that with some like I've done it with a lot of games. So last one I'm trying to think of was I think a Dragon Ball game where you got like some extra costumes or something. But yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out for sure.
Definitely. On a little bit of a lighter news. It's not news, it's just something pretty unique, but a Pokemon fan has successfully gotten a 97 Mew all the way to Scarlet and Violet, which is even harder because the Mew in most games, but especially in the first-gen games, it's in the base game and you can glitch Mew into the first games, but you can't transfer it unless it's like an authentic Mew, which you had to have gone to an event for.
Yes.
So there's just not that many of them that were around back then, which I think just makes this even more crazy that you've taken the same Mew. And it's some of the gens, it was not easy to transfer from like Gen 3 to Gen 5 was like a headache to get through because you're transitioning from the GBA to the DS.
Well, this is...
So it's definitely impressive.
This is an actual Mew from Space World 97. So like this is the Mew, like the...
Yeah, even the better one.
Yeah.
I mean, just getting a Mew in Gen 1 and it was hard enough.
Yeah.
If you weren't alive back then,
played
the game and went to like an in-person store, which I'm not the fan that Nintendo's or that Game Freak still does it, but I think that just shows the dedication and is really that impressive.
Yeah, no, I think it's awesome. It's crazy that they were able to do this. So I mean, they obviously had to use like card dumpers. Like I've got one. I've got a dumper slash I can play Game Boy games on my PC. Like it's called the oh crap. I feel bad for forgetting the name of it. What it's called. Essentially it's a device that you can put your game into, and you can put your save on the computer, or you can literally play or stream like Game Boy games with this little tiny device. I'm trying to think of what it's called. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, so like they use something like that, and there are like a bunch of these out there. Like there's a few different ones. There's also like kits you can get to like kind of build your own. The one that I have is I can't remember what it's called, but anyway, he used one of those. So I mean, that's some real dedication. I think that's really cool. Personally, I think that's awesome.
No, you're just lucky to have that Mew on the old cartridge, and it didn't get corrupted, but you were able to get it, to each successive generation.
Well, that's what, yeah, and that's what I've said. I've told friends, like, if you have any original saves on your, on your Game Boy game, your Pokemon games, let me know. I'll dump it for you, send you the file, and send you your game back. Like, if you've actually got that still from childhood or whatever, or that save means something to you, or it's a big deal, and you're worried about the battery, which will go out. I mean, most of them should be dead by now. Like, normally when I would find one of those with batteries have to.
I mean, if it's not dead, but you can open up and put a new battery in.
Yeah, but
I think it's more of an issue. Does the actual card itself kind of has it like died to the point you just can't play the game anymore? I think that'd be a bigger issue than just the battery inside the cartridge itself.
With the original Game Boy games, if the battery dies, you lose you lose it all.
You lose your save, but you can still play the game.
Yeah, you can still play your game. I mean, like, if you care about that save, that you put however many hours.
I guess the only benefit that I have was I was able to get the Gen 1 games, at least on the 3DS Virtual Store. So at least I have an easier way to get them to the console, assuming they don't drop support to transfer those over to Pokemon Home.
Do you still have like your original carts, like with the saves still on there?
I've restarted and played those games.
Okay.
Like two dozen times. But I've never had a Mew, so it's kind of like it's irrelevant. Like I could just replay the game, get the Pokemon I want, and then transfer them if I really wanted to. But I could also just do it on my 3DS.
You don't have a Mew for your national decks?
I have a Mew for my my living decks that I have, but I got it in a later generation game that was easy, because Mew, you can only get Mew legitimately through an event on a game.
Yeah.
Like I got a Mew in Pokemon Yellow, but I glitched it into the game, which means you can't transfer it out of the game, which was really frustrating.
Yeah. Do you remember Missingo?
Oh yeah. You have to make sure you don't glitch your game out in the process.
I successfully did it a few times. It was fun. It was weird.
I know how to get it. There's a lot of stuff you can do to get like 99 Master Balls in that game.
Yeah, it's so strange, but like I guess what was weird is that people knew how to do it then. Like now you could just read the code and like figure everything out, but like at that, like we knew about it then, like when the games were current, and I'm like, how the heck did somebody figure out that you walk this many steps over here,
that's
this
crazy.
many steps here, and then you get this crazy looking absurd thing in your game, and hopefully it doesn't
to have either got lucky or gone into the code, or then it gets speedrunners, people that intentionally look for glitches. I guess you have to have a base understanding of how the game code works.
We used to have glitch hunting codes, and it was actually glitch hunting like clans, and it was specifically for Metroid Prime Hunters, Medal of Honor Heroes 2 on PSP, and then SOCOM Fireteam 3, I believe, on PSP. But like we specifically were going around looking, and we found stuff. Like we found, because the games were like you remember with Metroid, at least you didn't play the others, but like with the jumping through the walls and stuff like that, and where you're able to hide. So like there was stuff where in Medal of Honor Heroes 2 on PSP where like you could get like to the top of a mountain at a certain spot where nobody else can see you, but you can see everybody else in the map in that area. So it's the same like sort of concept, like stuff like that. Like it was fun. Like I enjoyed in 3D games looking for glitches. Now in Pokemon, that sounds miserable to me. Like I don't want to
No,
go
it
around
does.
looking for glitches in Pokemon. Like
But actually, and because I can't remember if it was Ivies or Eevees whether it's one or the other or both that don't exist in Gen 1, but Nature's didn't exist until Gen 2. There's a neat little glitch. I don't know if you call it a glitch, but based off of like the numbers for the experience on the Pokemon, you can, when you transfer them from to Gen 1 to Gen 2, you can manipulate them to get the nature that you want on that Pokemon based off of how I think it's the ending numbers on the experience. It's been a few years since I looked into it, but you can intentionally, when you transfer Gen 1 to Gen 2, you can say, I want this Charizard to have this very specific nature. So as long as it's not like a maxed out level 100, you can manipulate the experience. So that way, when you port it, you get the exact nature that you want. And it's the only gen I think you can do that with. You can kind of do it with Gen 2 to Gen 3, but the experience works a little bit different in that game, especially when you transfer it. So it's a little bit more limiting when it comes to the nature, and it's a little bit harder. It's very difficult, and most people, that what they would do is, I think the more I think about it, it's when you put a Pokemon into the Pokemon Center, and you would take one step, that's one experience. When you'd pull them out, you'd have that exact experience. It works a little bit different, I think, in Gen 2, where it did it by a factor of 10 when you pulled it out, so it wasn't like a 1-for-1. But in Gen 1, based off, you need to say, I need this experience to end in like a 12, and I might be slightly wrong on that, but I need this experience to end or read this very specific number. So you put it in the Pokemon Center, and you walk X amount of steps, pull the Pokemon out, and it's the exact number of, it's the right EXP number, because it uses the EXP number to determine the nature when you transfer it.
yeah.
So you can force it to have the nature. I don't know how if you were to transfer it to later generations, how it affects Ivies and Eevees, because that seems to be just as important if you're doing competitive
Oh,
Pokemon, but it's
it's
a really
more.
unique way
It's the
to
most
force the
important.
nature.
It's the most
Yeah,
important.
but
It's
obviously
also,
the nature matters, but it's a unique
yeah.
thing, I guess, if you want a very specific nature, and then I don't know how it works when you're transferring them from Gen 1 to, I want to say it's Gen 3 with Eevees and Ivies, or maybe it was a little bit in Gen 2. It's been a hot second since I
It
actually
was
dug into it.
in Gen 2. Yeah, it was in Gen 2.
Yeah.
It
But
was
I don't know how the manipulation works with that. But it was, at least as far as the nature, I was like, that's really unique. It's only good for 151 specific Pokemon. Realistically, only 150 because Mew's not unobtainable. But hey,
yeah.
you want to transfer a Pokemon with a nature, and then hopefully you get the right Eevees and Ivies to be competitive.
I'll tell you
It's just
what,
something
if
small.
it weren't for Nintendo Insider and forums, I would have had no idea that IVs and EVs even existed at the time. Honestly.
Yeah,
Because
I mean they're unique.
they're not like they're not like on the forefront of you know
Yeah,
what I'm
they're not
trying to say? Yeah, they're
Yeah,
not
they're not advertised.
advertised.
You can find them talked about in game if you talk to random people, but I mean, then again, to be fair, unless you're planning on playing competitively, they're a complete waste of time if you're just playing the single player game or you're just playing against friends with which Pokemon you've caught. Unless you're going like to be competitive, Eevees and Ivies are a waste of time for the average player. And you don't really need to understand them because it's not
Yeah.
going to affect your experience at all.
Yeah, cuz
But it's nice that it's there for the competitive community.
yeah, if I played competitively, definitely, obviously, it's very important, and nature is important, like you were saying.
Yeah.
But for me, when I play a Pokemon game, I don't play competitively, so I don't even acknowledge it really.
Yeah, I just play the games to collect the Pokemon. I don't care the nature, the IVs, the EVs. It's just for my own enjoyment, so I don't really care about that stuff. And
Yeah,
imagine doing that, but trying to get like a good EV, IV, and nature on a shiny. Oh, talk about a headache.
no kidding. I mean, like I see people. I mean, I used to do it. I used to do it, try to reset to get like shiny legendaries, and like
I've
I
seen some people do it. They're like on try like 12,000
yeah,
something. Like, oh, like that's days worth of resetting.
specifically for Groudon is the first time I remember trying to do it, and I probably did it at least over 100 times, and then like I gave up. I was like, this isn't worth it.
Well, it's kind of like, I'm gonna do this until I get what I want. I'm gonna have to pull up a video or a movie or something else to watch while I
Well,
do this because it's gonna be really
yeah,
boring.
yeah. It just got like
The only, I
aggravating.
mean, you could get lucky in your first try. You could see a legendary, But I mean, the only legendary I would actually care to get a shiny on would probably be Rayquaza, because it's the only legend. It's my favorite legendary.
What my favorite,
Because
funny enough,
Pokemon Emerald is like my all-time favorite game.
It's great.
Not my first one, but it's my favorite.
I'll tell you
Gen
what.
3 has to be my favorite gen.
Gen 2 is mine. Gen 2 all day. Oh God, I love
everything. Going back.
I love everything about Johto. What's so
outside of the game, the way the game is structured is kind of frustrating, especially if you're trying to beat Red, who's the original player character from the first game. And because there's a huge jump in levels, and you got no way outside of just grinding.
Well, I mean, that's
Pokemon,
that's the nature of RPGs.
But it's not unlike every other game. There's like a proper leveling, but the quasi nature of the path means there's like a hard cap on what gyms and what Pokemon trainers had, which means if you're trying to like max out levels, it was harder compared to like every other generation.
See, I actually don't. See, the level scaling for me is if you do level scaling where they're on your level, then it's harder every single time that you fight them. So, but if you're not level scaled, you can grind.
If you're like 10 levels over, the higher level you get, and that wild Pokemon stays the same level, you get less and less experience each time, though. That's the problem, which means it becomes much more of a grind. That was the biggest problem people had with that. It was the hardest game to grind, especially if you want to do 100% that game. Because you could get through everything else minus fighting Red. But Red is so far higher level. His Pokemon are like, on average, like, what's that, 15 to 20 for most people by the time they get to him? And it's just like, that's hours of grinding wild Pokemon just to even get close enough to give him a run for your money. And that's assuming that you've got, the right team that just has the right, I'll try to think of the name. Like you have the right counters for, like if you're fighting a fire, you have the right typing to go against him.
Yeah, to be super effective. I don't know. I've always been in the camp of not liking level scaling as much. Like I like being able to have the option to grind to be a little bit ahead, and
yeah. I mean, I don't mind the grind in Pokemon, but the older gens, it was definitely a nightmare. Because before XP share was like across the party, you had to constantly swap around your party if you wanted to properly keep them equally leveled, and it was just a nightmare. Like that's the one thing I think Game Freak did right in the later games was the XP share across the whole team. Now I think it should be optional, but for most people, me included, that's the one thing I don't like about the old games is the grind to just get your whole team leveled and not have one Pokemon super leveled. Now, to be fair, when it comes to Gen 1, you can pretty much just use one Pokemon, be massively over-leveled, and
I do like experience
hit everything. Yeah, and because you get Abra fairly early in the game, and then once you have Abra, you can essentially just one-shot everything because Psychic's broken in Gen 1. Gen 1, you can pretty much beat with like 2 Pokemon.
Yeah.
Your starter, and then once whatever Psychic you can get the earliest and power level it.
And then you also have to take into account, it was actually even worse in Japan for them because their games were different than what we got for our first games. Yeah, because
then we got essentially the patched version of their games.
Yeah, and so their experience was even worse. So it was kind of like they got the V1, we got V1.5, and then yellow was like V2.
Yeah, that's I was talking about this. So there's like 3 or 4 different versions of like some sprites for some Pokemon, which is even crazier.
Dude, I know people don't even most people have no idea that the Japanese games are different than our games.
Yeah, but there's even sprites between Red and Blue, which was I think their green version or their
green.
They had version.
green and blue. They had green and blue.
So their red version was what we got, and the yellow version was completely different.
Or hold on, sorry. They had green and red. I have Japanese red back there.
So then their blue, we got their blue version, which was the version that I'm pretty sure fixed some of these issues before we eventually got the yellow, which was essentially the TV tie-in.
Yeah.
If I remember that correctly.
Yeah.
So there's like essentially 3 versions of Gen 1 to just kind of fix the problem.
Yes.
Because apparently you talk with some people that actually know the code, and it's like this game's just completely broken when it comes to the code of that game.
But it still took off. I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't playable, but like, and at that time,
if you wanted to glitch the game,
at that time we didn't complain. We didn't know, like, you know what I mean?
No, I mean, it played fine.
It was fine. Like, Like I can go back now.
All
and
you
play, and
knew
it's still
was that
fine.
Sabrina was a bitch of a gym leader to get through because psychics
She
were
was our-
broken in that game.
Yes, they were.
She had to
yeah.
be like, she was always like one of the later gyms that I would hit.
Yeah.
She was the third to last gym because then you go to the, I don't know if it's the Saffron gym, the fire type gym, and then
Saffron City.
Is that Saffron?
That's the psychic, isn't it? Saffron.
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It's been a while since I played the game, but I would do her right before I would go to the fire gym, and then obviously Giovanni's gym, and then the road, because like I need to make sure I'm like adequately leveled before I go to that gym, especially if you don't. I usually have a psychic, so it'd be less of an issue, but you know, because you're not always going to use your psychic to keep your team leveled. Like,
Yeah.
all right, I need to make sure my team is adequately leveled because I go there 5 levels under, I'm gonna get wrecked by the time I get to her, and it's gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, I tended to always have a psychic on my team. Always. Like.
Well, I like psychic type
I
Pokemon.
do too. I do too.
I'm getting a Charizard because even though Charizard's not a dragon or a flying type, which doesn't make any sense, Charizard's still badass.
Yeah.
As well as I'm going to get a Kadabra because without trading Alakazam is impossible to get. And then I think I would just fill out my team with random other Pokemon.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, what a time. What a time. Those games were.
That started the trend where it's like I always get the fire type starter.
Yeah.
Up until Scarlet and Violet, where I didn't like
it
the
was
fire
like
type.
this. It was like basically fire was easy mode. Water was like mid level, and grass was the hardest. That's how
I guess I've heard it because
always went.
I don't know if it's the same with
aware.
I don't know if it's the same with every gym, but in Gen 1, by the time you got to a gym where the fire type was weaker, you're already adequately leveled. You had a proper team. But fire was just early in the early gyms. Fire type, dealt with Brock. Or no?
Yeah, well, with Brock, yeah, but I think like overall through the full game, I think the consensus is that fire type is always the easiest. No, I mean you're right, but for some reason, oh, it was because wait, no, because they always pick the opposite. I don't know what the reasoning was, but I know that like.
Cal Pokemon. Was it the second or third gym in that game, which was a nightmare in Gen 2? Is it Whitney? Is that her name? Because you beat her and she like cries and runs off after you beat her, but she's got that cow that always uses that. No, it's a mill tank that uses rollout, and if it just continuously hits you, it does so much more damage. And you don't have like the proper typing to get through it fairly easy, so it's just a nightmare early game.
Yeah.
I remember because she's the first time I played it wasn't a problem. In sequential playthroughs, as I was using different starters, I ran into that problem. But I was like, oh yeah, Whitney I remember was always notoriously difficult because at that point you didn't have anything that countered Miltake's rollout, and it hit you consistently, and it just did a lot of damage.
I apologize. We're going to take an intermittent here. I just want to make sure that we still get sound to you guys when I switch over to this, just because I keep having my headset dropping. So, Mark, if you can let me know that we're good with sound, I apologize, guys. I just don't want to keep having issues. Make sure that it's still coming through there. Are you hearing? Okay, it's not. I can't hear you, so I will know not to use this headset again next time. But for some reason, it just keeps randomly popping off sometimes. So if that does happen, I don't know what the deal is there. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what I'll probably do is plug it in. But apologies. We'll get back to conversation. I'm just going to grab a charger if you don't mind talking there for a sec, Mark.
Yeah, I guess I'll try, but I could hear you on the live stream. I'm not hearing myself on the live stream. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, no, I can hear myself now. I'm hearing both of us now on the stream. I don't know if there's a change that you made or something happened. there's a delay from what I'm watching and what I'm saying, so hopefully everything's kind of fixed there. Sorry. There's always some I can't speak. There always seems to be some kind of technical difficulty on the live stream, but what does Bethesda always say? It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's just part of the Game Junction experience. It's always going to be a technical difficulty. Yeah, but outside of that, I guess while we wait for Brandon to get about and everything's kind of working now, we should have one of those old school movie theaters. Let's all go to the lobby. I think that was a little before my time. But while we wait for Brandon to get back, getting some good Pokemon discussion in. Apparently, Fallout Season 2 is going to sting one part of the fan base, and I think it's kind of like a misleading title. But apparently for Season 2, we're going to Fallout New Vegas, which I guess could sting if they don't do a proper respect to the Fallout New Vegas game. And I only was able to watch the first episode, and it seemed pretty good. I definitely need to finish watching it. I'm really limited on the time. But Fallout New Vegas is like the best Fallout game that's ever made. So I don't know exactly how this would line up timeline-wise, but hopefully they do it proper justice and respect the original game and not screw the story up. But they did, from everything I've read with the first season, they've done the show a lot of respect. It's done pretty well. I'm sure, obviously, with a lot of shows or games, if you're nitpicky enough, you can find issues here or there. And I didn't have a big problem with it. It's just, oh, wow, Amazon Prime actually for once didn't screw up an adaptation. I'm shocked. Would have been nice if they went through some of the DLC location like the pits. Yeah, I guess. I guess it would be nice. I don't know how they're going to do the story or how you would tie that into a story. Maybe we're just going from California all the way to Fallout 4 on the East Coast and into Boston. But yeah, no, I guess we'll find out. I'm only one episode into the show, so I'm not exactly sure on where they're going with the story. As long as they respect the Fallout IP, it's a well-written story, it shouldn't be too bad. Because obviously, it's a movie, not a game. There's going to be some changes, and I assume it's not going to be a one-for-one, the exact same story that was in the games. But as long as everything's done properly, respectfully, and it's not written like a lot of Disney movies that just are written terribly. I'm biased, obviously. It should be good. All you have to do is just respect your source material and have a competent writer, and it'd be pretty good. I don't know what Brandon's doing back there. He's digging for gold. But no, yeah, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get spoiled. Obviously, there's going to be a cliffhanger, and hopefully, once I get to it, I can see how it ties back into New Vegas. But obviously, New Vegas, I guess it kind of makes sense. Vegas isn't too far from California. You have the New California Republic heavily involved in the New Vegas story, so I can see how that kind of makes sense. I just don't know enough about what the story that the series is doing to know exactly what I would expect. But probably another 2 years before we get season 2, I'm sure we'll have plenty of speculation on where the story's going and what we can kind of expect to see. If they can win over the gamers, it's solid. Yeah, and that's pretty much what I've seen, because if you're going to win over gamers, it means you're doing proper justice to the story and you're properly having a well-written game, because I don't want to be patronized too. I can tell if this is badly written or if it's just a bad show outright. Because Brandon is coming back in on the back end of that. But what we have next here... Oh, no. I guess it's perfect time for Brandon to come back. We're going to dig into some of that limited run drama.
Yeah, just getting this plugged in here. Apologies, guys. I'm not sure what keeps making it disconnect there, but I just want to...
Yeah. There's some minor issue within the stream, but...
Yeah,
no, but the next subject is Limited Run Games apologizes for shipping 3DO games on CD-ROMs. So it was a 3DO game originally not on a CD-ROM? It was supposed to be like on a DVD or some other proprietary media?
No, so they shipped them on burnt CDRs.
Yeah, what was it supposed to be on, though?
It's supposed to be on a CD. CDRs are different. CDRs aren't... CDRs basically aren't made to last. I'll put it that way.
I thought the only difference was
they don't have as many layers.
Wasn't a CDR just supposed to be a rewritable CD?
No, that's
misremembering that.
That's a CD RW, readable, writable.
Okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's been like I haven't owned or used a CD in over a decade at this point.
So basically, if you got a CD based disc, if you got a PlayStation 1, for instance, right? Like there was a few different I want to say, or no, that's PS2. There, I think there's actually like 3 different types of discs or whatever. But basically, if you got a PlayStation 1, or we'll say Sega Saturn, whatever, you've got
Yeah.
that disc. You've got a real pressed disc, like actually manufactured and pressed to last. A CDR is not built. It's not made the same, and it's literally burnt from, like, it's a burnt version of the game
So
onto
a
a disc.
CDR is essentially a more,
So
it's not proprietary, but it's a more, it's something that you would use on a general market for people that just want to use it for everyday use. It's probably going to be, more short term to transfer data around and stuff like that between, because, floppy disk are trash. You're going to CDs, and Flash is still in its infancy if it's not, around when CDs first came out.
well, if you look up, if you just type in limited run games 3DOD CDR, you'll see what I'm talking about by a burnt disc. So like a burnt disc it'll almost always look different. It won't have like any type of it typically won't have like any type of image on the disc. It'll just say like a title or a name or whatever. And that,
Yeah.
like, there's a lot of that out there that back in the day when you would buy like a pirated game, that's how it would be. Like it would be a burnt game. So like if you bought like a pirated game at wherever,
Because I think most CDs that I bought at the store that I used, I think pretty sure it was on a CDR or CDR read write or whatever version it would have been, but whatever you just would have bought at the store that you could just burn stuff onto.
if you went into the store and you bought a PlayStation 2 game, you're not getting a CDR. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'm talking about like just blank CDs you would buy. Just
that's
to
what
do whatever
it is.
you're gonna do with them.
That's exactly what it is. It's a blank CD. I mean, it's low quality. But
Okay.
especially when
essentially
you're paying
the
a
disc-
full premium price, you're not getting
you want the
something
best one
made
to
to
last.
last. Yeah.
Just because I don't want them, trying to save money and try to scam me. But would the regular CDs, would those be closer to like a DVD quality disc, or is there a lot different when it actually comes to DVDs?
Well, the 3DO didn't have, the DVDs weren't out yet. So, as far as like the CD, yeah, the CD
I guess the
form,
quality difference between the both. I don't know.
yes,
There's
there's-
obviously subtle differences in the formatting.
There is so much so that there has been a bunch of people, if you like look on here, actually somebody I know tweeted out, and his got picked up by IGN, his tweet, but these are not even working in people's systems. So they're not even like,
That's even bad.
yeah, so like the 3DO, okay, the 3DO is very unique in that it had several models made by different manufacturers. So like I've got the Magnavox 3DO. Philips is the one that made the 3DO, or hold on, I'm thinking CDI, sorry. I'm getting confused here. I have the Magnavox 3DO, so it was made by another company, right? And then there's the Gold Star 3DO, made by another company. So they licensed this system out and this format out. So like some of these, like the way that the lasers work won't like read the games if they're like a burnt game, but like these systems could play burnt games. But if you've got, these systems are all very old, so the lasers are getting weaker. So like CDRs are just a cheap, crappy disc. Like they're just, it's hard to explain, but basically they've got way less layers, and they're harder to read for lasers. So
Yeah.
it's just a crappy format. It's like you're paying a premium price for this, and you're getting crap. So like that's the deal. And like,
Man,
what I feel
$70, I don't want something cheap, a cheap product.
Yeah, and like what I feel like is they're like, oh, people aren't going to open this game. Like they're going to keep all of these sealed. Nobody's going to actually play this on the 3DO.
That's a dumb thing to think.
But that's the only like conclusion I can think that they were thinking. I trying to put myself in their frame of mind with this, whatever
Maybe
they were
hey,
doing.
we're gonna save money and just use this instead.
It's so stupid. It's like I get more and more reasons to absolutely hate this company all the time, and I hate it because And I was also talking about Todd Gill Retrofro. He got picked up there on it looks like a few articles actually because I clicked on another website. But um, yeah, it's just like it's crazy to me that they are the way that they are now because they started out as such a really good company. Like they started out just making Vita games, bringing, physical releases to these cool games that were digital only, and that's it. I mean, like it was just very simple. Like there was nothing to it. It wasn't, it was just it was very simple and it started out very innocent, and it was like started out to be like a good thing. Like, hey, we want to preserve these games, so we're going to make
Yeah.
physicals of these good games for the Vita. And it just progressed from there. And like I was talking to my buddy Lucas today, and like he said, he thinks the change happened with them when they started making Switch games, and I could see that. I feel like that is around the time because also one of the other things is I feel like they started like doing a lot of really crappy games, like just like absolute junk. And like there's completionists out there that like want to own every single limited run game release, and like there's a lot of them. Like, I'm in Facebook groups with thousands and thousands of these people that want to own every single release, and it's one of those deals where it's like now it's become like they'll just put anything out. um a lot of the collector's editions are like really just like garbage. They're almost like a repeat, like they'll all get like the same type of stuff sometimes, and it's just a bummer. Because they made a lot of really dumb moves here recently, and they'll like revert back
Yeah.
and try to fix it or whatever. And it's like one big one that happened was with Doom on the Switch. They like I'm trying to remember what the issue was exactly, that they like shipped out a cartridge that wouldn't work or something. And
Not good.
yeah, I can't remember exactly what the problem was, but they had to they you could send your game back in, right? You could send your game
Yeah.
back in and get the new version of the game, but the problem was that like a lot of these people didn't want to open these games. Like they bought them to keep sealed because
Yeah.
that's kind of like the thing now behind like these limited releases, is that people are buying them and keeping them sealed. So like that made people angry too. So like first you're releasing, I'm looking up here to see what the exact issue was. Oh, okay. So you had to, with the original release, you could not play the game if you didn't get an internet connection, which like defeated the whole purpose of like their concept of the company. So
Yeah.
this was not all on. You're good.
No, sorry, I had made some issue. My video was glitching out for a second.
Oh,
Sorry.
you're all good. So yeah, like that was the issue. Like you had to be connected to the internet. So like there's been a lot of like crazy controversies with them over the years, and it's just kind of a bummer, man, cuz like I said, it started out like pretty innocent and like really really cool. Um and this isn't cool. That's all I'm going to say. This is
No,
not
it's not.
cool. This is really really dumb, and they had other 3DO games coming. So I am wondering, are those the same way? Is it going to be the
Yeah.
same thing? So are they having to
Well,
revert
now,
back manufacturing, and
well, the
now
problem is
everybody has
now
to
not
wait
only do you have
longer?
like you have to wait. You have another black mark on your company's record, and now you have to spend even more money because people are either going to want their money back, or you now have to fix and reship out this game.
Yeah, it's
So
crazy.
it's just nothing but negative for limited runs, which is unfortunate because they're the only studio doing certain things. As much as people
Right, they're like,
rightfully have a bad opinion of this company.
yeah, because like I was even talking to Lucas, I was like, dang man, they are actually putting out like a lot of games. Like I'm really interested in it. Like they're putting out some good stuff now. Like the past,
Yeah.
I want to say, I don't know, maybe probably past year, they've like announced like really good stuff. And I'm like, I said a while ago, and I didn't order anything else. I said I'm not buying from them anymore. And they announced some really good stuff. Things that I do like regret not having pre-ordered, like because it was like stuff like I legitimately really wanted. Um, and like right now, I mean, I think there's stuff on their website like I was interested in, and like they just like it's hard to want to support them. You know, it's
They
hard.
just want to. They're screwing over their customers right now.
Yeah, and they're doing 3DO games, which is really really cool. There's nobody else out there that's doing that, and like I think that's awesome. And like this was one that I had debated on, you know, whether I wanted to get or not because I like the 3DO a lot, and I opted to not. And I guess I made the right move because this it would have been a
Yeah.
whole fiasco of, you know, I remember with the Doom stuff, they wanted you to pay shipping to ship the cart back out too. So
That's so stupid.
yeah,
Like,
it's
oh,
just
you mean to pay for this for a mistake that you made? Like, nah, that's not how this works. At
yeah.
that point, it's like, well, I'm not gonna buy from you ever again. At that point, that's just bad customer service.
Yeah, it really is.
Like, I
I
bought
gotta
stuff
grab a
online, like
different
actual.
cable real quick because that one was not working. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. No, but I was saying I bought actual computer hardware, like several $100 hardware for my PC when I was upgrading it, and they paid for the cost to ship it back to them, bring it back to me, and to replace the defective part. I didn't pay anything out of pocket. I already paid the initial shipping. I paid I think one for me. I paid the several hundred, like the $400 or $500 for the CPU that was defective. And obviously, I mean, the CPU box isn't that big, but I didn't have to pay any of the shipping. They did everything before they looked at it. I downloaded it, I printed off the label, smack it on there, ship it. You wait for them to replace it, verify it's defective, ship out the new one. You don't pay anything extra. Like, it's not that hard. That's just general customer service, what you expect. I mean, yeah, okay, but if it's something even bigger, like the bigger the box, the far more expensive it's going to be to ship, especially if it's, valuable or something like that. So, that's unacceptable. While Brandon kind of swaps this out. I guess there's something a little bit minor before he comes back. Amazon Prime Gaming is giving away 9 free games for May 2024. I have never used Amazon, just a disclosure, I've never used Amazon Prime Gaming. But there are games that they're giving out. So on May 2nd, so yesterday, these are when the offer starts. I don't know if they last through the rest of the month. But for May 2nd, the platform is going to be on GOG. They are doing Tomb Raider Game of the Year Edition and Lego Star Wars 3 The Clone Wars. And then on May 9th, the first one is also going to be on GOG, is Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition. These next two are going to be via the Amazon Games app. It is Dark City International Intrigue and then 9 Witches Family Disruption. And then the last one for May 9th is on the Epic's Game Store, the Electrician Simulator, because everyone loves a good simulation game. These next two come out on May 16th. The first one's going to be the Legacy Game Code, and that's going to be 100 Doors Games, Escape from School. And then these last two games are going to be back on the Amazon Games app. It's The Forgotten City, and then on May 23rd, it's Spirits of Mystery, Whispers of the Past. Now, obviously, never going to say no to free games, but the only games that I have actually played and would care about are all 3 on GOG, and they come out at the beginning of the month. It's Tomb Raider Game of the Year Edition, which I already have on Steam and PS4, so it's kind of pointless. Lego Star Wars, they're not the best games, but I find enjoyment, especially if it's a free game. I think it's worthwhile. And then Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition. I played New Vegas and I played 4. I've not actually played Fallout 3. And I do have a GOG account, so I'm probably going to just pick this up. Obviously, I prefer to game on Steam if the option's there. But I've got GOG and I'll take a free game because Fallout 3 is one of those games that I want to eventually go back and play. We got some stuff. The response is always, they ain't big company, but they're owned by a... Yeah, you're owned by somebody more likely. You're not a mom and pop shop. Someone's got money. It's just bad customer service. And then I believe once you get those Amazon Prime games, even if you don't renew, you still have access. I would hope so. From my understanding, that's kind of what you do with Steam, because there are some Steam games. I don't think there's one that I own, but people like, hey, I have this Steam game, even once it gets delisted for, whether it's for, you lose the license, you can still re-download the game, which is like a bare minimum what you'd expect. So you might not be able to sell it, but if I already bought the game and I need to re-download it, I should have that option to re-download it. So that's definitely, a good thing that Amazon does, if that's true. I've never used Amazon games, and for these games, I'm probably not going to, but that's good to know.
Got
Can you hear me, Brandon?
quiet. Yeah, just really, really quiet. I don't know.
Probably hit something on the headset.
I don't know if something changed or.
Yeah, no, I was just going over the Amazon Prime games that were coming out for free this month.
Oh, okay.
Before we went to the next one, because it seemed like the next article, I don't know how much you know about this, but the Bal- Balatrio releases new update. Does that make any sense? That you want to talk about? Did you take your headset off? I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this still plugged in and all that, but go
Yeah,
ahead. I'm
so
listening.
this, if I'm not mispronouncing this Balatrio game, it's got a new
Blatro.
Joker mechanic. Balatro. I was like, I've never heard this game before. I saw it looked like a card game. So
Yeah,
I was
we
like,
did,
oh, this is a gambling
we
game?
talked about it. We talked about it
We probably
probably
did, but I just don't
4
remember.
podcasts
I
ago.
probably, oh yeah, it very obviously I'm looking at this game like this did not leave an impression on me at all. It's a card game,
Right. So that's
one
that's
ear
like,
out the other type thing.
Yeah, I get it. No, so that's like the deal, right? Like, so it's like a roguelite card game. So it's like
Doesn't even make any sense to me. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
mean,
I don't see how that works.
It kind of, I mean, like it kind of took the internet by storm. Like there were videos and articles and people were going crazy over it. So
Yeah.
I have not played it yet myself, but I want to. And like I'm not into card games either. But I think it like sounds interesting. Like it's like a weird spin and take on like card games. So this is just like I think the first update for it.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing some balancing changes, some buffs, some nerfs. They've changed some of their stakes. Some antes go down, some go up, kind of negligible, and then some overall like, hey, we've fixed the game. It should play a little bit better type thing. And obviously, if it's a card game, might need to be some balancing to make sure it's a fair and equal experience. I mean, it's not like an in-person card game where you only have like 52 cards and stuff like that. I assume certain cards do unique things. And that's always a fun game to play, as long as I'm not the one picking them up.
I cannot keep this plugged in because I'm getting a weird buzz every time I've tried USB-C and regular USB. So hopefully we're good on audio throughout. It just is randomly turning off. So
that's crazy. Mr. Coffee was saying I tried the game, it dropped off fast. 21 is my game. 21 Blackjack?
Yeah, just
I think it's something else. Oh. I've gone to the casino, but I can hear you. Apparently you can't hear me though. But no, as I was talking to the chat, I've tried like blackjack and I've tried like crabs, but if I'm just gonna blow $100 and that rabbit hole. Hey, how's it going, Patrick? Howdy, good Friday evening to everyone and a pre-May. Yeah, no, I mean you only got a few. It's already May 4th. Pretty early in the morning, but audio is fine. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess whatever's happening on your end is going back.
We're good now. Yeah.
I don't know what's happening, but apparently there's an issue on your side that's causing the sound to cut in and out.
Yeah, I think it's just this headset. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully we're good now. If not,
hopefully. I don't know what you're doing on your end that's causing sound issues on stream.
I can run an ad real quick and try to switch out the headset and see what it does. Let me just switch over to the one I normally use. So we'll do that.
Hopefully it doesn't affect the listening experience. And do apologize. Some issue going on with Brandon's side with his crappy Sony headset. Get a SteelSeries headset. I don't have problems with it. I also really like SteelSeries or Razer.
We should be good now.
Yeah, as I blind myself with this white screen.
Now I'm using, it's a $20 Chinese headset, and I never had problems with it. So
yeah, I bought a SteelSeries headset. And I absolutely love it. I've had problems with it.
I looked, yeah. That one was. So I bought that, and it had only been out for 3 weeks, and the guy sold his PS5, got a PC, and it's a $150 headset, and I paid $60 for it. And like it had just came out, so now it's only like 2 months old. So what is going on? Like I have no idea. I don't understand. I do not get it. So frustrating.
But no, this next as I blind myself with this white screen on the video portion of it, Tetris and 7-Eleven are releasing a handheld gaming device together. Isn't Tetris just a game? So is this like a 7-Eleven thing? So a convenience store is putting out a game.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
Tetris and 7-Eleven have revealed that they are working on several merchandising products together, including one called Slurpee Plus Tetris handheld gaming. Are they gonna put Tetris on a Slurpee
they
bottle? So
are.
was I'm getting brain freeze and to play Tetris and then just fall over because I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing? That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I want it. So, do you remember the Chicken McNugget Tetris that only came out in China that people were like importing and doing videos on?
No, I
Yeah,
did not.
there was a Chicken McNugget. This is probably I'm just guessing. I think a year ago. If you look it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. But it was an LCD one, so it was like one of those, like black, gray, like the old LCD
Yeah.
games. Yeah, it was like that.
I mean, it wasn't an OLED, but
It
yeah,
wasn't an OLED, but yeah, no, this like kind of looks interesting, man. Like I kind of want it. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's kind of neat. It's weird.
I hope it's on one of those big slurp cups. It's just here's a curved screen that we spent way too much money to.
Well, did you see
and
it?
You're gonna ruin it.
Like it looks legit.
No, yeah, it does look good.
It looks like it actually kind of. Cool.
I'm still gonna remain skeptical until I get my hands on it or there's actual proper reviews for it. But I mean, it looks interesting.
I'm
just saying.
What else are they doing?
It's just a weird team up thing. This has to be a way to get people into the store. Like, hey, we're gonna do this thing and hype it up. Because obviously, not a lot of 7-Elevens here in the U.S. I mean, they're all gas stations, but not every location has like a 7-Eleven. But obviously, in Japan, the convenience stores are all over the place. So I don't know if this is something just to get people in the store or like a more PR type thing. Or this is like gonna be like a permanent like thing they're trying to do.
I will say, so like a little bit behind it, it says that beginning today, customers across the U.S. who purchase, and then obviously as you're listening to this, purchase participating products via 7 Rewards, Speedy Rewards, or 7 Now. I didn't know Speedway and 7-Eleven were
that's crazy
owned together.
Partnering up.
Well, no,
I mean, they probably shouldn't be surprised.
Well, if they have the same reward system, they're owned by the same company. But yeah. It says if you have those, you will have the chance to win one of 20,000 limited edition handheld gaming devices shaped like 7-Eleven's iconic frozen beverage, the Slurpee.
Well, unfortunately, I only have Mavericks near me, so I don't have a Speedway or 7-Eleven.
Well, the winners of these are gonna be scalped.
100%. That's what I would do. Like, hey, let me go online and just
7-Eleven anywhere near me, so kind of sucks.
I think I've got some near me, but I'd have to go to Salt Lake.
But I will say,
find a Speedway or 7-Eleven.
The other thing too behind this is like it's just another My Arcade product. So like My Arcade has like the Tetris handhelds and like the variants, and they do all the they're basically like emulated handhelds of different stuff. You look up My Arcade.
Yeah, it's kind of what I would expect.
Yeah, so it's the same thing, just in a Slurpee design.
I'm just saying,
it's
cool. It's a missed opportunity. They didn't put it in a Slurpee cup. That's all I'm saying, or a big gulp, whatever you want to call them. That's a missed opportunity.
It's not in a big gulp. It's in a Slurpee cup. Did you look at it?
No, the article you had didn't have the picture in there.
Yeah, well,
I just had the article.
Google it, look at it. It's in a Slurpee cup. It's pretty cool. I went straight to the 7-Eleven website. Sorry,
you should have linked that. Make it easier for me.
That's not the one I saw first. Sorry.
So you just grabbed the wrong one. I look like a jackass.
No, yeah, a little bit. But it says it's as we mark the milestone 40th anniversary of Tetris, we are excited to announce this partnership with 7-Eleven, another iconic brand.
I'd see that. No, that's not what I meant though. Like an actual something you could drink out of, not just a piece of plastic that looks like a Slurpee cup. That's what I meant. It's not a Slurpee cup. It's just a piece of plastic that looks like a cup.
But it is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. It just kind of sucks that like it's giveaway only. It looks like.
That you can't buy it.
But it looks like they will have limited edition co-branded merchandise, including retro T-shirts, hoodies, hats, stickers, keychains, and totes. Available on the retailer's online merchandise store 7 Collection. See, I didn't even know about this. I don't have a 7-Eleven. There's a whole 7 Collection website.
I'm gonna flex how much of a simp I am, dude, by just wearing a 7-Eleven t-shirt.
And the very first shirt that pops up. These are actually really cool shirts. It's $30.
But it has 7-Eleven on it. Like,
I know. I like the one that just
yo,
says
what up,
Tetris.
kids? I'm pretty cool.
I like the one to the right that just the monochrome Tetris one. I like that.
Yeah,
that one, that's like.
I mean,
classic.
to be fair, the merchandise looks like crap.
I had
care.
no
I would only
idea
care about the actual game.
that there was $14 7-Eleven socks and pajamas. $26 pajama
it's some
bottoms.
off-market sock that they just printed 7-Eleven onto or whatever they wanted to put on there.
This is wild. I have never heard of
who is buying Who's buying 7-Eleven socks? Like, come on.
There's a whole fan base apparently because the website wouldn't exist if they weren't making money.
This gives me a headache. This is so stupid.
Actual models wearing like 7-Eleven stuff, hanging out in the alley or whatever, and oh my god. There's one that literally says Tetris like 4 times on it and says Speedway. So yeah, they're owned by. I didn't even know they were owned by the same company. So there's a bunch of Speedway ones too, not just 7-Eleven.
Oh, a wall. Mr. Coffee said I'm a wall wearer Sheets guy. Never been to either of those. I think I've seen a Sheets when I was in Georgia.
Yeah, we have a Sheets here, but
somewhere in South.
I'm not a fan. People were like, "Oh my god, it has like the best food ever." I will tell you that that one that crap, what is it that people?
Yeah, no, I'm just stuck with a Maverick. I'm just stuck with a Maverick and a Come and Go. So
Come and Go again. Huh?
I got a funny name.
The Come and Go. No, there was the one Buc-ee's. I like Buc-ee's is the hype is real. I was always told
that Buc-ee's is like an experience, not an actual like.
It legitimately
I've never been to one,
is.
It looks
like
crazy.
It's insane. It's like a whole store too. It's not like just it's like it was the craziest thing ever.
It's like just here's a gas station. Let's just put a Walmart right next to it.
It was wild. Like there was everything in there. I was actually legitimately very shocked. But it looks like 7-Eleven's trying to do the same thing because Buc-ee's. Like I see like mainstream people like wearing a Buc-ee's hat. You know what I mean? But like, can you see a rapper wearing a 7-Eleven hat?
I guess it's possible.
But
realistically, no.
I want to know
why.
I like these Tetris shirts, but I want to know what is happening here. Why is there a website called 7 Collection? Why are there tonal
brand? You're trying to market your brand. You need brand loyalty is what you're trying to build right there.
There's a $50 button-up 7-Eleven shirt.
We gotta look fancy for church.
Oh, Apparently, they
not trying to be the not trying to be that swag 8-year-old with that button up, just pulling girls.
They got a whole spring collection. Oh my god, is there like this whole fan base out there that I didn't know about?
Like, I want to know who's buying these.
That's what I want to know. Somebody, because they got a spring collection. That means they had a winter collection too. Oh god, man. Wild stuff.
Do they sell a sundress? That's the question.
Yeah, if they do, buying it immediately.
Instead of like flowers, it's just a bunch of like 7-Elevens all over.
Like you go out on a date with a girl and she's got a 7-Eleven sundress on. What do you do?
We're going to that. We're gonna get dinner at a 7-Eleven at that point.
We're gonna go get some hot dogs and we're buying a Coke out.
I'll spoil you. I'll get you some hot Fritos.
Oh god.
That way when you're sitting on the toilet later at night, you're thinking of me. And not in a good way, because no.
Oh jeez. That's wild stuff, man. I had no
idea.
A whole 7-Eleven wormhole there.
Yeah, definitely.
Jeez. Oh well.
I saw that. I'm like, this is gonna take like 2 minutes. Well, these next 2 articles are kind of one and the same.
Okay.
So the second one that I pulled up from PC Gamer's kind of the reaction, but if you haven't noticed, Helldivers 2 is getting, I don't want to say it's review bombed, but its reviews are tanking on Steam. Let me pull up and see what it's at right now.
And it's because of an update, correct?
Yeah, so they just announced and or released an update saying, hey, if you want to play Helldivers 2 on PC, you have to have a PSN account now.
Yeah, that's wild.
And people are not like it. It's still sitting at mixed on recent, but the percentage has been going down over time. Oh, I don't get it. It's sitting at now. When I looked at this up earlier today, it was like in the high 60s for the percentage of this game. It's down to a 45% on recent reviews.
Yeah, I saw
because they are forcing you to have a PSN account. You could not even own a PlayStation, but you have to now have a PSN to play this game.
That's
and people are just kind of like, why? This is pointless. And then you see some people are like, this is just Sony trying to boost the numbers for their shareholders to give them more money. Why else there's no point to this. The game works fine. 100%. They're claiming it's like, oh, we're trying to go after griefers or people doing stupid things in the game, but you don't need a PSN account to do that. You just do that on Steam. You just ban the Steam account or ban the IP address. Like, it's other games do this just fine.
Right. Yeah. It makes it's PR talk. Like, they're trying to.
Like, it is getting review bombed on Steam pretty, like, the community is just doing what they say.
Which is wild, because, I mean, the game has been, crazy, very successful. Like, a huge surprise. And
this article that was written about 6 hours ago said Helldivers 2 has accrued over 20,000 negative Steam reviews. Well, that is probably even worse now, because that number's dropped by like 20-30% today alone. The news broke, I think, a few days ago, but today is where it really blew up online. And then so the developer, the Powerslave, I don't know how you say this name, he went on X and said, ouch, right in the review score. Well, I guess it's warranted. Sorry, everyone, for how this all transpired. I hope we will make it up and regain the trust by providing a continued great game experience. I just want to make great games. And to be fair, this definitely feels like a Sony move, not a developer move, because it's just like, it just goes to another thing. Like, Sony just can't not shoot themselves in the foot. You have all this goodwill from all the way back to when the PS4 came out, all these good games, but you just can't not make negative press for you. And it just seems like Microsoft is just sitting back, not doing anything, let Sony, ruin their own reputation, and hopefully they, in the next generation, can kind of, win some of this market back, or this market's just going to go to PC. But there's no point to have you don't need a PSN account. You don't need a PSN account to play any other ported games. Why now?
Yeah.
That's the question.
I feel like there's something that we don't know or are missing behind this. There's some point. Some kind of money that makes it look better for investors, or
you're trying to boost your PSN numbers. Because there's no point. You're claiming like, oh, because we want to tackle trolls in the game, or whatever the actual proper excuse you want to say is, but that you don't need a PSN account to take care of that. There's other avenues you can do when it comes to PC gaming. But this just screams you just want to boost your numbers for shareholders to make it look better. And I saw the Discord's being weird. Mr. Coffee said they should have done it from the start. It would have been less of a problem, but they probably didn't think this game was going to blow up, so who cares? But because it's a live service game, if you want to kind of classify it, and its Steam numbers alone have blown up, they're just like, well, if we force this, now we can boost our PSN numbers, whether they're actual paying customers or not. That's the other issue. I don't know, because I have it on my wish list. I haven't got around to buying it because there's other games, and I already have a PSN account. Like, do you have to pay money to play this game on the PSN account, or you just have to make an account? But either way, this is just artificially boosting numbers for people that don't even have a PlayStation. I'm sure some of them do, but a lot of them probably only game on PC at this point.
Yeah, it's making it look better for investors if there's more people active on PSN. That's it. I mean, that's it. And it's stupid. It makes no sense at all. Absolutely zero sense. So I'm not with it.
I saw that, and everyone's making it known. It looks like the the developers are like, yeah, we hear you. We're sorry. We're gonna sidestep it. It definitely feels like a mix of PR and or this definitely feels like Sony is the one doing this, not the developers should care less about this. It doesn't affect them really
Yeah,
at all.
I don't know why they, why they would
This is
care.
gonna hurt their game because I guarantee you their numbers on Steam are going to drop as people just stop playing the game if they're forced to do this. And it's not gonna drop completely. Some people don't care. Some people already have it and they'll continue to play it. I'm sure some people will, get a PSN account, but there's a lot of people who are upset about this, and I wouldn't surprise if their concurrent numbers just tank in hopes that Sony reverses course.
Yeah, I mean, whether they will or not, I guess that's the question. I don't know. I mean, they've already done this, and people that want to play are going to do it because they want to play. They're going to review bomb, but if they really want to play, they're going to keep playing.
Yeah, but the only that comes down to the other thing. If you really want this change, you have to just stop playing this game until you get the change. If you don't get the change, you never pick up this game again. Like, you have to do that en masse, or else
I agree.
Sony can be like, well, we'll just ride the wave, and if the numbers go back up, then the gamers don't really care to actually boycott the game and make a difference.
Yeah, no,
you have to make their numbers hurt.
But it takes an army, It takes a lot of
you have to do this in mass. Like, you need your concurrent players to drop by like over 50%. If they drop by like 70%, then and it stayed dropped, yeah, maybe you'll get what you want, but it's kind of hard to tell. But I mean, this is just a long list of negative press that Sony's dealing with, from every angle at this point. And it just, as far as the console wars goes, whether you believe in it or not, Microsoft is more or less kind of stayed out of this. They're getting criticism because they bought a bunch of studios, and those studios haven't pushed anything out. But as far as like consistently bad press, Microsoft isn't dealing with this at all. So maybe they're just trying to, the whole concept of I can't remember exactly how it words, but don't do anything while your enemy's kind of like making a mistake. Let them just step on every landmine, and then
it's like
then you can swoop in and be like, hey. This goes back to the Xbox One and the PS4, where Microsoft made a huge mistake and Sony swept in and, gobbled up a huge part of the market on top of continuing to put out good games.
Yeah.
This could be that chance where that pendulum swings back into Microsoft's favor for the next generation.
And I think with the rumors, which were, I mean, it's not confirmed, but Phil Spencer talked about it. So like I with Xbox having a handheld, I think that's a big positive move. I mean, we know where the handhelds are right now. They're more popular than, they've ever been, probably. So yeah, it could be one of those things where it kind of corrects itself back to the other company because Sony cannot make any
they got
right
too full
moves.
Of themselves.
Yeah,
they could just do whatever they wanted.
They really have thought that. I mean, that's all I can possibly think is that
because to be fair, like, I like the PS5. It plays a lot better. It's got good games. It's faster, but
it's not better.
The exclusives don't really.
As far
as the PS4 Pro goes, the PS4 it's better. It's a good upgrade, but there's no, like, most of the games that have come out, you could play for it. You can play it on PS4. Like, there's no real big exclusives that have come out on the PS5, which seemed like a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
And the only benefit, which the Xbox already has, is the SSD, so your games play and load faster. I mean, I can also already do that on a PC. Like, I've kind of gone back hard to. I only really play my PlayStation, kind of like my Switch, for certain exclusive games. Everything else, if I can. Sorry, that's some gas. If I can play it on my PC, I'm going to play it on my PC because it's the preferred environment.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, DRM is an issue across the board, and it's a waste of time if you ask me, but. Everything just plays better on PC, and I don't have to deal with the headache of Sony and Microsoft making boneheaded decisions or being stuck for a better part of a decade on, a set standard of hardware.
Well,
if I've got the money, I could upgrade my hardware every year to be at the top. I mean, it's a waste of money if you ask me, but I have that option.
I would say everything but the Sony games play better on PC. It seems to be the general.
At launch they play like trash. They've gotten better, but that's getting better. Sony's is new. The PC developing
It's
for
new to,
PC is
yeah.
obviously very different from.
They got two
Hey,
separate.
you have one set of
teams doing it.
hardware, one set of control schemes. You can do when it comes to a control
You
scheme
gotta
on a PC.
work for all of
you
these
can do whatever you
different
want.
graphics cards, and you know what I mean. You got to be able to work for.
Is this Intel? Is it AMD? You know,
Yeah.
and on top of that, you've got like 10 different GPUs, 10 different CPUs. You know, different motherboards. I don't know how all that works when it comes to actual game development, but there's so many different hardware setups you have to account for when it comes to, you know, qualities.
You gotta
of
be able
the
to
game.
figure out the weakest that you can work for, and then figuring out the best. So,
Hey, I have a work call I gotta answer.
Oh
real quick. I
yeah,
apologize.
no worries. So we've also got looks like we were going to jump into some of the topics now, and this first topic we had is, what is the first toy you remember owning? And this was one that I had added in. And, you know, I was kind of thinking about this today as I was looking at, we got some other toy news and stuff that we're going to bring up later. And I was kind of thinking about this, and, you know, I really don't know the very first that I remember owning. But when I think like way, way back, the first thing that I can remember was having, oh goodness, what was it? Trying to think of the name of them. They were kind of nope, that's not it. I can't remember. I have to look it up and see what it is exactly. But I will say, like, some of the early ones that I do remember, obviously the Masters of the Universe stuff, He-Man stuff. I had a lot of hand-me-downs, so Master of the Universe was big. Street Sharks, G.I. Joes, Thundercats, Voltron, and Transformers was one of the big ones. That was, you know, I liked all of those. And actually, Street Sharks are the one that I wish I could find now, and unfortunately, they have jumped up in price massively. Like, I have looked at every convention I went to last year, and I did actually see some at one show, and they were just way more than I would ever pay. But I think Street Sharks is so cool, and I always really loved Thundercats, and that was another one that I kind of wanted to track some of them down again. But I wanted to bring up about this one specific figure, and this was what kind of popped in my head. So I've got a funny story about it. So this specific figure is a Batman animated series figure, and the story is, it was like, I'm trying to look up the exact term for it, but basically it was like an Arctic freeze. He had like a white suit. Let's see. He had a white suit, and can't remember, like a bunch of lines on it. Where is he? Ah, okay, yeah. So he was a white and black suit, had some lines on it that were red. And the story is that I would constantly flush this Batman figure down the toilet and clog up my grandma's toilet. And I think that they had counted that I did it like over 10 times and constantly caused problems. And I still, after whatever the last time that I did it, still had the figure. Unfortunately, I do not have it today. And I spent every convention last year looking. I would dig through either toy bins, or if I saw that people had like hanging toys and bags, like I would look through every single one trying to find this specific Batman figure, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I found, I swear, every other Batman animated series figure, all the weird spin-offs where like the Batman suit would be in one episode, other than this one. I just could not find this one. And yeah, so I thought that was a funny story. Like, I clogged the toilet like 100 times with it. Don't know why. I was a kid. The reissuing Street Sharks. Oh, I did not know that, but we are talking about something that did get reissued that I just brought up in a bit. Console games wise, we have Plateau. There isn't the Pop Wow Factor, like the 816 or 1632-bit. I agree. I mean, we've reached a point where there can't be that big of a jump. The biggest jump that we can have now is VR, and I mean, you know, we are at a point where VR is really good, but I don't know that even since we've gotten already a few iterations of VR from different companies that we could have that jump again. But I don't know. That is really cool that they're reissuing the Street Sharks though. And then the first big Christmas present was Empire Strikes Back Snowspeeder. That's awesome. That is really cool. I remember that. Yeah, we were talking about moved on to the topics and what was
sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. What was the first toy you remember owning?
I have no. Do you want to be honest? I've got no idea.
Well, think back to the first thing that you can remember, because I had
such
the same
a blur
problem
at this point.
Well,
that's too specific of a question. Like, it could be any number of things, really.
It the first one you own, the first one you remember. Like, what stuck in your head that you had
I have
as
no
a kid?
idea. I mean, to be fair,
you didn't have toys.
If you asked me, I couldn't remember what I had for dinner last night.
I remember some of the toys in your brother's room.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I remember the Dragon Ball figures.
The biggest one that I remember getting, though, I do remember, like, when I first got my Game Boy Color, that was like a really big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was
as far as like if it's gaming specific, because toys as a whole, like, there's so many toys I don't even remember, to be honest.
What was your favorite?
I was probably my Game Boy Color.
No,
I played the crap out of it going up.
Like toys.
That is technically a toy, but I don't know.
Okay, all right. Well, that's your answer.
Like, I don't know. I used to be a weird kid. Like, I'd have like a mini little football, and I'd play pretend football out behind the house at one point when I was.
Bro, I
was like 6.
I broke sticks off of my tree, went out back, and pretended I was in a medieval battle. So
I do that now. What are you talking about? You don't just go
LARP. We go LARPing.
Yes.
No, actually, no. That's funny. I'll bring up the story. I was telling them the story. So here, I'll tell you. I'll repeat it real quick. The reason I brought this up because I was thinking of stuff today to put in the notes. And I had this specific Batman animated series figure. And I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, they still do it now, but back in the day, they would make toys for like something that happened in like just one episode or one little scene. So like Star Wars, like there would be a character that was on scene for like a second, right? So this Batman animated series figure was in one episode ever. And I flushed it down my grandma's toilet they said over 10 times. We don't have an exact number, but clogged her toilet. I was a little kid. I don't know.
Little bastard's what you were.
And I don't still have it, but like I still had it after the last time I flushed it. So whatever happened to it, but I brought that up because I spent every convention last year looking, because that was a meaningful one for me. There's a story behind it. I loved that toy as a kid. So I spent every convention looking for it. And I swear to God, the last one I went to, Super Sentai Expo, there was a guy there. I looked up the catalog. He had every single Batman animated series sealed for sale except that one. That's crazy. Like, I went to other conventions last year where like I found a ton of them, but that single one, and it's not like valuable. It's like you can get it for like $10 on eBay. It's not expensive. Like, I just wanted the experience of finding it, right? And like I was hoping to find it new and
yeah, because I think, like, I don't know, like, I don't even remember most of the toys I even had. Like, some of the ones I just remember having, and it wasn't
mine were all
mine, but it was like my brother's sister.
Yeah,
but it was,
I
like,
had all hand-me-downs.
Those old McDonald's toys.
Yeah,
from like the like from the 90s, like early 90s and stuff like that.
Oh well, if you're interested in that, I've got 2 entire
I don't care for them
of sealed
ones. I just had them
plus a garbage bag full of them.
Well, that's the other problem. Like, I don't remember it, and I don't have any. Like, I don't have any toys really at all. Like, if I still have them, they're at my parents' house. If not, I threw them out years ago because, like,
do you remember? It's
just a waste of space.
Do you remember the Dragon Ball? Because everybody, when they came in, were like, "Oh man, it's like so cool." And if you remember Ryan tried to buy it off me like 1,000 times.
That name sounds so familiar. I can't remember his face though, but I remember him.
I don't want to say his last name, but yeah, he lived here too at that time.
Yeah.
And anyway, it was a from, I cannot remember what Dragon Ball movie, but it was one of the movie series figures. So it was like pretty big. It was in a big like circular it was like real neat looking, like a really unique packaging, and it was like a battle damaged Goku, and it was just like really really cool. He had like blood all over him and like all ripped up and stuff like that. Do you remember that? Do you remember that figure?
Maybe very vaguely. Like a lot of these memories are really fuzzy and really spotty. I'd have to really remember some stuff.
See, I even remember. I mean, I
If
think
I saw it, I could tell you for sure or not. I just can't remember like 100%.
Like I remember some of the Dragon Ball figures in your brother's room, but I think the reason that I remember that is because like I really had only gone in there with you like maybe 2 or 3 times in that room.
I think because it's like a unique experience.
We played Super Nintendo. We played Super Mario All Stars. I remember that even specifically.
Yeah.
And Super Mario
I think
Kart.
it's easier to remember stuff like at a friend's house, but you only went there a handful of times compared to like I grew up in this room for years. It's like I don't know what to remember. Like it's all kind of blurry. I think that helps a little bit.
Yeah.
I used to wear some of his old hand-me-down like Dragon Ball Z t-shirts. Even had holes in them and stuff.
Well, that's what I was just telling them. I said all of my almost all of my toys were hand-me-down toys from the 80s, so I got attached
not
to
all of them were, but a lot of them.
Yeah, not all of them, but especially early on, like a lot of them were the stuff from the 80s. So Thundercats, G.I. Joe, Transformers, like I had all that stuff, which was cool because I think that was like, you know, the best stuff, and like that was the stuff like I really liked on TV too anyway. So I thought it was really cool. And then it was like, you know, later on when usually my grandma, we didn't have very much money, but usually my grandma got me any of like the newer stuff. And even when I got, I specifically remember this, she got from QVC. It was a QVC special edition bundle. It was a G.I. Joe set. Like that's what I wanted. And I think I was probably 9 by that point or something. It was like a reissue of the first G.I. Joe, which is now, that one is worth a lot of money. And I have tried to find that figure again, but this bundle came with like, I don't know what the military term is for it, but it would be like the chest that they stored ammo in at that time. So this was World War II era. And they would have stored ammo in it. Anyway, it's this big chest. I found the chest last year. I found one at a convention, so I got that. But I've not been able to find the figure. And there was a reissue of an Optimus Prime too. See, this is what I'm saying. Like I got attached to that stuff, so that was still the stuff I wanted like later on. But there was a reissue of the first Optimus Prime figure too. It was also a reissue. But it was for the, I want to say this was the 30th anniversary one. Let me look here. It might have been the 25th.
I'm not sure. I was looking through some of what chat was saying, and it does jog some memories. Like I think I used to have a whole bunch of like the Matchbox cars. You used to have a bunch of them.
Oh,
nothing like super specific.
Here it is. This is the specific one I had. So I'm looking up $180 on eBay if you want it new. Transformers 25th anniversary. Optimus Prime. It came with a DVD and a comic book. It was really cool. And like, so I saw, you know, original Optimus Primes and stuff at several conventions, and like I was like, I don't want that one. I want the one that I had as a kid. Like like that would be cool to have. I'm not saying I don't want it, but I also
like the same one.
The price, like I'm like, no, I want this one. It's still expensive, but like I want the one that I had. That one is obviously very expensive too, the original. But
one of the things that I remember, because I think Patrick's brought up some about like Lego Castle, and it's like obviously a lot of Legos we used to have. There's like, I don't know if you call them hand-me-downs, but my brother had a lot of Legos. But I do remember specifically getting the 50th anniversary bucket Legos that had the, I don't know, at the time, like the limited edition gold Lego bricks.
I remember that. Yeah.
And my parents still have it at their house because it's somewhere in there. But I made the 50 with the gold Legos to try to. I think I was one short compared to what the picture actually had. But I made that whole 50 with the gold Legos and stuff like that.
That's got some value. Yeah, that's cool.
I think it's in a shelf somewhere at my parents' house.
You should probably. Hey, can you ship that out to me? Got some.
I'll probably pick it up. I'm not gonna sell it, but
no,
nice to have.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I just like. I'm at that point where like I kind of want to have a few of the things I especially
It's just
like stuff
toys
that
themselves. Like a lot of them, like I like right as of right now, it's like no, but like maybe if I saw them or if I thought about it long enough or something jogs
well
your memory,
it
you could
means
probably think of
more to
some stuff.
me than like picking up like a statue or something, right? Like it's
Yeah.
not like I'm going out of my way for any of that, but if it's something from a childhood that meant something to me and that
I
I
mean,
have a
what
lot
meant
of
something to
memories.
us is getting every like I don't remember what they looked like, but always getting a new bike or something like that. Because especially
Yeah.
in the neighborhood that we grew up
Oh
in, it was
god, that
like
was a big
that's how you got
deal.
around to get to the park.
We had the bike
You needed a
gang.
bike.
We had the biker
So,
gang. Do you
like,
remember?
let's get some baseball cards, put them on the spokes, all like what's realistically just an annoying say, like, oh, I'm a badass, yeah.
Dude,
I
oh
remember
my
doing
god,
that.
yeah. Yeah, I actually I just got my daughter some of those like lights for the wheels cuz she's riding her bike
Oh
now.
yeah. We did
Uh
some real stupid stuff.
we really did, man. Did we tell the story on here about the business? Did we tell that
I
on
think we
here?
did, yeah. Because we ended up getting like $20 and we used it on a rental. I thought it was like a
We
one
rented
of the Dragon Ball games and like a pizza from the really crappy pizza door right next door to the Blockbuster.
Yeah, we rented a Budokai. I think it might have been Budokai 2. I can't remember
It
which
was
one.
I'm pretty sure it was one of the Budokai games.
Yeah, and then got a pizza. Oh, we couldn't.
Yeah, we're a computer with a bunch of like small kids, like we're a computer repair company. It's so stupid.
She felt bad for us. Oh god.
And it was
dude.
one of the girls' moms that we went
Yeah.
to school with too, which I think made it
Yeah.
that much worse.
Yeah, that's pretty embarrassing.
I mean, not now. I don't really care. I don't remember who it was, but at the time,
yeah.
you're like,
No,
oh,
I remember, but yeah, it's driving your bike to the local arcade was awesome. I wish we were in an area where you kind of just got to
well,
ride your
even
bike
to
in the
get
area.
to the city, because to get to the city, you'd have to. There's a highway right next
Yeah.
to it, or it's a 2-lane road to get anywhere else. So it's just the houses,
Just a
and there's nothing. Yeah,
division,
nothing
yeah.
else. I mean, I guess technically you could get to the. Maybe there was a gas station and or the, that fish restaurant.
Well, like we did this and like going across the highway and stuff like that, but later on I remember we'd ride our bikes down to Walmart.
I don't know how you do. That's not safe at all.
No, it's not.
There's no sidewalk.
Dude, we didn't do
that-
a lot of.
That's a U.S. highway right there. It's a 4-lane highway.
There was the ditch, so we ran the ditch and then it went up into the field. So.
You give it a few more years, maybe there'll be a sidewalk. It's that whole area starting to get developed a little bit more now.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Not when we were kids, it wasn't, but
No, it definitely wasn't.
even if there was a sidewalk there, my parents would not have let me do that
I
at
know.
all. At least not with their knowledge.
With their knowledge, exactly. But did a lot of stupid things, man. A lot of stupid things. But
Yeah,
good
good memories.
times. Yeah, good times though. So yeah, I guess tomorrow's Star Wars Day. So let's get into a little bit of Star Wars discussion. What do we got?
What do you have for Star Wars?
Well, what do you think is the first wrong move Disney made with Star Wars? Let's get negative here.
Buying Star Wars?
Other
That's the first wrong move to me because they've done nothing
I knew you
good
were
with
going
it
to say that, but what was
outside
the first thing they did after? Because I have
the first
an answer.
bad move they made.
I have a.
Episode 8. Episode 8 was probably the first bad thing they did.
I'll tell you my answer. My answer is that they destroyed the expanded universe. It doesn't exist. Not a thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's my thing.
Wait, completely pointless. There's so much good lore there.
Yeah, so much, and they threw that out the window. But it might as well not exist. Doesn't matter anymore.
But to be fair, like I could say more good. The problem is there's so little. I just said the handful of good things they did was the. Oh my god! Of course I'm gonna forget it. Let me pull it up.
What, The Mandalorian?
No, I didn't care for the Mandalorian.
I like the first season.
And I think I was right. Long term, it's just not a good movie. It's the Rogue One movie, and then the
Yes, that's a
series
good
based
movie.
off of Rogue One.
Yeah, so Bad Batch is good. All the animated shows are good. Clone
A lot of those
Wars.
that was pre-Disney though. That was started pre-Disney.
That was pre-Disney.
And Disney finished
and
it.
they finished it. But the shows after that were good.
Yeah, and then the TV show Andor I liked.
I didn't like
I don't
it.
have Disney.
I didn't like
I didn't watch it on my Disney Plus because I'm not paying for a Disney Plus subscription. But I liked Andor for what it was.
I liked Rogue One, and I liked the animated shows.
Well, because
I
Andor is
watched.
that series is the prequel to Rogue One.
I didn't care
So
for it.
and it's the only
I
storyline
thought
that
it
I
was
actually
so
liked.
incredibly boring.
But it was the only Star Wars that's actually truly, I don't know, dark, mature, pretty much.
It tried to be. I felt like it.
I thought it did it pretty well.
Yeah, I don't know.
At least compared to everything else. Like Mandalorian tried that, but it very quickly went away from it.
Well,
It
like
just
I
did
said,
something
I
new
liked
for the first
season
time.
1, but it fell off after that for me. Like it quickly faded away, and like got all the hype because of
That's
that
the only
Baby
good thing I say
Yoda.
is
I know I forget the name, but
it's just a marketing product.
Yeah.
Like Baby Yoda was the mistake, if you ask me. But Rogue One and Andor, the only good things that I actually like that Disney did. Everything else is terrible.
So you didn't like any of the
when
animated shows?
I didn't care for them before Disney bought them. To be fair, like they're good shows. I just didn't really care for it all that much. But
there's so
I guess the other
Rebels.
I
thought Rebels was great.
I didn't watch Rebels.
Resistance is pretty good.
No, but
Bad Batch is good.
If you want to know the other big thing Disney did when they first bought it, it was giving EA exclusive rights to the Star Wars video games.
That was stupid
terrible mistake.
That was really stupid.
Because it led to the Battlefront fiasco. Especially Battlefront 2.
Those games, like I just try to forget about them. I just think I've said it many times, and like I was even going to wear a Star Wars shirt tonight because tomorrow's Star Wars Day and we're doing the podcast. So I thought about doing it, and like I've talked about it before, I don't even like to wear my Star Wars shirt. I probably have 15 of them. I've got some that are 15 years old. I loved Star Wars, man, but they've like tarnished the franchise for me. Like so much so that I'm just like not interested in anything. Like this new game coming out, like I could care less. Like the only thing I'm interested in is that Battlefront collection that I haven't grabbed yet, and then like that one collection with like a bunch of the games, but that's nothing. That's not them.
Yeah.
But I will say I did see that go on sale for $40 the other day. I missed the sale, but I see that again. That's a really good deal for you get like I think 8 games on the Switch.
I mean, I guess essentially closing LucasArts was the biggest mistake. They should have kept their games in house.
Yeah, it's a bummer, man, because like we both love Star Wars, and like they tarnish it for me. But I think that the expanded universe stuff for me was like the first. As soon as I heard that news, I remember being in the comic book store because I was actively like reading comics at that time, and he told me, he's like, "Did you hear that they're canceling all the expand?" I'm like, "What? Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, no,
I thought he was
terrible.
joking.
Did I grab the right one?
But yeah, it's just like I don't know, man. I think that was the worst move in my opinion, but what else have we got?
I mean, it's still kind of related. I was trying to, for the next part of that, I wanted to make sure I grabbed the right book that I was talking about. Yeah, okay. I did. No, because the next subject was, essentially favorite Star Wars lore, and it's the book that Drew Karpyshyn wrote. I only have the first 2 of the trilogy, but it's the Darth Bane trilogy. So the first one, Path of Destruction, and the second one, The Rule of Two.
That's good, yeah.
Which I think this book deserves to be a movie. It is such a good book compared to, not only does it introduce how we got to the Rule of Two in a really good way, and they technically did canonize Darth Bane, or recanonize him, but I didn't like the way they did it, and I'm pretty sure if I go back and verify, they changed what the book did, because it's a really dark book. The fact how it ends with the thought bomb and just the mass amounts of Jedi and Sith that he single-handedly wipes out. Well, he single-handedly wipes out all the Sith, but a huge portion of the Jedi at the same time. It's just a really good book, a really good story. Like, this is peak Star Wars, if you ask me. It's why I like The Old Republic and there's other books. But it solidified why I like Drew Karpyshyn, because he was the lead writer on the first 2 Mass Effect games as well, which is another reason why those games are just written so well. But no, yeah, this is what got me into preferring the Old Republic. well, before Disney bought it, just because I thought it was just so more epic, badass. And there's thousands of years of history of like armies of Sith and Jedi. I'm like, why have we not got a movie of literal armies of Sith and Jedi? That would sell so well. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, yeah. I guess we didn't even say the question though, so they knew what we were talking about.
I thought I mentioned what's your favorite Star Wars lore?
Oh,
Did I not
yeah,
mention it?
I didn't hear you mention it, but I could have.
Maybe I did, but no, because this is like it's been a while since I actually fully read a book, and this is one of the last books I actually read all the way through, and it's a rarity that a book
Show me those
grabs
covers
my attention outright.
Show me those covers again, because it's been a while. I want to see the.
Try to not have the light. So the first one, this is Path of Destruction.
For our
the
audio listeners, there are showing the Darth Bane there, and it's
this is the books, right? This one's got the Legends title, but the Rule of Two. I've got two different Rule of Two books. One has the Legends, one doesn't have it. Because the first one goes into how Darth Bane essentially gets rid of all the Sith and why he gets rid of them, and some of the holocrons that he finds. And the Rule of Two is when he actually starts to implement the idea of the Rule of Two. After he gets rid of the Sith, the Jedi are severely weakened, and he essentially starts implementing his plan, leading up to Darth Vader and Palpatine, essentially.
So, did you ever read the Heir to the Empire books? They were part of the Legends.
No, I didn't. No,
they were Legends books too. So that was one of my favorite stories, I think, because that's where we saw. I always forget. I think it was like because it was the Thrawn trilogy.
Was it I think Thrawn sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the Thrawn trilogy or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a trilogy. Let me look up. Just to make sure. I think it was 3 books.
I could probably call my dad and he could tell me. He's read a lot of the Star Wars books. He's a lot more informed on it than I am.
But I really enjoyed those as a kid, and I actually read the first one at school. I got it. Wait, no, I'm thinking of the wrong one. That's not it. Yeah, hold on.
As he kind of like figures out what he's looking for.
But
no, I will always be for one that book, at the very least, Path of Destruction deserves if you've ever read that book, it deserves to be a movie. It would be such an epic movie. Essentially, a nobody implements the Rule of Two. Obviously, the concept that we later got with what is the balance of the Force and stuff like that, but it was where Darth Bane goes into the whole. There's too much corruption within the Sith that causes problems, and it's been a few years since I've actually read the book, but essentially he's an outsider, comes in, sees some holocron, learns some other stuff, especially the thought bomb, which is just a badass scene in the book.
So I was
but right. It's just like his reasoning for wanting to get rid of these armies of Sith. Like I think it is beautifully tied into what we get in the prequel trilogy movies and all that fun jazz.
Yeah, I was
at the very least it's a few hundred years before Episode 1. Well, if not longer.
I like all that early stuff, so I like all the old Republic stuff.
There's other ones that I don't have. I thought there was another one that I can't think of the name of the book now, or I don't know. No, I think it's in the front of these books because they usually have other books to it.
Yeah, they always do.
The Old Republic, Revan, and Annihilation are also 2 really good books.
And those were Legends books too, I think, right?
Yeah, but they were also written by Drew Karpyshyn. Like he does a lot of good Old Republic, and he's done 3 Mass Effect books and a Baldur's Gate 2 book apparently. At least the time that this book was published.
Interesting.
So the book was Baldur's Gate 2, Throne of Baal. That's how you say it.
Huh.
And then the Mass Effect, Revelation, Ascension, and Retribution. Which I actually
so those books aren't that old. Those are 2000s books then, right? So,
yeah, I mean they're probably close to they're probably about 10 years old. But I also actually have his Revelation book, the Mass Effect book. Never finished reading the book.
Oh, nice. I got some Splinter Cell books. I got some Splinter Cell books and a Tomb Raider book.
I have read I've read Revan, and that's a really good book. And I need to finish reading Annihilation. I should probably go back and reread both of those books. But I mean, Drew Karpyshyn, everything he writes is fantastic.
Yeah,
and I would recommend anything he's worked on as a writer because I just love his. It's been a while since I found like a an author that I actually really like, and he's one of them that I definitely fell in love with.
So
I just like all the stuff that he writes.
The Heir to the Empire book, it is what introduced Admiral Thrawn. So, and then the Thrawn trilogy came out later. So this book's from 91, and this is the one I was telling you that I got from school and read. And introduced Thrawn. So that's how we got him in the universe, which I thought was a cool character. I always really liked him. Then we got a trilogy about him, but Timothy Zahn, I think he wrote a bunch of Star Wars books. I'm pretty sure he wrote a whole bunch of them.
It was, I mean, there are, if you take the Legends expanded universe, there's dozens of Star Wars books.
He wrote over 25 between short stories and novels.
I used to have
all the way to
book. I didn't like it. I don't remember who wrote it.
He's still writing them. Apparently, there's a comic right now being worked on, but he also released a book. Oh, the Thrawn. Okay, so the Thrawn trilogy was 2020, and then part 2 and 3 came out in 2021. So he's been writing since 1991. Heir to the Empire was his first book. So I think he's phenomenal too. So the ones that he's done, I read Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and then The Saga Begins. Those are the only ones I remember on this list. Oh, and the dual, or no. Yeah, I don't think I read that one.
Yeah, because the only other book that I read was came out in 96, Star Wars X-Wing Rogue Squadron, and I didn't care for that book. I never actually finished it. I thought it was boring.
I think you're.
But also, speaking of books, apparently J.J. Abrams ripped the whole Palpatine arc from a series of books that did it better, and also a lot of people didn't like them.
Oh, really?
But the whole concept of Palpatine cloning himself, essentially,
is a general consensus that people don't like J.J. Abrams anymore? Is that the
probably at least
from the problem what I hear more negative than good. It used to be like, oh my god, J.J. Abrams is doing it, like it's going to be amazing.
Terrible movie. He does too much lens flare. He asked me in some of his movies. The problem with the sequel trilogy of movies is there was no plan for 3 movies. It was just, hey, do a movie, and then you're going to do a movie, and then you're going to do a movie, and there's no plan, there's no structure. And it just feels like you're pulling stuff out of your ass and you're making stuff up. Like in episode 8, when it's when whoever that chick is, she takes the ship into hyperspace and rams it through whatever that super Star Destroyer ship is. Looks absolutely amazing. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the lore of the universe when it comes to like how hyperdrive works, and it kind of goes into the first scene of episode 9. Like it kind of contradicts pre-established hyperdrive rules. And it's been over a year since I've actually dug into it, so I don't remember exactly what it was, but I read some of the books and I watched some videos that it went into in depth of like this doesn't make sense based off established lore and how hyperdrive actually works. Like this shouldn't work unless Disney just retconned it in the past. And there's some of the videos that I watched were people that were far more informed on the Star Wars lore and far more invested in it than I ever was. But I do know there was some, based off pre-established canon from the movies and other books, it contradicted it and didn't ever really explain why. And that's probably when I first started thinking, like, oh, these writers don't really care about anything. They're like, oh, this would be a cool scene. Let's just put it in the movie and, everything else be damned, pretty much.
No, they don't care. I mean, like, my thinking is they thought we can do no wrong with Star Wars because it's Star Wars. I feel like that's what they thought. It was like, this is because at the time, Star Wars was, don't quote me, but I think the #1 franchise in the world at the time. I want to say. Obviously, that's been outbeaten by like Pokemon and Mario now, but I want to say at the time it was like the #1, like top selling franchise, whatever in the world. And
I just
go ahead.
No, I just want to clarify as far as the Palpatine clone thing. It was originally a comic book series released by Dark Horse between December of 91 and October 92. The 6 issues that details Emperor Palpatine in clone bodies and stuff like that. Yeah. Where some people were like, you had to have ripped that story from these books or comics because it's the only. I don't know if it's the only one, but it's like the Dark Empire is like the most well known when it comes to post episode 6 books. And my other problem with the extended universe is most of the books deal with the right around the timeline of the movies or immediately within 30 years after, which is not a timeline that I actually ever really cared about.
Yeah.
It was the Old Republic that just seemed to be more imaginative with the story. Because the other problem with a lot of these books is a lot of them contradict each other.
They do.
Their own separate timeline. So it's kind of, in that regard, it made sense. But the problem is all the Old Republic stuff kind of just fit into place because there were so few of it. And most of them were relatively new that, well, those didn't need to be retconned out of existence. You could have pick and choose certain things that kept canon. You were just lazy and just didn't want to deal with it. Is what it felt like.
Yeah,
which I thought was a lost opportunity because there's a lot of good books that they just got rid of.
Nintendo put together the Zelda timeline. Like you can,
the same.
You can.
Those games were never developed with a timeline. You can not until
you can do it.
Everything pre-Ocarina of Time was not designed to be in a timeline, and it definitely shows. After Ocarina of Time, the two timelines that Ocarina splits off were built with those in mind, but that the Hero Lose timeline, well, they just threw all those games that didn't have a timeline in, that just felt offhanded. But it also feels like with the new Zelda games, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, that it's kind of like a soft reset, that they're just gonna, the series kind of needs a reset if you're gonna actually have a proper timeline and not just be a standalone game every other game.
Yeah, I agree.
It makes sense. Everything pre-Ocarina of Time and or the handhelds around that time don't fit into the proper timeline. It's the child timeline and the adult timeline post Ocarina of Time. Those make sense, and most of the games pre-Ocarina kind of make sense. Some don't for the most part. But you can tell what was designed with a timeline in mind and what wasn't. It's fairly obvious.
I would say I kind of disagree because I feel like the only ones that weren't designed with the timeline were 1 and 2, and that's it. Because the Game Boy entries, Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons had a story. Link to the Past had a story, like a actual.
Yeah, but were they in mind with? Did they have every other game in front and after them properly in mind, or did they just? Kind of shoehorn it in?
Yeah. Like you get backstory, or like you get. Yeah, I feel like. I mean, like Link's Awakening. I feel like maybe after Link's Awakening, then, because Link's Awakening is like just a dream, right? So. But it still has a story.
Fit into it all.
It still has a story. So, yeah, so I think maybe after that would.
I'm looking at it. It just looks like they just didn't. They just had to put them somewhere. So like the hero loses, which the hero doesn't actually lose in that game, but they just had to make a timeline for that to fit. Because I mean, outside of Ocarina of Time, Skyward Sword, that's the very beginning, and then you got Minish Cap and Four Swords, which.
Minish Cap had a story, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they fit. They don't fit in the Heroes Defeated timeline, but they don't fit in any of the other two, so they kind of have to go up there.
Well, then, and the other thing is, too, like, there's a bunch of links anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's...
Yeah, but then again, Four Swords Adventure... The Four Sword Adventure is in the child era, but that seems more like a sequel to the Four Swords, but it is and it isn't, technically, I guess.
That one's got, like, such a minimal story.
It's just kind of shoehorned there. It doesn't really have much of a story.
There's barely a story there, yeah.
But I mean, like, it makes sense. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, clearly back to back, and then Twilight Princess after a short break. Yeah, those games definitely fit together because they were designed with the previous ones in mind. And then the child timeline, Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks. Yeah, obviously those games were all designed to continue on a story. But very obviously, the Hero Defeated with A Link to the Past, the Oracle games, Link's Awakening, Zelda 1, Zelda 2, those games were not developed with a timeline in mind.
No,
they
Zelda
were just
1 and Zelda 2 were.
They were just thrown over there.
They still had a story, but a timeline, no.
But those games were not designed to be sequential.
Some people would argue, because right when you start Zelda 2, right in the very room that you start in, Zelda's there sleeping, and it kind of...
That's a stretch. But but that game story is self-contained. We know why she's sleeping, though. The game explains it, and it's a sequel of 1, but 1 didn't have a story at all. It's just collect the parts of the Triforce, save the princess, save the kingdom. Like it's as bare bones of a story as you can make it.
I mean, like,
it makes sense with the hardware though, but there's just no story there.
A lot of these, you could say the same for Metroid. You could say the same for
the first two Metroid games don't have a story, but then again, the third game kind of had a story. The fourth game definitely had a depth story, and then we waited 20 years for the final game. But those games were kind of made with the previous in mind. Like 1 and 2 made sense. There's just not much of a story there until you get Zero Mission that actually adds a story to the original Zelda.
Zelda.
No, not Zelda, but Samus and stuff.
Yeah.
But no, I'm just saying the Hero Defeated Timeline is the only one where they just kind of threw a bunch of games into what makes the most sense, because those games are all self-contained stories, more or less. Like, you can't tell me A Link to the Past, the Oracle games, and Link's Awakening have a sequential timeline in mind at all. They're just self-contained stories.
Yeah, I would say, I think it's after Link's Awakening.
Which is why they invented the Hero Defeated timeline.
Yeah.
To be fair, they could have just been like, those games aren't part of the timeline. They're just standalone stories, and the community probably would have accepted it a lot more than this. I mean, it works for what they're trying to do.
I was following, way before that they even put that timeline out, because it took a long time. The Hyrule Historia, I forget what year it came out when we finally got an official timeline. Old. Yeah, it's not super old. Like the last 15 years or something.
But people begged them for years for a timeline, and it's very obvious.
Well, and what's crazy
that until the 64, there wasn't a timeline.
The fans put together a timeline that was very similar, that separated. That was very similar, and like on.
How old is that fan timeline? Out of curiosity, like when did that come out?
I want to say the last game that would have came out when that happened would have probably been. I can't remember if Phantom Hourglass came out after Twilight Princess or before, but it was during one of those games.
In that kind of makes sense, because you have two set adult and child era timelines that absolutely make sense off of Ocarina of Time. It just depends, like, at that point, I'd have to go back and look, but what do you do with the games in the Hero Defeated timeline and then Four Swords and Minish Cap? Because that had to have come out before Skyward Sword. I'm pretty sure we got the timeline right before Skyward Sword, if I'm not mistaken.
Came out before.
I'm curious whether you can pull it up or not.
Well, Phantom Hourglass. It was. All right, so which ones were you talking about? Phantom Hourglass came out in 2007.
No, but I'm just saying the adult and the child timelines are off of Ocarina of Time, are very, very obviously set in stone. Like, those games obviously directly split off. Like, that makes sense. Like, it's written into the story. But Four Swords, Minish Cap, and the rest of the Hero Defeated timeline is kind of up in the air at that point, because we don't have Skyward Sword. I don't know how you can say Minish Cap and Four Swords for sure come before Ocarina of Time. In a fan made time. Like, I don't know what you do with that, or do you put some of these other games before Ocarina of Time, or because I've never seen this fan timeline. That's why I was asking.
I'm wondering if I can pull up like the old, like what they had. So I'm looking now on Zelda Universe.
Because at least what comes after Ocarina of Time makes sense. Like, you could probably put those into what makes the most sense. It's everything else that I'd be curious what the fan community kind of came up with.
Yeah, so I'm pulling up here to look. Hold on, there's a few different things that's coming up on that. Let's see, unofficial Zelda timeline. I'm trying to find that specific one, because it was like ongoing. Like, they kept it going, and then so it was around the time that I thought Phantom Hourglass came out right after Twilight Princess the next year. So I'm looking.
Yeah, they came out fairly close. So I mean, obviously Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks are both DS games.
Yeah.
But the Twilight Princess came out when the Wii came out, so yeah, right around 2007, 2008.
Yeah, 2006 is when
fair
Twilight GameCube anyway.
Yeah. Because it was the whole big thing at the time, because it's actually mirrored on the Wii compared to what it was developed for, because you had to...
Yeah.
Well, he's left-handed, but most people are right-handed, so for the motion control, they wanted to make him right-handed.
I'm struggling to find this specific one, and it obviously was so long ago, but there are, like, if you go on Zelda Universe, because they still got a forums, there are some people that have some, like, pinned timelines there. So, like, one person has... has it separated by legends, and then like they have the Seal War, which is A Link to the Past. They got them all in acronyms. I don't even know what that one is. So I don't know, but yeah, I mean, it seems people people kind of people really kind of fought Nintendo on that timeline when it came out. They weren't very happy with it.
Nintendo said, "Oh, we've always had this in mind." I'm like, clearly you haven't. Not until Ocarina of Time did you start making games back to back that actually made sense in a timeline. Everything before that, you just shoehorned in because it made the most sense to you, and you didn't want it be overly convoluted or something like that.
Yeah.
To me, it worked, but I'm not a hardcore Zelda fan, especially in that period. So my opinion's probably not as warped as a hardcore fans would be.
Do you know about the Satellaview games? Are you familiar?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm remembering because there was the Satellaview and then there was the CDI games, which were all terrible and not made by Nintendo, if I'm correct.
Yeah, those are made by Philips, which are very expensive now. No, the Satellaviews are really interesting. Satellaview games because the first one was they remade the original Zelda, but then they did the what
is that the
called?
BS one? The BS Zelda game? Because that was the Japan only Satellaviews. Yeah.
Yeah, all these are Satellaview is Japan.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so they remade it and then they did the expansion to Link to the Past.
And then they made some episode releases that have never been seen since, and God knows why Nintendo won't really release them.
You can buy it, like if you, I can play them. They're on my EverDrive, but like you can buy carts that have that on there.
Yeah, but they're not like official. Like it makes sense why
they should put
the CDI games have been just forgotten to time because they're terrible. Nintendo didn't make them, but the Satellaview. There's a lot of Satellaview games that Nintendo just refuses to re-release.
They absolutely.
You had like this one
100%.
chance to play it.
The perfect time is now. Nintendo Switch Online is a perfect time to put those out. I mean, it's crazy. I wonder if
Nintendo even still has like the game information for those games, or it's just lost to time. Like the original,
it's
like
possible
game,
they were
they
were broadcasted, so you had to play
because you had to have that.
You had to play them while they were
on. Satellite thing or
yeah.
The weird internet thing they had.
You had to play it while it was on, and then it shut off. Like you had an hour block that it played.
Wasn't it also tied to like a radio broadcast as well, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, it was like an actual like
something like that.
Yeah, it was a satellite broadcast. So
you say that they still do a lot of like CD, like radio broadcasts for a lot of their anime and stuff like that.
Do they really?
It's like Japan only.
It's
usually like a side. It's like a side story, but they still do stuff like that, which I think is crazy.
You know what else is crazy? CDR is trending on Twitter.
I guess
why.
At this point now it's not. Yeah.
No, I guess this kind of leads into that because we didn't have it in the notes, and it isn't part of the topics, but I do want to bring it up because it is semi-related because Nintendo has never like released this or anything. But Pioro, the notorious Nintendo leaker, who has been 100% right on everything, he tweeted out without any context, didn't put anything with it, just a picture of the Nintendo, the famous NWC cart from 1990. And that was it. He just tweeted that out, and then he retweeted it again. And he said, "This is literally Nintendo World Championships NES Edition, LOL." That was it. So he is known to, just tweet things out with no context.
Oh yeah, you did send me that. I was like, I don't know why you're sending me this. Just like it's a cartridge. Like this is so stupid. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know. I was like, you sent it to me, and like I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
this is what I'm looking at. So like, what does this even mean?
People have found out because he accidentally did it that he is in Kyoto, and obviously where the Nintendo headquarters is.
Yeah,
so
accidentally.
No, I mean he legitimately did. He deleted it, but it's been screenshotted and everything like that. So
how do you accidentally tweet something?
Because like when I go on there to tweet something, it's your location's automatically there.
No, but it's a picture. Like how do you accidentally put a picture of a cartridge out?
No, I'm saying
or was
it
the location?
Location.
Oh,
yeah. So he tweeted this out, so I don't know what it means. It can mean a lot of things. He's given no context, but I have two thoughts in mind. One, they're bringing us to Nintendo Switch Online, which would be crazy, right? Like that would just be absolutely insane. Two, that we're getting a new NES remix game. That was my other thought that came to mind, because
it's possible.
I mean, people love those games. They're really cool. They're very unique, very unique. And we've only gotten 2 of them, so it would make sense. 3DS and Wii U, we got them. It would make sense. I mean, but those are my 2 thoughts that I had. But that's it. I mean, I'd be interested to hear what other people have to say, and what they think.
I am sorry, because it's kind of like a side tangent. I just have to bring it up because Mr. Coffee said, "Well, you've never gotten drunk and randomly tweeted things." My answer is no, but he said that, and I immediately thought of the South Park episode where Mr. Hanky, he drinks a bunch of Ambien and then just tweets stuff out.
You can't drink Ambien.
Or takes Ambien, whatever. I don't even know what it is, kind of medication, and he tweets out some stupid stuff. I don't know. He brought that up. I thought it was funny.
That's
I had to get
take on the whole Roseanne thing. Remember? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, right? Because
he
goes in front of the he goes in front of like the city council, which is supposed to be like a reference on, I don't know if it's that specifically or going in front of like Congress or something like that. It was treated like that. But I don't know. He brought that up, and like that, I have to get this off my chest. It's in my mind. If I don't say it now, I'm gonna forget it. Yeah, no.
Mr. Coffee said, I think once they introduced the time travel, it kind of screwed up a lot of the story. I mean, time travel kind of screws up a lot of stories, right? Like,
it's hard to keep.
And then you bring in multiverses and.
Well, the problem is not only that time travel, but then they intentionally made 2 different timelines off of it when it comes to the immediate game they made with the moon now. Majora's Mask, and then that's not. I got Phantom Hourglass in my mind, but
Wind Waker.
Yeah, see, I'm sorry. I have the games, and then I immediately blank on the names where I got the wrong names.
I got you.
So they immediately made game after game that clearly are in 2 very different timelines. So Nintendo could have not done that, but they clearly obviously had different game styles they wanted to keep in mind. They wanted a more darker timeline with the child timeline, and the adult timeline they wanted, if I'm not mixing those up, a more lighthearted, game series. So
yeah,
they did it to themselves.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that at the time, I don't know if you remembered because you weren't playing. I wanted you to play Zelda and like get into it and stuff, but you didn't care about it back in the day. But when
I didn't have money to buy the games, my parents never bought me the games, so it's kind of hard as well.
When Wind Waker came out, people were mad. They were like, I don't want this cartoony crap. Like that's, I mean, seriously, like all over the forums, everywhere, just magazines. People were mad when they introduced that art style. Now people love it. It's just, I have this 10-year rule, right? For anything. People absolutely hate on that thing for 10 years.
Well, because they wanted something else and they didn't get it.
10 years later, they love it.
Well, because it was never a bad game. It's just they were hoping for something darker, which obviously was still in development.
Princess.
Which was on the way. But it didn't mean Wind Waker was a bad game. It probably had bad elements to it that got fixed in the HD version. But it wasn't necessarily a bad game. It's just not what they were expecting or what they wanted after Majora's Mask.
The sailing and the if you play oh my god, the sailing is it sucks.
Yeah, I hear the HD
the Wii U
on the Wii U is
way better. Version. Yeah, fast travel. I mean, it's faster when you sail. Yeah, it's like and now like the general consensus is that Wind Waker is better than I like Twilight Princess better than Wind Waker, but most people will say they like Wind Waker better than Twilight Princess. A lot of people really don't regard Twilight Princess as one of the real good games. I liked it.
And not every game holds up.
Yeah.
It could also be your taste in games. Like a more lighthearted game is easier to go back and replay than a very dark, story-driven game at times.
Yeah, I just really like the wolf mechanics and stuff with Twilight Princess.
And I'll say this: the world that Wind Waker's in got more developed than because after Twilight Princess,
well,
there's
got
no other
two
game
more
that
games.
follows.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just that game and that timeline's over. So you really only have that one game where Wind Waker had Phantom Hourglass and the Ghost Tracks, Spirit Tracks, which expand that at least to some degree that world's lore a little bit more. Which I'm sure whether you play those games or not helps. You know, when you have more games to build lore, it makes a world more developed, it feels more lived in and more real to some degree.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
No, it does, and it was like Wind Waker is, yeah, I mean, like, lighthearted. I feel like there's, like, more NPCs and people to talk to and things like that. And, like, Twilight Princess is just, like, a very dark story. And, like, the game itself is very dark all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
It's too depressing at times.
Yeah.
Though,
I don't know. Majora's Mask is pretty. Yeah, it's
Midna. Yeah, no, the best way I could say this, the R34 community absolutely loves her for whatever reason.
What's the R34 community?
If it exists, if something exists on the internet, there is adult content of it. Probably the best way I can say that.
I've accidentally seen stuff. I know.
That's the only thing about that game that lives on to this day.
It has. Does that stand for anything? R34.
R34. It's Rule 34.
Oh god.
The internet Rule 34, which is if it exists, there's P of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've unfortunately seen a lot of things. Yeah, there was a lot of that. There was definitely a lot of that. Strange.
I just thought it was funny. It's like because at this point, I think more people know that game because of that than the actual game itself.
You said 4chan.
I'm just saying, Wind Waker doesn't have that problem.
Not that no, there's nobody I can think of. Wind Waker.
No
way.
4chan.
I don't know. There might be.
I used to
Zelda Wind Waker.
I used to browse the pages of 4chan years ago. Not as much now. Periodically, I'll browse it. But
I never.
That's a crazy website.
Never did the 4chan.
Forums.
Never did.
I'm never big into forums, but you go on there and just read what people are talking about.
I loved forums, but I was on like the official stuff or like I don't know. There was like a few like fan forums, but it was all like nothing like that. There's different. I was on any type of forums like that, I guess.
There's different stuff in 4chan. You have your general, like your B, which is the general page. You have poll, which is the politically incorrect, which has caused a lot of your internet hoaxes have come from 4chan. The whole
I know, yeah,
bending of the iPhones, or hey, just put it in your microwave, or it's waterproof type stuff. A lot of those hoaxes that percolated can be traced back to 4chan. But you have other stuff like the K page, which I think is a gun page on 4chan, and there's like an anime, and there's a bunch of other random stuff. It's like a handful of boards on that site that actually give it as a whole a bad name. I still think it's amazing that an old picture green text essentially forum like that even still exists, because most of them kind of went the way of the dodo, where they went to like Reddit or something like that.
I mean, yeah, like forums like aren't really a thing anymore. Like obviously there's still some out there that people are using. I just literally pulled up the Zelda Universe one, and there's still a forum there that's active, but it's not the same. I mean, social media took the place of that, and Facebook groups and stuff like that, and Twitter is basically
was watching something
big forum.
and it was something that Asmongold was reacting to as well. Speaking of that,
are you obsessed with him?
He puts out a lot of stuff. I watch a lot of his videos. I watch a lot of clips.
So I didn't even really know who he was, and I've watched probably.
I'm not a World of Warcrafter, so that's not where I know him from.
At least 10 of his videos recently. Like recent videos, and like
because he doesn't want to like react stuff.
I don't understand I don't get it. Like
I don't agree with all his takes on stuff, but I'll watch it for his opinion because I think he's closer to right on a lot of stuff. But I think kind of you brought it up because it's similar. And I within the last day or two watched a video where it's like MMOs will never be what they were back like when WoW first came out. It's the same issue with forums because it used to not just be a game, but it's a place to where it was like a commodity.
Yeah.
It's like the only place you could go online to talk with your friends and play a game at the same time. Where social media and the expansion of gaming online as a whole you don't have to play an MMO to socialize with strangers on the internet now. You can do that literally anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Which,
it's just the
it's a
evolution of
smaller portion.
technology. I mean, that's just
Yeah,
how
but
it goes.
well, you always see people complain about, MMOs, how they're kind of not the same. But I'm like, the internet's not the same place. And I
No.
kind of agreed with his take. It's not the same place that it used to be back then.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get that, you're not going to have that culture defining MMO probably ever come again type thing. Asmon has a lot of money. Dude did a lot of smart. Yeah, he's invested in a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
and he's been streaming for years at this point.
I mean,
but he also doesn't have at least as of right now, he doesn't have terrible takes from a lot of this stuff. I don't agree with everything, but he also he's not just saying stupid stuff on the internet like other people are.
What's the other guy? Moist Critical, like they do a lot of a lot of the live streams. I don't really watch any live streams per se.
I watch mainly.
I've enjoyed his
stuff like that.
Yeah, I've enjoyed more of his videos, I think, than Asmongold. But
I used to watch more Moist Critical, but I only watch admin if it shows up in my timeline, which it does periodically.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like it's not really my thing, but like
he's one of those people that at least has well thought out opinions. He doesn't just say stuff to say it. He actually digs into stuff, actually forms an opinion that's his own, and doesn't just say, "This is the truth, believe it" type thing. So,
well, did he dig into Tales of the Empire? Latest Star Wars?
I don't know. He's got a lot of. Did he react to a video based on that? I have no idea.
Well, IGN gave it a 6 out of 10 and said Tales of the Empire is an uneven entry into the Star Wars canon, but there's still a lot to chew on for the most diehard of fans.
I mean, to be fair, IGN is a trash website with terrible opinions, so
yeah,
we'll see what the fans say. It's also an Ubisoft game, so it has a lot going against it before it even comes out.
Yeah, it looks so uninteresting to me, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's just more of Disney Star Wars, which I don't like, and I don't like Ubisoft.
It looks like Disney Star Wars. That's my problem. Like the look of it.
Yeah, it's probably just a bad game.
It just does not look.
So I have no interest in it. I'm sure it's gonna be a bad game.
Yeah. Well, so. All right.
Or no, Tales of the Empire is not the game. That's a show, isn't it?
Yeah, Tales of the Empire show.
Okay, no, I was thinking of the.
You're talking
I was
about
thinking the Ubisoft game.
Yeah. No,
well, you said IGNs. I just assumed they were reviewing the actual game itself.
That comes out soon, but.
Yeah, no, I once I looked at the page, I was like, wait, this says first episode May 4th. I'm like, that's not a video game.
Yeah. So I guess continue on with topics there. So. This one is, do you believe there's a place for modern political or religious agenda in games or any mediums?
If you say agenda, I'd say no. It can be put in a video game and it can be done right. The problem is it's not been done right that I've seen. Because if you're going to put politics or religion in a game, as part of the game world, yeah, you can make it fit, and you can have like a bias in which way you want the player to think. The problem is it needs to be nuanced to where the player can come up to their own decision, as well as if it's going to be in a game, it can't be preachy at all. Like that's the problem. You can't shoehorn stuff in, or it just comes back out as like a poorly written game. So if it's done right. Yeah, but I don't trust the modern games industry to do it right and not to just be super preachy about it. Or to like hard say, no, you have to think this one way, because nothing in reality is black and white. There's a lot of gray. So I would say based off that statement, yes, but it has to be done right in a very nuanced way, which a lot of nuanced storytelling doesn't exist in games right now, so...
I feel like
if it's done right, it's not going to be a superseller video game, because those tend to have to accommodate the lowest common denominator if you want a very popular game. So it could be done right, but it's not going to be like a super seller game. It's not going to be a super popular game because it more than likely isn't going to appeal to a lot of people.
Yeah, I feel like if it fits directly in the story and is part of the story or part of the lore or history.
There's a lot of games that deal with politics more than religion and stuff like that, but
I see
how
it the
involved
other way.
is it in the game, and can it even be done right? I think it's betterly done in in like a movie or a TV series than an actual game, because you have to also balance gameplay. Is this entertaining with storytelling, which is a fine line to walk. You don't want Death Stranding where your game is just a super long movie.
Yeah, but does that have a political or religious agenda? I mean, does that have any?
Well, I brought up Death Stranding just as the fact that
okay,
the whole balance of gameplay and story.
I can't remember.
I was like, yeah, but it I'm sure if I dig for some of these Final Fantasy games or some of these Tales games deal with it to some degree.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I actually
but
had,
it's not heavy-handed, it's not preachy. It's kind of it's there, but it's not the main focus of the story. It's a backdrop that the story is set in, and you can have like an opinion one way or the other, or how you obviously want to gear the audience towards thinking, but it can't be the sole focus of the game, or you're just gonna have a device. At least in today's day and age, it'll immediately be divisive, and either you're gonna be it's I'm for or against based off of the message that you're pushing.
I feel like it worked.
It can be there, but it has to be. It can't be your priority. It has to be on the backdrop.
Even Zelda games had like religious aspects to them.
But it's kind of it fits in the world.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do people do that now? You know what I mean? How to without? Because here's the problem.
It's just a backdrop.
You can't.
Yeah, you don't want to upset your gamers. If you're gonna upset anybody, upset the media because they don't buy your game. You just have to make a good game, and a good game isn't gonna be a politically driven game.
I agree.
It can be there, and I'd have to dig and see an actual a game that did it right. Because a lot of the games I play, I'm like, yeah, there's political aspects in the game, but has no impact for the most part on pushing an ideology, or it's just a backdrop that the game is set in.
Right.
Of course there's politicians, or it just makes sense. It fits in the world.
Well, Mark,
but I think it fits better in like a movie or a television if you want to go down that rabbit hole compared to an actual game.
66% of people agreed that you are a 4chaner.
So what? 2 out of 3 people?
Still, yes.
I voted no.
Yeah,
so it's you, me, and then one random person. Okay.
I didn't even vote.
Within the chat.
I didn't even vote.
You have to chat against me at this point.
I'm sorry. What else have we got?
What's this next one? What series from any medium would you want to see adapted to another medium? I think I've already answered that earlier. I want to see the Darth Bane book turned to a movie.
Unless you want me to come up with
a new one.
Absolutely, it's a good.
If it's done well, I'm not saying Disney can't do it well, but if you turn that book,
what are the chances?
As accurate as possible, probably non-existent. But it's such a good book that I want to see as a movie. Like, I'm passionate about that.
I want to see a modern Rurouni Kenshin game. I think that could work so well. I mean, like you look at things like Tales of Tsushima and what else? What was that other samurai game that came out?
Ghost of Tsushima? I think it's Ghost of Tsushima that you're talking about.
Ghost of Tsushima, and then Rise of Ronin.
Yeah.
And there was something else that like all kind of did it very well. And I think Rurouni Kenshin has a deep enough story that like it could, you could do the sort of precursor, the like Samurai X OVA stuff. Like the early stuff where he's brutal and crazy, and then becomes I feel like they could do that. Like if the game was that, I think it could be done very well.
Like an actual proper game, not one of the ones that they've already. Apparently, there was an Android game for Rurouni Kenshin.
Oh dear lord! What kind of game?
I mean, technically, there've been a handful of Rurouni Kenshin games.
No, I know. I said like a modern.
Oh no, yeah,
yeah, like a.
Well, these are also only ever released in Japan on the PS1 and the PS2 and the PSP. These are Japan only titles.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I've
got the
PSP game.
They probably don't play the way that you would want them to.
No.
They probably play like a PS2
game.
style game.
Fighting game.
Or yeah, it's a straight fighting game. I'm like, yeah, it probably could, but if it's in that style.
Yeah, I feel like it could be done really well, and like give its own sort of take on a 3D. I mean, especially with I was gonna
And I
say,
was gonna say, especially with the anime, you know,
yeah,
retelling the story, it'd be the
yeah.
right time for it. But I'm sure that it'll get another game. I just don't know if it's gonna be the game that you
I
want, or it's just gonna be like another fighter.
I don't know that it does get another game though. To be honest with you, I don't know that it would. I just don't know that it would sell. It's not like
Not a big franchise.
it's not
Well,
a
if it was a good game, it would sell because by word of
if
mouth, people would be talking about it.
true. I mean, it could pull a Stellar Blade. Like if it's good, it's good.
Yeah.
But
Or Ghost of Tsushima, a game that comes out of nowhere, looks really good, and people are like, this is really good, buy this game type thing.
yeah, I mean, like
Because if
if
a
they
game
did
is
it,
good and it gets a good audience and people talk about it, word of mouth works really. It still works in
well,
games.
the internet, man. I mean, it just spreads like
Yeah.
wildfire. Like somebody says it's good, and everybody knows. So yeah, I would love to see that. I think that would be really cool. Not a fighter. I mean, like modern fighter would be cool too, but I would rather see like a fleshed out story, but like the beginnings. I think because I think that's what would work best as far as
Well, like
any sort of
Samurai
action.
X.
Yeah, that's it. That I think it would have to be that because I mean I'm not sure what it could do after that when he becomes more peaceful and
Oh, you
it's
just don't. It's just all your attacks are just non-lethal in the end in the open world. But it changes the whole concept of the
that'd
story,
be
though.
yeah, that'd be a little hard to do. I mean, maybe you could have that too. Like, I don't know. I feel like the
Also,
Samurai X stuff would work
that
better,
that
but
manga and the anime, it's very a lot of it's very slice of lifey. It wouldn't directly translate to an actual
it
game
is.
that well.
Yeah, it is. It is. The Samurai
But I could
X stuff.
see
I feel
see
like
the Samurai X era would fit a lot
the
better as far as
war.
actual game.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
the I forget what the war was called. He was in or whatever and killed all those people, but yeah. I feel like that could be pretty cool. I don't know. I was just thinking like, something I really like and like I wouldn't mind seeing like I think also like I thought about this for a while. We've actually got it in the notes, but we've had them before, but I wouldn't mind seeing like a really cool um Voltron game. I think that could work really well if they did it right and not like some of the
Yeah.
stupid stuff we've had before. Like take the original series and original toys, like take that sort of story and I think it could work really well like a Gundam game. Like I think the whole deal of having the separate parts and this, it's like Power Rangers esque with the combining and stuff. But I think it could work really well. Like legitimately, I
Yeah.
do. I think that would be cool too. Like some of those series and like, when's the last time we had a good? Well, actually, we got one coming out. We have a cool GI Joe game coming out, but the guys that did that last Turtles game are doing that. So, but do you have anything
Definitely.
else for that you can
For
think of?
Nah, I mean maybe like an app proper adaptation of Initial D.
Oh, that'd be
There
cool
is a
too.
live action
There's a
adaptation of it,
PS2 game.
but it was done. It was done in Hong Kong. I also don't trust
Yeah,
Hollywood to not f it up, so
starring
I'd
The
rather them
Rock.
not do it.
Starring The Rock. Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, no, because all it is um
I mean, street racing.
it's what Fast and Furious used to be
Yeah.
in its heyday, which essentially is the
I
first
mean, I
three
feel
movies.
like Tokyo Drift is Initial D. You know what I mean? Tokyo Drift
Yeah.
was good. That's my favorite. That's my favorite Fast and Furious movie.
I think it's more popular now than when it first came out. People didn't like it when it first came out.
Really? I don't.
I think
remember.
I think it's got much more of like a cult following now.
Well, we've also got. Is there a movie, TV show, cartoon, or anime that you turned off in the first 30 seconds?
Actually, you brought this up, and I was trying to pull. Actually, I pulled up my anime list to see like what I'd put on here and dropped, because it's just what I remember first. And it wouldn't be like the first 30 seconds, but a show that I tried to watch and I could not get into was Death Note. Absolutely
God, I love Death Note.
hated L or Light or whatever the dude's name is.
Light
Uh,
Yagami.
Like I didn't like him. I absolutely hated the show. I know it was super popular at the time, and I just honest to God did not like it. Like that's like one of the big ones I know for sure. And I even have like the one of its one of the manga for it. I don't remember where I got it or if I actually bought it or not, but I actually have the first omnibus of it and read the whole thing. And I'm just like, I just don't care. Like, I don't want to get back into the anime. I don't really care for the manga. Like, I just didn't care for it.
That's one of
I
the
try. I gave it a try.
that's one of the few where when I like read and watched both, I actually liked the anime better. Personally.
I mean, I still see these at the store all the time. I
Really?
I sit with this and I'm like,
it's
this is just a
popular.
waste of space on my shelf. I'm not gonna reread it. I'm not gonna watch it. I don't care for it.
Dang. Well, I was gonna say something. Okay. Okay. Transmorphers. It's a movie. I turned it on.
Oh, I swore we've talked about it.
Have we? Have we talked about this? I have another
I swore
one.
we
too.
have. It sounds familiar.
I don't remember talking about this before.
I've heard the name before. I've not seen the movie, but I've heard that name before.
So it's from this company that does all these like knockoff movies, and they try to like get them made and filmed and done before like the big movie comes out. So it's like
Yeah.
it's like the movie that like your grandma would buy you at CVS.
Well, there's
thinking
two
it's
different movies of this.
Yeah, yeah.
Transmorphers in 07 and Transmorphers Fall of Man in 09.
Yeah.
I've never watched either, and I'm probably not going to.
Yeah, you
Oh my-
shouldn't. You shouldn't. It's,
Transmorphers Fall of Man. Let's
watch
see
the
its Rotten-
trailer. Watch the
It has a 9% audience on Rotten Tomatoes. There is no critical score for it. And then I'll try to pull up the first one, see if there's a
Just watch the trailer. Oh my
11.
god.
The first movie has an 11% on Rotten Tomatoes. These are audience scores. Absolutely terrible. Makes no. It makes sense. There's no critical score. There's over 1,000 reviews for this first movie.
Are you serious?
And it has an 11. Yeah, on Rotten Tomatoes, and it has an 11.
Oh my god, there was another one in 2023. Transmorphers. It was trying to take off of the Transformers franchise because they did that one movie. It's called Mech Beasts. I didn't even know this.
Oh my god.
I didn't even know. So there's 3. Oh my god, look at it.
Oh, it didn't even Google didn't even pop it up as it was related.
Oh my god, yeah, the Asylum. That's who does them. They do all these movies. Not just this. They do it for like all these franchises. That
it's so bad it doesn't even have a Rotten Tomatoes score.
If
not
you look
one
up,
person has reviewed it.
Look, okay, so I'm gonna type it in. The Asylum movies. They do all these knockoff, like they're notorious. That's what they do. Oh my god, yeah, the Sharknado movies. Meth Gator.
I don't know why that movie got so big.
Meth Gator. This is a movie. A 3.2.
That sounds like a real story, if you ask me.
It does. This is straight out of Florida.
Like some gator got into a meth lab somewhere in Florida.
Oh my god. They did the movie MILF, which I actually watched. Titanic 666. They did Asian Schoolgirls.
Oh no, now you have my attention. Oh my god, actually that looks I think I've seen that movie, to be honest.
You probably have. Oh, they did the movie Barely Legal. I remember that one.
If you pull up the image for Asian Schoolgirl, it looks like what you would think it looks like. And if I haven't seen that movie specifically, there's a handful of movies that were shot in Japan that look kind of like that. I don't think I've got any of the movies
that type
though.
of cover. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, or that kind of. Oh my.
Yeah,
there is an Asian samurai movie that I don't think I still have. I gotta pull it up because it wasn't as bad as it was still kind of cringe, but it wasn't as bad as I thought.
Well, they also did Five-Headed Shark Attack, Atlantic Rim. So this was supposed to be like Pacific Rim, but it's called Atlantic Rim. This is what I mean. Like this one here, 2013. So this came out when Pacific Rim came out. It's like they're making these movies to try to trick you into thinking you're getting the right one or something like that. You know what I mean? Bermuda Tentacles. Oh my god. Triassic World. Let's see, what else did they do? They did Troy the Odyssey. It's supposed to be like.
Okay, so I got to bring this up because this movie came out that I watched came out in 2000. Was it 2003? Called Azumi. It actually has a decent Rotten Tomato score. It's got a 47 from the critics, but it's got an 81 audience score. It was one of those weird movies that was surprisingly good. Don't remember anything about the story. Or no, essentially, what's that? 19th century Japan swordmaster turns a girl into essentially an orphan girl, essentially into an assassin.
Trek to Yuma.
Surprisingly,
that
was
sounds
a good
familiar.
Movie.
Trek to Yuma. That sounds really familiar.
I guess I swore there was a different one compared to this. So I thought it was later. Maybe this is the movie I'm thinking about.
What are you talking about?
So Azumi, Azumi. It's a 2003 Japanese movie. It's like 2.5 hours long. 2.5 hours long. It's a really long movie. But it's a really good movie. It came out in 2003 in Japan. It came out here in the U.S. in 2006.
Huh. Interesting. It looks kind of cool, but it doesn't.
It's one of those ones that would look bad, and it's kind of this is the movie I thought it was. It is kind of cheesy at times, but it's a surprisingly good movie.
It doesn't look as good as Mega Shark versus Mecha Shark, though.
I disagree. I used to actually have this on DVD, and I think I just got rid of it at one point.
Or how about 100 Below Zero? It's supposed to be like the day after tomorrow. And then
I don't know. I think I've seen that one. That sounds familiar.
Or how about the movie just called Bigfoot, which looks like it was their first movie, maybe.
No, it's not that one. There's another like movie similar to that I've seen. I've seen a lot of those really like sci-fi cheesy disaster movies.
A lot of these were on Sci-Fi Channel. Mega Shark versus Colossus. Planet of the Sharks. Two-headed shark attack.
No, it was Arctic Apocalypse. I've seen that movie. Are we just like going after cheesy sci-fi movies?
No,
now?
These are all the Asylum movies. Meth Gator is their newest one. It just came out this year.
Well, there's one down me to remind me that this movie Azumi exists, and I want to go back and actually rewatch it.
Look up the Asylum movies, and you'll see one. There's 5-headed shark attack, and then there's 6-headed shark attack. And there's like 7 Sharknado movies they did. Oh my
god, I don't know why I didn't realize this. That Azumi movie, not only does it have a second movie, Death or Love, that came out a few years later, and apparently a stage play as well, that I just figured out, but it's actually based off a manga that ran from 94 to 2008.
That makes sense.
48 volumes. That's crazy. I should have known better. That's a long running for a manga, for a seinen manga.
The Last Sharknado, It's About Time. I did not even know that one came.
Now there's another manga I gotta look for that I'm not gonna find if it was ever translated.
Is there a manga for Monster Island?
Probably not. I don't even know what that is.
Another one of their movies. Anyway, we also got
went down a whole rabbit hole there.
You asked, do you prefer manga / comics or light novels?
Or like novels in general. Would you?
I guess manga.
Would you rather read like a manga / comic or a novel, like a book, a regular book?
Probably a manga or comic. Because
for the most part, I would rather read a comic.
Yeah, it keeps my attention more when I can visually see something, get like some sort of frame of reference.
There's a lot of the thing is with books is if it's not written in a certain way that I like, it's hard for me to get into it.
Yeah, I get it.
It's not like I don't like reading books, but a lot of them are just not good, or half the books I read are like, books that are based on like historical events, so it's more like a documentary type book, not an actual novel.
Let me ask you, because I did a post on it the other day and it kind of went wild. Do you remember the book Hatchet by Gary Paulson? Okay, did you like that book?
Don't remember anything about the story, but I remember reading it.
Do you remember liking it?
Absolutely not. It was a fourth book we had to read. I didn't care for it at all.
I said the same thing, but man,
it's about some dudes really.
I got the exact opposite reaction. People were like, "This book is amazing." Like this I love this book. It's like some I still own this book.
Depressing. It's some dude's depressing life when he's like a kid with a
there's
messed up family or whatever it is.
Yeah, there's 4 of them, and people are like, "Oh, I got all of them now on my shelf." And
I read it because I had to.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt too. I was like, I do not like this. Do you remember the book The Giver? That was the
I never
one
read
where it
that
had
book.
like the
I never
old.
read it.
We had to, and
No, well, because my junior and senior year, I didn't
high school.
stay in the high school.
It wasn't high school. We read that in 6th grade. I want to say it was 5th or 6th. It was a required reading. Look
then
up.
I just don't remember.
Look it up.
I just don't remember it.
Look it up. You'll remember the cover. Right?
What is it called?
The Giver. This was like a national required reading. Like everybody had to read this book. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. But I got backlash on that hatchet. I plan on doing one for The Giver too because I didn't.
Nothing about this is bringing back anything.
Really?
I don't remember anything about this book at all.
I remember that one.
I remember the name. Like I remember the book, but I don't remember ever reading it or anything about the story.
Well, most of the books, I'll be honest with you, I guess more when I got into middle school. I didn't read them. I went online and looked up all the stuff I need. What was the website? There was a specific website, Cliff Notes. The Cliff Notes of them.
Because you had to like take a test on a book it was so pointless. But it's like, hey, I'm just gonna read the Cliff Notes on. I need like what 10 points. Well, like these Dr. Seuss books are worth half a point in high school, so I'm like, I'm just gonna read a bunch of these books.
Dude, yeah, once I hit 7th grade, I just did not want to read those required books. Oh my god, I was over it. I was done.
You wait till like the last minute and just like, I'm just gonna start taking tests randomly and just see what happens.
Yeah, I hated it. Do you remember? God, what was that online thing that they had? It was like Treasure Island or something like that. Do you remember that? It was like,
what do you mean exactly?
You had to go online and do their things on there to get a certain amount of points and.
Like no, that's the test you take. But that wasn't. I thought that was like an in-school thing, like within their network.
This was an in-school thing, but
Treasure Island's a movie. I know that. I know
that, but it was like a. Let me look it up. I don't know. Elementary school.
Treasure Island Elementary School.
Well, that's literally a school. I don't know. I
have an actual school in Florida pop up.
It was something islands. Or island. It was something island. I remember that.
What did we do it? What was the website for?
You had to go on and like complete stuff. You just
that you had doesn't to get I've got nothing to go off of.
That's it. You had to go on and there were assignments online. You had to complete them and you had to have a certain amount of points.
I don't remember that.
You're wild.
We had like what 2 computers in our elementary school, that decrepit old building.
No, this was in this would have been middle school.
You said elementary school.
No, I said Treasure
But even
Island.
Middle school,
yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't matter. I'm not. Anyway. None of this is bringing anything back to me. Like I don't remember any of this shit.
Thoughts on fan service and media. I don't care either way. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I'm not, like attracted to a fake thing.
Well, I guess here's the misconception. Fan service isn't always like adding sex appeal in a service. It could be intentionally just putting something in there that is a reference to something that you like. So
yeah,
you're watching like X-Men and they just for a short time bring in like, oh, you remember this from the comics or from a game?
Yeah, they did
and
that like with the Sega Genesis game in X-Men 97. They showed the Sega Genesis. I showed that.
It can be both. I think it's I don't mind it as long as it's not over. As long as it doesn't take away from the story you're trying to tell. Because I think I brought it up a few weeks ago when I talked about High School of the Dead.
Yeah.
Where I don't mind it, but it's kind of compared to the manga, it is it is a little excessive in the anime. It's like you didn't need to put this in here because it's in the manga, but not to the same degree. And I don't think it changed anything.
There was something about
I don't complain about it, but it didn't need to be there.
There was something about that era where that was just the fan service. I feel like was at.
They just used it to sell the media.
Yeah, it was.
That's what it felt like.
It was like very popular, and not to say that it isn't now. I don't know. I don't keep. I'm sure it's, but I remember at that specific time, it would take me out of a lot of the show. Like I couldn't get. There were a few like I liked that did have the fan like Rosario Vampire and stuff like that. Yeah. But
to be fair, a lot of the original media, the whether it's light novel or the manga, to some degree had it in there. Like they were picking IPs that had fan service already there, and they just kind of cranked it up another degree when they actually turned it into an animation.
Yeah, I mean, like
Like
Rosario
the big one,
Vampire kind of made sense for me because of the story.
yeah.
Like that, I feel like it made sense. Female vampire, like it
High
made
School
sense.
DD is probably a prime example of how that fan service really just fits in the story because based off a light novel, so it's there has to be a story there if you're going to put it into several volumes of a book. But the main character, like the show knows what it is. It's a very perverse show. Like the main character is a pervert, and it's part of his powers later down the line. So
Yeah,
it's like the show knows what it is and just plays into it so well. But there are other examples where I think High School of the Dead's kind of the same thing, where it's kind of like, yeah, this doesn't need to be here to this degree.
yeah, I get
It's
it.
just here to sell a product. Where the other one is, it's in the DNA of the actual story.
That makes
But
sense.
I mean, as a whole, like I don't really care. Like I played a bunch of Japanese zombie schoolgirl zombie games where they're in really petite uniforms or skimpy, I guess is the right word for it. As well as there's some really weird Japanese live action movies that kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, no, there
And you only watch it because of the fan service. Like, there was no fan service. The show it looks cheesy. The writing's terrible. You're only watching it for one reason.
see that type of fan service does absolutely nothing for me. I don't. To me, I've never gotten it. It's taken me out of a lot of stuff because it's like been too excessive or
You
like.
can't take the immersion out when that's the only reason you're watching it to begin with.
Well,
Because
yeah,
the
I mean,
immersion doesn't exist.
yeah, if
If
you're
it
that
can be
person, but
depending on the game or the movie, it can be too excessive at times.
I mean, there's like Stephanie down the road. If I, you know what I mean? Like, there's a couple. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to watch this stuff. I'm good. Stephanie lives 2 blocks over.
Fair enough.
I don't know who Stephanie is, but
I know who Stacy's mom is, and
she's
she
got
has it going on.
Oh man. So what else do we got? What was the last question you had?
Should games media be disbanded?
As much as I hate them right now, no, I don't think anything should be
I think the big outlets should.
I
think
mean,
it's
I don't
not.
like it.
It's kind of. I don't think you
like
even really need it at this point.
But
There's
what,
so much.
you want the
There's so much
government
independent
to get in control? And...
No, there's just so much independent people out there, whether it's YouTubes
Yes.
or smaller sites that do it justice. These sites have gotten too big and too big of a head on their pedestal, and it's a
But
net
that's
negative
games
to the
media.
whole.
That's all games.
But
media.
it's a net negative to the whole industry. Like they don't do anything to benefit the industry as a whole. They're just a leech.
People are realizing that. I mean, people are getting it.
They only make money by essentially antagonizing gamers to read their articles. That's why they make such.
Okay, so
I can't remember the word for it, but the articles that inflame you essentially.
All right,
like it's rage bait.
One of the I told you like I watched some of the Asmongold and then the Moist Critical stuff. So Moist Critical did it was like I think a clip from one they clipped from a stream. It might have been an actual video, but anyway, he like goes on a games media website. He's like going on here, and it's just ads right on the front of the thing, just keeps running, and he can't get them off of there. He's like, I can't even read the article. I can't even
because nobody's going to these sites. But the experience is terrible as well.
Yeah, he clicks off of it, and another one pops up as he's trying to read it. Like he scrolls down a little bit, and another ad pops up. It's like it's aggravating because you see that too, and it's like that is how they make their money. It's Google AdSense. Like I know the back end of all this and how it works, and like all of that jazz. But
if they got far
that's
more
why I said
views,
about the Pokemon thing earlier before the stream, right?
Oh yeah, but if they had far more views, they wouldn't be as aggressive with the ads because they wouldn't be as desperate for the money because they'd have as many people. The more people you could pull back and make as much money.
Less
as well as the fact that
to these game sites and get their information. You know,
plus
what I mean?
How many? When it comes to the game reviews, not only do they have a personal bias, which they definitely throw into the review, but how many of these reviews are influenced based off the fact is it's Access Media, well, if you give one game a bad review, you're whole cut off from a studio or a company for free reviews. Like the whole system is just stinky, especially when it comes to access journalism, which I don't think is the right word, but that's essentially what it is. You can't give a game a terrible review or you lose access to that whole studio. So you are by default giving a bad review because you have to give it whatever you need to give it essentially.
Yeah, I get it. You are 100% a weeb.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'm not, but we knew the way that poll was going to go.
I didn't vote either. So these are all on those folks. Mr. Coffee said so much of their reviews are based on if they get free codes to play the game. That's true too.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the same thing. It's access. That's access media or access journalism.
But I mean, like I can,
Someone's calling.
I can't only say so much about that too because like I've worked in video game writing and things and getting codes sent out, but it's never like swayed me to review that game well or whatever. Like you just review the game and you're straightforward with it. Like there were games back in the Wii U era. I remember one called I think Chasing, or it might not have been that one, but I don't know. I gave it like a 4 out of 10, and I also just don't like the rating scales. Like that's even when I say like I cover things. Like I don't even like to say review really. I just like to say overview. Like here's my thoughts. Here's the item. Here's the game. Here's what I think. I don't like the rating scale. It's the same thing when I go to the doctor. The pain scale. I have chronic pain, and they're like, what's your pain at today? It's hard to rate. Like you can't. I don't like it personally. Some people do. I just don't like scales. They have their place, but for me, the way that I am with things, I just like to say what I like and dislike, and that's it. Like I don't want to give something a rating per se. When I had to, I definitely did. And like I said, you don't let it sway you. But that's what these bigger conglomerates do. So Mark may be a weeb, but he is our weeb. Hopefully he sees that. That's he is our weeb for sure. Well, it's actually supposed to be his segment next, which is Weebish, Marky Mark's Anime Corner, but we will pass over that real quick until he comes back and jump into one of the other stories, which is one of the main stories of this week, and that is Take-Two has shut down 2 of their studios, Take-Two Interactive. No surprise, layoffs keep happening, we keep reporting on them. I think the first 10 episodes of this year, something like that, we had layoffs every single week that we reported on. So this is for a couple specific studios that do specific games, at least right now, or were. But they are laying off. So if you guys know the Ollie Ollie series or Rollerdrome, they're both popular. Roll7 is the developer of those games, and they're closing them down, which sucks because it's funny. I was just playing Ollie Ollie World like a week ago. It's a game that you can pick up and play for like 10 minutes, and I really, really like those games. I think they're very fun. I've heard Rollerdrome is really fun too, but they shut down Roll7 and then Intercept Games, which is the studio behind Kerbal Space Program 2, which we have in the thumbnail, and it was apparently a pretty popular game. But apparently not popular enough. Yesterday, GameIndustry.biz reported on a warn notice filed in Washington State, revealing that Take-Two owned Seattle office will close this June, affecting 70 employees. Bloomberg noted this approximately the same number of staff who work at Intercept Games, so roughly the same. So we're looking at around 140 people, which might not seem significant, but it is when these are people's livelihoods, and it continues to happen. And now it's just becoming a massive number of people that have lost their job just this year. We're not even counting starting, I don't know, say September of last year. It's at a crazy number, some 13,000 plus video game layoffs this year. So It's unfortunate, but on April 16th, Take-Two announced the cost reduction program to identify efficiencies across its business and to enhance the company's margin profile. It's all about margins, all about money, while still investing for growth. As part of these efforts, the company is rationalizing its pipeline and eliminating several projects in development and streamlining its organizational structure, which will eliminate headcount and reduce future hiring needs. Wow. The company is not providing additional details on the program. On April 18th, Private Division successfully launched Moon Studios' No Rest for the Wicked. The label continues to make updates to Kerbal Space Program 2 and plans to release Weta Workshop Game Studios' Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game, in the second half of 2024. So that is apparently still happening, which is interesting. It's a kind of Harvest Moon / Animal Crossing kind of ripoff game that does not look good, in my opinion, at all. It looks absolutely terrible. But at least
I do. No, I just want to say I do apologize. It's like almost 9:30 at night for me, and it's like I'm still getting calls related to work. I do apologize.
It's all good.
It's just some stuff that couldn't be finished earlier in the day. It just kind of sucks.
No worries. So we just had the Take-Two layoffs. Skipped over your segment while you were gone.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Looks like roughly 170 jobs between the two studios, and I was just saying that Roll7, they did the Ollie Ollie games, and then Rollerdrome, which are both pretty popular. There's several Ollie Ollie games, and I was just playing Ollie Ollie World last week. It's a fun game that you can like pick up and play for 10-15 minutes. I was playing on the Switch, and I mean, like,
it is unfortunate, but I guess it's not surprising with the way the tech industry as a whole has been going. This is not overly surprising.
Over 13,000 jobs this year already, and we are only in the 5th month of beginning. So it's just
it's crazy.
It's insane. And like I was telling 140 might not seem significant, but that's 140 people's livelihood. So I think that even if it were 10 people, it's significant to me. It's just crazy. And then they gave the whole PR speech of their whole PR. This is PR to a T on here. This is just absolutely ridiculous. They want to enhance their company's margin profile while still investing for growth, and they want to eliminate headcount and reduce future hiring needs. These are their words.
Yeah, that's PR 101 right there.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. That's a bummer. I saw tons of people talking about Rollerdrome, and I know people love the Ollie Ollie games. It's had multiple sequels, and I know I like the 2 that I played. I think there's 3, and I haven't played them all, but I don't know much about the Kerbal Space Program 2, but I did look up, and it's got a fan base. There's a lot of people talking about it, so it's unfortunate, man, and it's just going to keep happening as we keep, I feel like, saying over and over and over. It's just like it's not getting any better until these developers fix the way that they're releasing these games and the way they're investing money. They should be investing it in other ways. So we'll go ahead and get back to your segment now.
I guess. This isn't related to the segment.
By the way, real quick, just to let you know, they did say in the chat, Mark may be a weeb, but he is our weeb.
I'm so stupid. This is unrelated to it, but like, hey, I got a weeb shirt on.
Wait, what do you got on? I miss.
Oh, this is from Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Oh, nice.
It's Rei Ayanami, and then I can't remember her name.
I bought a Hunter x Hunter hat and some.
Oh, she's German. I can't remember her actual. This is killing me. I can't remember her name.
Am I a weeb now?
Oh, this is killing me. I feel so bad.
Am I a weeb?
Oh, Oscar Langley.
You ain't even paying
I
attention.
couldn't remember her name.
For the audio listeners, I'm holding up some.
Is that
My Hero Academia?
Not 1 point. My Hero, yeah.
My
Hero. He looks similar.
They were. I got the hat and the socks. They were buy one get one free, and I paid $4. So I got a thing of socks.
They're socks.
They don't fit me. They don't fit. They're like super tight and like feel very cheap. But I haven't worn the hat.
They probably
yet.
are.
I do
cheap.
like. have not watched this series. I keep saying this is on my list. I told Mark that I got a list of like 5 things I do want to watch, but I do really like Hunter x Hunter. So.
Oh, wearing the shirt, like I probably should have just done Ava, but that's not what I prepped for.
I'm wearing a Weeb shirt too.
So stupid. But no, I guess the one I brought up this week is I was definitely thinking about it, and definitely a blast from the past if you're relevant with any OVAs from the 80s. But this is Bubblegum Crisis.
Freaking love it. Freaking love it. You know how I learned about that one?
How?
Happy Console Gamer.
I don't know. I don't remember how I first heard about this. I think I saw stuff on it
loves classic
online.
Anime. He talks about it all the time, and
then I got it. And I really liked it because there's like really long
good.
episodes. I think they're like it's like about a 45-minute episode length, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, really good.
But I actually first watched it only about 2 years ago.
I mean, he talks a lot about not Robotech, but the actual gosh dang it,
Macross.
Yeah, Macross. He really likes Macross too.
It's a really good series, and then they butchered it with Robotech. I don't like Robotech.
Which, of course, I saw Robotech first because I had the VHS tapes, and by nature,
I have both Macross and Robotech on DVD, but I watched the Robotech version. That's all I knew first, and I was like, oh, this is based off something else, and they changed the whole storyline and butchered 2 other anime to splice this whole storyline that doesn't actually make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But
same Transformers.
But no, it's a Bubblegum Crisis is your standard. I mean, it's essentially what you think of a show when you think of cyberpunk, because it came out at the peak of cyberpunk in the 80s. And it's kind of like the mix between cyberpunk and the girls with gun genre. We kind of touched on some of the other ones. Yeah, it is.
Dude, I'm learning about all these genres from you every week, I swear.
Like
they all have their own genre.
It's a mixture between theme and genre, but girls with guns is a thing as far as like how certain shows and movies are classified. But this takes place in the far off year of 2032.
Oh, yeah, we're about to hit it.
I mean, when this show came out in the 80s, that was like way in the future. This is about to be in the past soon.
Isn't it crazy how like Mega Man X, it's 20XX this year, so it's
because they just didn't want to put the like, oh yeah, just don't worry about it.
Yeah.
This will be a problem in the year 2100.
And then the time when we get there, the timeline, it's 2099 as it started yet.
Yeah, but no, this takes place 7 years after the second Great Kanto earthquake decimated Tokyo. So apparently, sometime next year, there's gonna be another massive earthquake in Tokyo.
Oh god, I hope not.
I guess we'll see how accurate the show actually is.
Mega Tokyo.
City's. Yeah, but it becomes essentially Mega Tokyo. They just, rebuild the city. Then there's the main, I don't want to say the main villain, but the main antagonists of this show are what's called boomers, which are essentially, it's a mixture between humans essentially that are kind of like artificial, but they essentially go nuts and just start killing everything in sight.
I hate to say this, but this also reminds me of Mavericks from Mega Man X. That's where they kind of like just go crazy, but if you look up like,
oh well, because I got like the Dallas Mavericks when I actually searched that.
Like Mega Man X is a Maverick hunter, so like he's basically like robots that have gone mad, and he's trying to turn them back. I guess
it could have taken inspiration.
It's that sort of.
But it's the same. It's the same concept as you could think of like as a berserker. It's probably pretty similar to that. But essentially, and this also ties into another show that's related to, but the AD Police, which is a show this is related to.
Yes.
But it's actually, they're in the same universe. Mm-hmm. But it's a new unit to essentially counter these boomer-related crimes very specifically. But obviously they continue to have issues. So they call them a vigilante. You could also probably look at it as a paramilitary force called the Night Sabers, which are 4 female heroines, or I think it's just heroines, that essentially specifically have suits that help them essentially go out and fight these boomers. But yeah, no, they wear super advanced, essentially like a power suit, and they go out and they essentially fight and stop these boomers. And that's kind of the premise, because there's in the first series, because there's a second series to this. there's 8 episodes, and more or less, while there's a continuing overall theme, it's most episodes. I can't speak all of a sudden. Every episode's pretty much a self-contained monster of the week. Obviously there's an overarching story, but it kind of approaches it from that angle. The 4 main characters, it's a Celia Stingray, Priscilla Pris, it's her like nickname, Asagiri, Nene Romanov, and Lena Yamazaki. I can't pronounce Japanese words today. And obviously some of their names are influenced from non-Japanese names. Priscilla Pris, she's like I would classify her as like one of like the main character, like not the main leader, but one of the main characters of the 4 that we follow. Yeah. It's actually, she's known as Pris because that's like her alter ego as like a musician and stuff like that. Because the first episode starts off as her singing in like a small club, and it definitely sounds like 80s music. I mean, it was produced in the 80s, but it definitely feels like an 80s show, like with how she's dressed and everything. Yeah, definitely just the show breathes at times, the 1980s.
Which I love it.
Yeah, no, it's dripping with it at times. I had some in my mind.
In like a good way.
I wanted to go.
What?
No, yeah.
But it's like
I know. Sorry. I remember what I was gonna say. I just mind dumped for a second. But both the music in this show was, you can listen to it in Japanese in the original, but it's also at the time that all these songs were actually translated into English and sung in English as well, which is pretty.
Oh, that's cool.
Nowadays it's pretty unique. I can't remember off the top of my hand if all these songs were developed specifically for the show or whether they were pulled, but based on the time period, it wouldn't surprise me if all these songs were written with a show in mind.
Yeah.
Because I gotta double check. I think they were. But every show, there's no like standard opening for it like you do with a lot of anime today. It's like they're an OVA, so there's different beginning and ending songs for every episode, which is pretty unique.
I always like that. I will say, just to interject here real quick, I did not like AD Police, so I wasn't a fan. That came out much later.
It's not the best show. Bubblegum Crisis is much more well known and much more well received.
I just did not like AD Police.
Yeah, there was a single band that actually did all these in English, and I was trying to pull it up.
Oh, cool.
Who actually did the English translations?
Nice.
Because it's in the. I was trying to pull it up. It's in the actual credits of the show. I was trying to pull it up, and I don't think I'm gonna actually properly be able to find it. Not without just wasting I don't want to waste too much time on it. But no, there's also, surprisingly, this company still exists, but it was dubbed by Anime Ego.
Oh,
it was a studio that dealt with the dub.
Looks like it's Mad Machine.
That sounds familiar because it was a very specific band that essentially they got the rights to the songs and they actually properly translated them.
Yeah,
they're all really good songs.
Yeah, it's on Apple Music, so you can listen to Bubblegum Crisis.
Yeah, even better. I don't know if it's the English or the Japanese version, but you can definitely get both. No, but the studios, it was made by AIC and Artmic, which I believe AIC still around. I don't know if Artmic is, and then Anime Ego did the dubbing. Obviously, this is back when we had a bunch of random English studios dubbing stuff that came around. It's rated about it's a 7.35 on MyAnimeList, and it's got a 7.3 on IMDb. I probably would rate a little bit higher, but I could see that it's not a perfect show or anything like that. It doesn't have like a super consistent story through all the episodes, but if you like any kind of cyberpunk-esque show, it's really good.
Yeah, I really like it. I would give it a solid 8.
I'm pretty sure it's. I can't remember where I bought this. I'm pretty sure, very obviously, it's out of print on physical. Not that you can't find it, but it's also streaming from the immediate stuff that I picked up on Amazon Prime, Pluto TV, and Plex, whatever Plex is. And I'm pretty sure it's streaming on some other sites. Those are just the immediate that popped up.
Nice.
Obviously, it's like 8 episodes. There is a sequel series to it. Let me just double check what it's called. Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2020. No, Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040 is a alternate version, but but the actual sequel is Bubblegum Crash, which wasn't as well received. But I mean, if you like, badass heroines and the cyberpunk aesthetic, I always struggle with that word. Definitely highly encourage you to watch it, especially if you like OVAs from the 1980s, because it's got that old hand-drawn art style, which I personally absolutely love.
Yeah, I do too. That's what I
But most of
prefer.
these that I do are gonna be recommended, and obviously just as a warning, there is between the violence and there is a little bit of nudity in it. It technically is rated, would be like 18 up or 17 up, however you want to consider like an R rating. So it's obviously not for for kids or something like that, but it's a really good show.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's good. Okay, so I think what we'll do is go ahead and cover my spotlight real quick, and
Yeah,
then
just
we'll hit
send
a
it.
few other things. Oh, it's almost midnight. um,
Oh, we spent a bunch of stuff on the beginning.
well, and then also had, didn't pretty much started an hour late because
That
it
doesn't
just
help. Yeah.
that doesn't help. So my retro spotlight this week is Shock Troopers. This is a SNK game for the Neo Geo MVS arcade. You can play this like a lot of ways now, but essentially it's a run and gun like arcade game. Think like a shoot 'em up, except you're running on land and you're military and I don't know how else to explain. It's like Contra but running forward. It's really
Yeah.
fun. Developed by Soros and then obviously published by SNK. Came out in 1997. For some reason, did not get a home AES version, so and never got a home port. But again, there's a ton of ways to play it now. But premise is the Bloody Scorpions terrorist group have kidnapped scientist George Diamond and his granddaughter Cecilia Diamond in order to gain the powerful DRUG Alpha 301, which converts the normal people into superhuman soldiers. A special
Hell
team
yeah.
composed of 8 soldiers from different countries must fight through their ranks in order to get to the leader and save the scientist's granddaughter and the world. Um, yeah, so fun fact, it never received a Neo Geo AES port officially. There are fan ports that have been brought over that people have made. And then the sequel, Shock Troopers Second Squad, has a completely unrelated story and different characters. This is a really fun game. I love this game. I've got it twice over on both my little Neo Geo minis over there. And
Yeah.
I enjoy all the games I played. I think I played 1, 2, and 3. I don't think I played anything beyond that, but I think they're really fun, super fun arcade games. Um, Neo Geo does very little wrong in my opinion. Like that, just so much on Neo Geo. I just love the platform. Unfortunately, it's very expensive, and I can't like collect for it or anything. But the games that came out on it are just phenomenal. SNK as a company, their franchises are some of my favorites. King of Fighters, but they've got a lot of other franchises like Shock Troopers that kind of get overlooked and don't get talked about as much. If you're, like in the retro community, you might hear about this a little bit more, but it's still not so much. I really don't hear anybody talking about this series at all. Have you heard of this one?
Actually, I haven't. It's just more proof that so many games have just kind of dropped off the radar and they just kind of get forgotten to time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, like it's it's a series that like could still do well now. Like Contra just got a new game recently, and like
Yeah.
this isn't like Contra. It's kind of like Contra, but it's not. Like you're going forward, and they're different. I don't want to say like they're the same, but like I feel like this could be done really well now. Like SNK's, obviously still putting out games. We got King of Fighters 15, not well, it feels like it wasn't that long ago, but 2, 3 years ago at this point, I think
Yeah.
something like that. But yeah, I mean, like it's on the SNK Arcade Classics Volume 1 on PS2, PSP, and Wii. They also released support for PlayStation 3, and looks like it was on the virtual console for Wii, and also on Microsoft Windows, Linux, blah blah blah. So, and it's on Steam. So, and GOG. So there's a lot of ways to
Definitely good to
play it.
know.
Yeah, and there's
That's good at the very least.
a Neo Geo 25th anniversary humble bundle apparently that you can get. So
I feel like a lot of these games are gonna live on probably on PC gaming because it's just the easiest once it gets properly ported to like GOG or Steam or something like that.
yeah, I agree. And they've been on I want to say these have been on all the Neo Geo Mini releases. I know I've got on both of mine back there. Uh I played it not that long ago. It's one that you can just, kind of play for 10-15 minutes if you want to, and
Yeah,
that's why I like arcadey games like that, cuz especially when you don't have time, like it's really cool to just jump into games like that. And then I like to find, new games that I haven't played before and all that. And I actually played this first on the Wii back in the day, so um, really cool stuff. Super fun game, and I'm not sure how many is in the series exactly. I know there's, let's see if I can pull it up real quick. Um, Pulling up Star Wars stuff. And yeah, I'm not sure how many are in the series. Yeah, that didn't tell me anything. But I know at
nope,
least
not at all.
three, because that's what I played. I look on this page and it's like not loading. Um, but yeah, definitely check it out. It's a lot of fun. The second one's fun too. I really like the second one. Really good stuff, and just, really fun arcadey action and things like
Yeah,
that. So
that's always good.
yeah, and being on Steam and GOG and stuff, very accessible. So
Oh, very definitely.
cool stuff.
I know we got a bunch of stuff we gotta run through. I know
Yeah.
I did pull for some of the other articles. I did pull up some other stuff. This first one is pretty much just a tweet that I thought was kind of funny that when I saw it earlier in the week. So, uh, CD Projekt Red came out and published what killed players the most in the Phantom Liberty DLC. So what killed players the most? There was over 3 million deaths against the Militech Chimera, which is the one of the spider bosses. 2.9 million players had died to the Militech Cerberus Mark II, which I kind of remember. It's been like 2 months I played the DLCs. That was definitely less memorable, but the big one that everyone was talking about was over 2.6 million players had died to the derelict garages under the stadium when you first, essentially very early on, the catwalks that you have to go through has killed over 2.6 million players just falling to their death. And I can say I wasn't one of them. I didn't fall off. It's it's really hard to fall off if you ask me.
Yeah,
But
that's
they came out and said
wild.
this, and it was just kind of like a something just lighthearted. Everyone's laughing. I was like, how many people just kind of like fell off the catwalks?
That's
Like that's
hilarious.
crazy.
How do you track that? How
CD Projekt Red probably has all that information.
That's wild though. Isn't that kind of weird?
That they can track all that. No, that's
Yeah,
that's crazy.
a little weird. That,
I mean, all
and
games do this at this point. We know.
I mean, does Nintendo know how many times that you fall down a pit and die?
If they have a way to track it, they probably could tell. As long as you're connected and if it's within the end user agreement that they're able to track this and you authorize it on however that actually works, then yeah, they probably could if they wanted to.
Gosh, that is weird. We
I
got
mean, this is just how like modern gaming works at this point.
I know. We got DNF Duel. Fighting game adds Nin Master's playable character. I think this is awesome. I love this game. Super fun,
I figured you would.
anime-esque fighting game. Oh yeah, it's a blast. So I mean, Arc System Works. They do no wrong with fighting games. I mean, they just put out banger after banger. They
Yeah.
are I would say with SNK at the top tier of making fighting games. They're just so good. But this is a really fun game. So this is cool to see. But Nin Master looks pretty cool. Um,
Oh, yeah, it
looks
absolutely
like I
does.
like the dragons. Like the attack looks. Woo.
I mean,
Yeah, I
obviously
like
the game's
that.
been out for a while, but it's always good to see these games still get new characters and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. I mean,
As much as I'm not a
it's
fighter
only
game,
been two. It's not even been two. It'll be
been
two
close.
years next month.
Yeah, because it came out in 22, so I mean, close enough.
But I mean, yeah, good. They're still supporting it. So that's cool stuff. What else we got? Whatever you want to
Uh,
cover.
I mean, there's a lot here, so I didn't, obviously, just based off time, wanted to pull off some of the other stuff that I wanted to pull.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the band called Man with a Mission? It's a Japanese band.
I am not. No.
Have you seen Iron Blood Orphans at all?
Never heard of it.
Mobile Suit Gundam. Oh, that's really what most people. I think that's where I first heard them from.
Iron Blood Orphans. Is that like in the past
It's
like
a mobile
5 years?
Well, the past 10 years probably. I think it's
Yeah,
older than that.
I haven't seen it.
But essentially, they came out and said, "Hey, we're going to do a North American tour," which is not. You don't always get to see a lot of Japanese bands or musicians come to the West, I guess, to the U.S. But essentially, they're hitting, and it's not the biggest one, but they're hitting 6 different cities in both the U.S. and Mexico starting June 25th. And apparently, you can pre-order tickets via Crunchyroll, which I thought was kind of funny.
What? Crunchyroll? What the heck?
Yeah,
Interesting.
I don't know if they're sponsoring it.
Well,
Crunchyroll's
are they
own.
like
Sony owns Crunchyroll, just FYI, so
Yeah,
it's
I
not that
know.
bit much of a stretch. But as far as the U.S. or
Are they
what,
like a rock band or is it like
yeah,
a boy
I guess you
band?
put them like a rock pop. No, because all the characters wear like wolf masks on their head. Like if you're watching their videos, they're all wearing masks and stuff like that.
Huh.
Because I think some of their well-known ones, especially earlier on, was Raise Your Flag and Database, which are both used for 2 different anime openings and stuff like that.
Is that all they do, or do they make other music?
I think it's just that same like that pop rock genre, because I don't know exactly which one they are, but if you've heard them, it's that kind of genre more or less. But essentially, they'll be in Ivorine Plaza in New York on the 25th. Then it's House of Blues in Chicago on the 27th. House of Blues in Morrison, Colorado with 311 on the 29th. House of Blues in Denver. Apparently doing some House of Blues with 311 on June 30th. Then they'll be in Belisco, LA on July 2nd, and some place in Mexico City on the 5th.
Oh, so they're
So
just
it's not like
hitting,
a big thing.
They're just hitting some of the major spots.
Yeah, because they're far from like the biggest band that comes out of Japan.
Well,
there are far bigger bands that do more tours, but I mean it's something that you probably would never see, and if you're able to get tickets and you live somewhere and they're like Denver's not too far away, but I'm not going to drive to Denver to see them, and then who knows, these tickets might already even be sold out.
Yeah. Well, before we talk about anything else, it's getting late. I want to show off a couple things. First, we got so for our audio listeners, I've talked about this and done a bunch of shorts before. So this is the power grip for the analog pocket. This is the V1. So this was the first one that they did, and they just recently, 2 days ago, they kind of announced it, so we can talk about it now. But they've got the new, and I mean this thing is just incredible. Very very quality. This is the Power Grip 2. So you got, I want to say, I don't have the details by me, but this is like aluminum. And what they did is they took and all of these spots here around, because people are concerned, the analog pockets are expensive and always sold out, right? So they have all of these spots covered here so it doesn't do any sort of damage sliding in and out, like if you're taking it out all the time. And so got all these corners here all covered. Like the grip, they use a new material. I don't know what the material is, but like it just feels really good. And what you could do is kind of squeeze in the grip if you want like a tighter grip on the pocket, kind of squeeze out with it. But just super super high quality, absolutely phenomenal. I love it. And this is the case that they have for it as well, which is pretty cool.
No, it is pretty dope.
Little carrying case, but yeah, I mean, it just like They do plan to do, because I've got the red pocket here,
Yeah.
so I had the red grip for it. They do plan to do other collars and other stuff with it, but I mean this thing is just phenomenal. Like it just changes
Slides
playing
right in
this.
like a glove.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and it changes the way that you're able to play this game, because with adult hands, it's pretty hard to play the pocket for a long period of time just holding it.
Yeah, it's
like
really really
it,
small. It's like made for kid fingers.
yeah. So like this just like, I mean, it literally fits like a glove. It feels perfect playing it, and I mean it's phenomenal. Like they did a really really good job making this version 2. So this is the Power Grip 2, and you can buy it now, and then also the carrying case. So I definitely wanted to show that off, and that's really awesome. I love the pocket. It's my probably my biggest obsession right now. I just love the thing. Um, so
Yeah, no, it's great.
yeah, good stuff.
Uh,
So for audio listeners, we will have a link in the description, affiliate link actually. And I got a couple other things I wanted to show off. We've got first got this guy, or should I say girl, for $4 on Amazon. Normally it's $20. Got Racer Peach. These are those premium figures, but I paid $4 for this. It's pretty cool.
oh yeah, for $4, that's a steal of a price.
Yeah, really cool. And literally my favorite part is the blue shell. I just love it. I think it's awesome. I mean, for $4, like you even get the premium packaging. I just think it's really cool. So
I mean, no, it is dope.
Also got this, just came in today for $6. I got this Zelda carrying case for the Switch.
I think I've seen those at like at stores and stuff.
Yeah, they're
something similar to it.
Normally 25. So after $6 went on sale. There was a tweet went out for it.
I didn't already have a carrying case for my Switch. I would look at getting that.
Yeah, I've got like 6 or 7. And then I also got
for like one Switch.
For one Switch. And I got this Mario set. I've got a bunch of these, so at this point I'm just like grabbing the ones when they go on sale and getting them. I think it would be cool at some point to get these set up, because I think this is like my 5th one of these like type of sets. But like if you look at the back here, like it kind of, you can like basically build a level is what they're doing. Is like, you know what I mean, having all the different types of enemies and stuff like that. And then I do have one more for this coming, and it's one of the bigger things that a tweet went out for, and I've been watching it for a while. I haven't paid full price for any of these. I think this was like 5, and these, I don't know if this was 20 or 25 normally. I can't remember.
That's hard to justify for $25.
I know. Well, I mean, I know, but I think it's 20 or 25. I can't remember, but I get a steal on it. So, but just a couple pickups, but yeah, those were Twitter deals there. So
not bad. So this next thing, and obviously I don't know what you're seeing. I might be bouncing around a little bit. But the Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt manga is entering a hiatus. It's not a long one. It's like a short 2-month hiatus. But I saw this, and normally it's like, oh, it's just they're taking a short break. But I brought it because I actually did have a manga, and this is one that's, at least over here, every time I go to a Best Buy, they have like 3 volumes of it, and it's like, oh, they might have volume 1, and it'll be like 8, 12, 22, which is a nightmare, because I've had the first volume of the Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt manga. I can't find any of these in sequential order. I can't find 2, 3, 5. I could probably buy them, and it'd take me like a year to eventually get all of them, or I'm gonna have to buy like half of them online.
Is there no like set for them?
I just can't find them in because the only bookstores I know of are it's not Best Buy, but Barnes and Noble is the only like big major chain, and they just never carry. Either they don't carry it, they carry like 3 volumes, and it's the 3 most random volumes. They just don't like have all of them that I want, and it's one that I'm always looking for, because I'm a huge Mobile Suit fan. I absolutely love the shows. If I can get the manga, I'd absolutely will. But it's just frustrating that I can't. I feel like without actually going online, I'm not gonna be able to complete this one specifically.
Might have
compared to everything else I can buy online.
I wonder
but
if there's like a box set for them.
I mean, you can probably buy them in like volumes to some degree,
Maybe.
but I mean, who knows ultimately. But there was also another thing tied to Gundam because they're just similar. It's just easier to bang them back to back. But this one I didn't know had a manga. But the Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation Code Fairy manga ends on May 24th, which I didn't even know because I've heard of this, but I didn't realize it was a manga. So the Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation Code Fairy is an adaptation of the game of the same name on the PS5 and PS4.
I played the game.
Which I have the game and I played the game. Well, now I know there's a manga that's probably not translated. I'd rather just read that because it's a decent game that has a story. It's a I can't remember. I think it's in the European theater, but essentially I might be wrong on that. But it takes place from the Xeon side of things during the 1 Year War, which is the original war with the original the anime is based off of. So obviously Universal Century getting more fleshed out compared to every other timeline, which is why it's the best. But I mean, I thought it was good. I wasn't the biggest fan of the combat. I liked the story.
I thought it was fine. Yeah, it wasn't like anything.
There's just other games I'd rather play. Yeah. It's definitely something like if I could have it in the manga and read the story, I'd rather do that.
Which kind of sucks.
I don't know. I thought the combat was a little janky, but that's a lot of Mobile Suit games. I was never the biggest fan of
a lot of
how the combat in most of those
not
games.
Good. Yeah, a lot of them are not.
Unless
good.
It's
there are some good ones, but
the Warriors.
Games. Yeah, but
it's a hack and slash. But it fits what you'd think is if you're a main character, you just slash through a bunch of.
But it's not the kind
of overpowered.
It's not the kind
of. It fits the power fantasy. But yeah, it's not ideal, and I don't really care for a lot of the other ones.
There are so many Warriors games now, like different series that have taken the Warriors.
Yeah,
I'm so burnt out on those games.
They're just hack and slash games, which is all they are, which is fine.
Over and over. Get 100 enemies at you, and.
But I didn't until today. I didn't even know there was a manga based off this game, and I was like,
I didn't.
Now I want to go back and play the game. Now I want to try to find this manga. Well, I was just at I said that because I was just at a Barnes and Noble. And I was in Salt Lake on Monday, Tuesday. And obviously, I didn't see it. I doubt it has an English translation. I doubt I'll ever actually get one, but I would absolutely love it if it did.
It's kind of like almost like a niche of, a spinoff of a game.
Is.
It is a little weird that it got a manga. It's kind of interesting, actually.
But I mean, it wouldn't be that hard. Yeah. But to kind of translate back to some actual game news. Lollipop Chainsaw Repop will have a physical release alongside digital, which is one of the things apparently fans were concerned about, which I knew this was coming, but probably should have paid more attention to it. I didn't play the original Lollipop Chainsaw until years after. It was like 5 years ago when I played it.
Now, is this game going to get some backlash?
I'm sure it'll be attacked to some degree.
I'm sure.
But it was tweeted out by Yoshimi Yasuda that it says we have received many requests for a physical version of Repop as well as a digital download version, and we're working to make it available worldwide. Which is all I said. I still think we're waiting on a release date unless I missed it earlier. But we do know this is coming. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is a remaster. Yeah, it's a remaster of the original game.
Yeah.
Which I'm all for because it was a really fun game. And if it's going to be on physical, I absolutely will go after the physical of this game.
Yeah, I think it's weird that they had to have a request a meeting for a physical of this. Of all games,
enough people were asking for it.
I mean, it shouldn't even be a question especially for this game. I mean, the game was going for stupid prices for a long time. Now it's semi affordable, but it's dropped down.
Yeah.
But
so it was originally announced for release in 2023, and it's delayed to 2024. And I guess they're expecting it to come out sometime this summer, but we have yet to actually have an actual release date. But if they're just now saying, yeah, we're going to do it physical, I don't know if that's going to push it back or how limited it's going to be, but I know for sure I'll keep an eye out, even if I have to buy a Japanese version of the game just to have it. I will get a physical version of this game.
What's cool is it says it has features Japanese dub, so an improved combat and hit detection. So that's cool.
It's probably something we wouldn't have gotten all the way back then in 2012, 2013 when this game came out.
It didn't have a Japanese dub, no.
It would have just been the English version. So
Yeah, that's cool. I'm excited for this. I'm looking forward to going back in this universe. I thought it was a really well done game, and
maybe if
I
this
mean
does
it
well,
had
we'll
a
finally
cult.
get a sequel.
Yeah, we need one. It had a real cult following this game, so I'm pretty excited. Like screenshots look really good. Like graphically, like I'm shocked this is just a remaster because it looks really good. Like I'm looking at a few now. Yeah, it looks really good. So I'm pretty
Yeah, and so this next one, I think it's kind of similar to related to you because you said you like Nintendogs, right? You had a bunch of those Pets games I remember you having showing like what last week.
I did like Nintendogs, yes.
Yeah,
I
so
wouldn't
this
like it
is
now.
so apparently a rare Nintendogs themed Nintendo DS is being auctioned off. Well, yesterday apparently, featuring 2,000 Swarovski crystals and a candy pink
Be
color.
careful there.
I can't spell non-English words, but is expected the bidding is expected to start at £15,000. In this article, I essentially it looks like
Oh jeez.
a pink
Yeah,
DS,
I've
but it's
seen this
got like a
before.
bejeweled Nintendogs pink, essentially
Wasn't
top
this
cover case.
wasn't this owned by wasn't this Paris Hilton's or something? Or
It
wasn't this
might
like
have been. I don't know.
given to somebody, or it doesn't say.
I don't think the article said, but it's was being auctioned off in the UK. Now I just saw this. Normally I would ignore it, and be like, all right, whatever, this is stupid. But I was like, no, you like the Nintendo Pets games.
Well, I mean,
I'll
I
bring
think
this up. So
all
this
those that I've gotten have come in like lots I've bought.
so it said this unit comes in the Japan exclusive candy pink color. So we never got this pink version of the DS
No,
outside of
yeah.
Japan. So this might be I don't know if the actual cover itself
It says
was Japan only or not.
NYC Peach. What is that? Let me look that up. NYC Peach.
That might just be the color,
No, it's gotta
but
be
I'm not
like
an
a
expert.
company or something. Uh,
But it's crazy to still see like old because this is like an original version of the DS where it still had the Game Boy slot underneath. Like this is not this is before the DSi. I can tell just by looking at it. It's the old
yeah, this is the
style,
first model.
which I think just adds to it because that's like the ideal if you want to also play Game Boy Advance and just regular Game Boy games on it.
Yeah.
Because wasn't this the only one that let you do like
No,
because
DS
the one that
Lite
came
let
after
you.
it. No,
D-
but this was the only allowed. Did this allow Game Boy games fully backwards compatible?
Yeah,
Did the
DS
later
Lite.
models only allow the Game Boy Advance ones?
DSi didn't have a slot. DS Lite did.
Yeah.
DS Lite's the one
I
that
thought
sold
they
all the
before
Game Busters.
I thought before they fully took it away, they just took away the Game Boy and just let the Game Boy Advance version. Or am I thinking of the Micro all the way through?
Yeah, so there was this model DS, the DS Lite, which had the GBA slot, and it came with a
Yeah.
little thing to put inside it like a protector. The DSi is the one that took it away, but had internet. It had the eShop on it. It wasn't called the eShop, the DSi shop. And then yeah, GBA Micro was GBA only.
Yeah. Before I had the 3DS XL, the last one that I had was the original DS that I got when it first came out.
I've been trying to find one again. I want this silver. I want to get the exact bundle I had, the Metroid Prime Hunters.
Oh no, I had the red one with the Mario Kart DS bundle.
Yeah.
That's what I had because they had the stickers and stuff until they like fell off.
That one was the launch model, so that's all. It just came with the demo. That's what I've been trying to find that for a while because that one definitely means a lot.
That'll be hard.
Yeah, I found it at a convention last year, but he was asking more than I was willing to pay.
I think it's unfortunate. Like I think it broke, and I was like, well, I've got another one. I think I got rid of it years ago, and I just wasn't back before I was even thinking about keeping stuff.
Yeah,
but
pretty neat.
I know you mentioned. No, it really is. You mentioned liking Hunter x Hunter, right?
Yeah.
So back on Wednesday, with a post on Twitter, the artist shared a photo of the number 5 in the quarter of a manuscript, stating that he was working on chapter 405. So it's expected that the hiatus is about to end, and we're eventually get another chapter.
That's interesting.
But the post also had text, moon healing escalation. It is a reference to a healing move used by Sailor Moon, originally created by his wife, Naoka Tekuichi, unless I butchered her last name, which is still just crazy.
Wait, his wife made Sailor Moon?
Yeah, his wife is created Sailor Moon.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. That's wild. That's pretty cool.
And he's tweeted a bunch more since then, but essentially it's like, yeah, he's working on the next volume, so
sick.
The hiatus is about to come to an end, and we're about to get another one.
That's pretty cool. I wanted to mention this one just because it was different. I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah. I don't know who this guy is. Rapper OsamaSon claims he's being sued by Iron Maiden after ripping off the Eddie arts. And you go and look at the art and compare them. I mean, the art for this is, everybody's seen this art. It's like a straight, like complete ripoff. Like,
yeah, it looks really similar, just like a minor tweak.
Yeah, I mean, like what? What do you expect?
You need to change it like a little bit more.
It's like,
I mean, we'll see what actually happens, but it definitely, you can see the resemblance.
Yeah, for sure. I thought that was interesting, though. So, I mean,
that's crazy.
Holy crap! Like identical.
This is a little bit different, and I actually did pre-order this, but the G Kids detailed the Boy and the Heron's film, home video, digital release. So they announced back on Monday, and I think I ordered it, if not Monday, earlier this week, that they will release in a 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray disc combo pack, as well as they were doing a limited edition steelbook, which is the one that I got. But both versions will be in 4K Blu-ray, essentially.
Oh, nice.
As well as a digital release. I know you talked about preferring 4K Blu-ray.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And obviously, if you haven't seen The Boy and the Heron, which is Miyazaki's most recent film, it is absolutely worth a watch. Like, if you haven't watched it, Brandon, I absolutely recommend that you get this movie and watch it. It's a really good movie.
Did you buy it on Amazon?
Yeah, I pre-ordered the steel copy version of it on Amazon. So I was going to get this regardless. Because actually, you say they've been doing some other of their movies in steelbooks. I can pull what I have.
Yeah. Yeah, I always like a good steelbook. I think they're pretty cool. I got a few.
Do I have another one?
Mark's grabbing his steelbooks to show off here.
So I said that because actually, earlier when I was at a Barnes & Noble when I found them, they were actually, and I was thinking about buying all of them, but I already have some on DVD, and I believe this is it's a DVD Blu-ray mix, but they had already been doing steel copies of some of their other movies. So The Secret World of Arity and Nazca, the Valley of the Wind.
I still got to get Kiki's delivery service.
I didn't have this one, but I already had this one, but I was like, well, it wasn't too bad. It's $25. It's a little pricey, but like if I see them, I'll start buying what I already have.
There is a Kiki's of that, nice. Right? I'm pretty sure.
I think I saw it, but I was like, I already had that movie. But I was like, I have Nazca, but I really like Nazca, so I'll get that one. And then I needed to get the Secret World, so I was like, I'll get that one. I need to watch it, and they're still both sealed. But I was like, oh, they've kind of already been doing this. I don't know how limited this is, but
yeah. When does The Boy and the Heron actually come out? Oh,
yes. Sorry, it comes out.
Holy crap! So the steelbook has a 1-star rating.
Oh, because one person was really salty. Like, why is there no digital?
Oh my god, they all have
a stupid review.
They all have a 1-star rating.
Probably from one person.
It is.
No, the person was complaining like, "Oh, there's no digital along with it." I'm like, just get the like.
Is that what?
It's a stupid. That's exactly what you read the review and like, this is stupid.
My god.
It's not even come out yet. How can you have reviewed?
How do they allow that if it's not even out yet? How do they allow that?
I don't know, but it's like that. You're the stupidest thing to complain about.
So, shout out to James Maniero. No digital copy. What year is this? You expect us to shell out over $30 for a movie and not get a digital copy as well? I wish Disney still had the rights to the Miyazaki movies.
Absolutely not. But I'm like, okay, then just get the digital copy of it. Like, I don't know how many times I've gotten digital copies of movies that I bought. never once do I use the digital copy code. It just goes in the garbage. Because I'm like, I have it on physical. I'm not gonna watch this. Either it's on a site that you can stream, or I'll just rip it off the Blu-ray and make a digital copy of it if I absolutely want it.
Looks
I'm
like
not watching this on my phone or on my computer.
it's got a 7.6 out of 10 on IMDb.
Which is an absolute sin. This movie's so much better than that. I would give it like a solid, at least a 9 out of 10, like a 9.25 or something like that. It's not a 10, but it's a really good. I absolutely love this movie.
So you got the $45 one, the steelbook?
Yeah, the steelbook was one I wanted. I paid the extra money for it, but there's also a 4K version of it as well as just a regular Blu-ray version of it that's not the steelbook and is cheaper as well.
Oh.
I paid extra money because I wanted the steelbook. But no, what is it? So the steelbook version will release on July 9th, but the G Kids will also release the film for purchase on demand in HD and 4K on all major digital platforms on June 25th. So it digitally comes out on the 25th, and it physically comes out on the 9th. Yeah.
Dang.
That's the way you want to go. It's like a week. It's like 2 week different.
Who
really.
in God's name would ever pay $20 to have it on Prime Video? Oh my God, I think that's outrageous.
If I'm spending that much money, I want
$20 for a digital copy. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch this. I'm looking forward to it.
No, because I think I've watched this movie. I ended up watching this movie like 4 times in theaters.
Is it gonna be streaming on anything?
Well, probably just on all major digital platforms, from what they say. All right. Well, here's another portion of it. Deadline has previously reported in March that the film would stream exclusively on Max. G Kids confirmed with ANN, Anime News Network, that the film will also be available for purchase on demand on all major platforms. So it looks like you can stream it without paying extra on Max, but you can just buy it or rent it on every other major platform. Is what it realistically looks like. But I'm getting it physical, so that's how I'm gonna watch it.
Well, I don't have Max. Might have to end up buying it.
I got rid of mine. I used to have it, and I was like, "Oh, this is a waste of money."
Yeah.
But no, I absolutely recommend everybody to watch this movie. Like, I give this like my own personal seal of approval. Like, this is my favorite Miyazaki film. And that's a hard bar to beat.
Jeez.
The fact that it beat.
Are you serious?
The cat.
It's your favorite?
I think to me, it's better than Howl's Moving Castle. Better than Castle in the Sky. I like it more.
Ponyo?
I'm not watched Ponyo.
Oh, it's good.
But my favorite movie is Castle in the Sky. It's my favorite Miyazaki.
That's a really good one.
It's a mixture between, at that point, it's a two-way tie between Howl's Moving Castle and the oh my God, I just had it, Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind. I'm blanking on stuff. And then my fourth favorite one's probably Spirited Away, which I know is sacrilege. Most people will absolutely love Spirited Away.
I think it's a little overrated. I think it's a little overrated.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's a really good movie. It's just not my favorite Miyazaki movie. But I'm still trying to collect and finish watching all of his movies because I'm still missing about a handful of them.
What about April in the Extraordinary World?
Is that a Miyazaki movie or is that a Studio Ghibli movie?
I don't know.
Because there are Ghibli movies that Miyazaki hasn't worked on.
I don't know what it is. I'm looking.
What was it called again?
I don't think it's it just came up after The Boy and the Heron. It says Miyazaki meets Pixar. It's not.
Oh, that's probably like a documentary.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a anime movie, but it's called April in the Extraordinary World. It might not be an anime movie, but it's an anime-esque movie. It says Miyazaki meets Pixar. So I don't know. $8.99 on Amazon. I think it came up because it says Miyazaki.
Oh yeah, no, that's not a.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
I think looks like it's a French film actually.
Probably is.
That's what came up when I pulled up, but like it didn't sound like a Miyazaki film.
Yeah, it looks like you can buy Ensky from The Boy and the Heron. You can buy a figure of him already. Like,
yeah, that didn't surprise me.
With the giant
merchandising.
Nose. Man, he's got a big old nose.
Is that the heron or?
He's a
What's his name?
It says Ensky, Ensky, the boy and the heron. Yes, nod, tilting figure, the gray heron. Official merchandise. I don't. It's like when you type in the boy and the heron, it's like on the front page.
Oh no, that's the. It looks like it's the heron itself.
Oh, gotcha. Gigantic freaking nose.
Yeah.
So it looks like.
And then actually, sorry, no, I just wanted to say, because it's also surprising. I don't know if we talked about it, but surprising list of voice actors that actually worked on this movie. Because I believe it's the heron that
Christian
Robert
Bale.
That Patterson voiced. Yeah, Christian Bale as well. I think the biggest surprise was that Robert Patterson voice acted the heron in this film, because I didn't recognize his voice at all.
Huh.
I think Christian Bale's the old man in the film.
Interesting. English
But he's not in it
voice
as yeah.
Big
They always
ones.
get decent. They always get big names for
Well,
Miyazaki films.
Yeah, they do.
And then just because I know we talked about this when we're talking about Robotech, Crunchyroll adds Genesis Climber Mospedia, or I'm sure I butchered that name, the anime, to their lineup, which just so happens to be one of the shows that Robotech butchered for their Robotech series. So it's an anime that never got an actual proper adaptation. It's kind of related to it.
Genesis Climber Mospedia?
Yeah, I can never properly pronounce that, but no, Crunchyroll's adding it. Yeah, and it used to be Harmony Gold used that to make it part of their Robotech universe, because technically Macross and this Genesis show, that while they look really similar, they're unrelated. They're their own separate stories, their own separate anime.
It's like Power Rangers, where it like pulls stuff from the original show.
But they didn't
but makes
need to. Because the other one was the Super Dimension Cavalry Southern Cross. None of these shows, all three of these shows, are not related at all in the original format. But there's no need to just butcher it for your own thing. Like I think
they did that a lot. Like I said, Power Rangers is like
the worst thing they did back in the 70s and 80s. Like no, that's just like that's already a good story. You don't need to. It's already done. But
I know. It was cut corners, man.
Oh yeah. And this is kind of funny because I guess they got it later, but Godzilla Kong: The New Empire opens at number 2 in Japan, not number 1.
They got it later.
So it opened this weekend, it looks like, but it got beat out by the Detective Conan movie. Beat it out in Japan.
Huh. Interesting.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Huh.
So it debuted at number 2, which is crazy because we've had this movie for a while now.
That is really crazy, especially since it's Godzilla.
And this wasn't Detective Conan's first week. I think it's its second or third week in films. So they said the Godzilla Con, the film, sold about 306,000 tickets, but that Detective Conan film sold almost 1 million tickets on its third weekend in Japan domestically.
Jeez.
Like that's crazy that Godzilla Con couldn't beat out
that's wild.
An anime movie.
I wonder what it does.
It's a really popular
out in China
series.
Yet? Because that's where the numbers like really matter for movies.
That I don't know. I mean, this article from Anime News Network goes through a bunch of other films, but I only pulled this up because it's crazy that Godzilla Kong, on its opening weekend in Japan, didn't hit number 1. It actually got kind of crushed by a film in its third week. But I mean, I guess it makes sense. Detective Conan, or as it was known here in the U.S. when it got dubbed as Case Closed, is a really popular. Like, it's been airing since the 90s in Japan. Like, it's still an ongoing series, which is crazy.
So in China, Godzilla Kong New Empire is the best opening of the year. It scored 44.6 million between Friday and Sunday on its first weekend. That's insane.
China's a bigger market because
China determines the factors for all movies. Like I don't know if you've
Godzilla
ever
Kong
that, but
only earned about $3 million on its opening weekend. But I mean, it's some of these weird things where obviously in these smaller markets, it's like, well, why did that get beat out? Like, why does some markets, some movies perform well and they don't?
Well, it's like
And it's even more weird in slightly smaller markets like Japan.
yeah. I mean, Japan's considerably small when it comes
this
to
is
China.
This is the
the US.
27th Detective Conan film,
That's,
and it beat out a Godzilla
It's
Kong
been
film.
around forever. That's insane. That is legitimately very insane.
And they said from Friday to Sunday, as of Monday, which is a holiday in Japan, and the start of Golden Week, that film, Detective Conan film, has sold about 6.5 million tickets. So it's made about $60 million within like 3 weeks.
That's wild. What's this new one called?
Which one? The $1 Million Pentagram is the translated title, because I'm not gonna butcher the Japanese name.
Gotcha. $1 Million Pentagram. Oh, sounds like Satanic Panic.
It probably deals with, I don't know. It's
Case closed.
I've not been following up with that crazy. I enjoyed the show and the manga. Too. It's really good.
Yeah, I like it.
It's just crazy.
It's forever long.
Oh, apparently there's a Doraemon film out right now in Japan as well.
Doraemon is the one I was trying to tell you about before. I kept saying the blue dog thing. Whatever.
Oh yeah, it's currently at number 8 in its ninth weekend in the Japanese box office.
That's the one I was trying to tell you about. I couldn't remember. Do you remember I was talking about that? I was like the blue dog thing. Yeah, I was like we kept looking it up. You're like looking at blue dog.
I thought it was more of a cat than a dog.
It might be a cat. I couldn't remember.
That's crazy. I just scrolled down to the bottom of this article. You're like, oh, that's the thing I was talking about.
Yeah, it first started in 1969. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's been around forever. Like it's like a Hello Kitty status.
Yeah, it's just it's generational at this point.
Yeah, it's I mean, I
do think it's funny
watch
that like half these films, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4 of these top 8 films are tied to an anime series in some way, which is crazy.
That is crazy, and
like none of which we will ever get. Yeah, none of which we will ever get domestically, which I think sucks, but. So I'd absolutely go and watch all these movies.
It's a different market, man. It's just a different market. Unfortunately.
That's sad. I didn't know if there was anything else that you wanted to hit up. No, I know it's starting to get late for you, so I was trying to grab at least some of the ones that I absolutely did want to hit. Unless there were actually, while you kind of figured that out, there were 2 things that when I was at Best Buy that I still kind of picked up.
Yeah.
One is it's a guide and kind of like an art book. So for the it's not Nier Automata, but it's the Nier Replicant game.
Yeah.
They made essentially like a guidebook that I ended up picking up for
that's sick.
$45 US. It was not cheap. But it was really dope. It's like, well, let me just take the cover off, which actually has some stuff on the inside. It's really detailed. And there's still some artwork on the out, but it goes into depth, not just like on all the it's like a character guide. Like it goes through the guide really in depth, but it also has a decent section where it just goes over artwork, some of the characters, stuff about the world, base story. Cool. Like it's like everything you'd want about this game all in one. I have played Nier Automata. I bought Nier Replicant when it came out. Just still haven't played it.
Don't play the Nier remaster. That's all I recommend. If you play Nier, just play the first one.
Well, that Nier Replicant is the remaster.
No.
It's based off the Japanese version of the game, or the PlayStation version, I think, that we got here. Nier Replicant is the original game, the original Nier game, just remastered.
Let me look here.
I have it on Steam. I bought it when it came out. I buying this kind of made me like, okay, I need to actually go back and play this game. But also, I went through and I looked at this, and it was pretty dope. Like I would sit here, like I don't want to use it for an actual guide when I play the game, but there's a lot of other neat stuff in here that I actually like. Well,
you got to play Nier Reincarnation on iOS.
Yeah, I'm not playing that.
I thought
no, but I do like picking up.
I guess maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Okay. No, Nier Replicant is the remastered original game. Yeah, it's based off the PlayStation, not the Xbox version.
It has all that.
Yeah, it's got a long ass name. But I like those, not just because they're guides, but because they have extra content, art. It goes into the characters. It's not just this is just the game guide straight up. Like it's in there and it's definitely really detailed, but it's got other stuff, which is what I kind of like about it.
I do gotta
Even
say,
though I was like, ugh, don't need to spend $50 on this, but I will.
Nier Automata is a way better game, in my opinion.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it came afterwards. They had time to refine it.
I hear the Switch version, that complete edition, is like pretty good. What I've heard.
Yeah, I think I have the Switch version.
Oh, do
but
you?
That's
the one I
the
picked
original.
Up for 10.
The original Nier game, its story matters. It leads directly to Nier Automata.
I know,
Obviously, you
I
don't need to, but it makes sense. And then I thought this was neat because I'd never actually seen it. And I actually just stumbled across it. It's not in like the best mint condition possible, but I actually ran across an Initial D manga for the first time. I've never seen one in a bookstore in like 20 years that I was actually looking for manga.
They've got some at Walmart right now.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
I have to check my Walmart. Like I've always been looking for these. So I got the first omnibus, which goes over like the first 20 some chapters. It's the first 21 chapters.
That's cool.
Because I absolutely love this anime. It's not in the best condition. When I found it, it was kind of like a little puffy. But I was like, I'm buying this. I don't care.
How much
I absolutely
was it?
loved this anime. Retail is $22.99 US. So for an omnibus, it's kind of what you expect.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
But I saw this and I was like, I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
if you've never seen Initial D, I absolutely love it. If you love anything that's car related,
I think it's cool. Yeah, I used to rent out the manga at the library. That's where I read like, oh my gosh, so much of my manga.
You can get through a single volume in about an hour or two. It doesn't take the longest to get through them.
No, it doesn't. I did.
But no, I just wanted to. You were just showing some of your stuff, and I was like, well, I picked some of these up at the bookstore. It's what I got to show off.
Yeah.
That I think are pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. I guess last thing I want to mention was about the live action Masters of the Universe movie. It's moving from Netflix to Amazon with Travis Knight to direct. Previously, there was a movie coming to Netflix that was going to be directed by the duo of Adam and Aaron Nee. That movie was going to star Kyle Allen as He-Man. Then in July, it was reported that the project was dead at Netflix, and Mattel would begin shopping the project around to other studios, and it looks like Amazon/MGM is the next studio to take a stab at the project. So, have you seen the original one from the 80s?
I have, but I also wouldn't recommend the newer one that's come out. It's kind of bad.
This one?
No, the newer, not this one, but the newer animated one that's
There's another new one. Are you talking about the stupid like chibi looking one?
No, there's another.
Because there's He-Man Revelations is phenomenal. Kevin Smith directed it.
No, I think that's the one that I didn't like. Let me double check.
I loved.
Oh, I also. I apologize for what I'm about to say. Kevin Smith is kind of a bitch. I'm just gonna say it. I don't like him.
Why?
It's just the way he acts. He comes off like 20 years ago in Clerks, or I guess 30 years ago or something at this point. Really good. But recently he's just, he complains on the internet much on X.
I agree. I do agree with that. I think definitely change. As soon as he stopped smoking, something happened.
Yeah. I gotta figure out. I didn't think it was Revelation. I thought there was another one that had come out recently.
There was a stupid,
that I watched and
cartoony, like crappy one that came out like not long ago. Cartoons.
No, I thought it was based off of the that evil chick girl. I thought it was based off of.
Well, there's a She-Ra show.
No, it was She-Ra. That's the one I absolutely thought it was garbage. Didn't like it.
It was like different, very different.
He tried to sell it out, and I know he actually complained about the criticism he got for that. I know that one absolutely got a lot of criticism. I thought it was right.
Kevin Smith directed She-Ra?
I don't know if he did, but he was involved in it to some degree.
Uh-huh.
He got a lot of crap over it just because of his relation to He-Man.
I don't know. I haven't seen, but I'd be interested to see what happens with this. I don't know how well it translates to live action. To be honest with you, like it can be done, but we saw what happened with the original movie, which
Yeah.
at this point is like a movie. It's like a so bad it's good movie. Like I it's one of those, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what happens with it. But yeah, we appreciate everybody watching and or listening and checking out the show. If you're interested, you can become a channel member on the YouTube channel. We've also got links in the description for all of our social media, Patreon, all of that jazz. Always posting new stuff all the time. And of course, we will be back live again next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think we got to make our decision on uh, whether we're going to go to Twitch or not. I don't think we've completely decided or not yet. But yeah, so we will see you guys all again next week. Appreciate everybody
Just want to
watching.
say a thanks, Johnny. I know you kind of popped back in here at the kind
Oh.
of end. Go back, enjoy your Paper Mario. We do appreciate all your support, though. Just want to shout out since he kind of popped right back in here at
Yeah,
the end.
definitely. Yep, we appreciate you. And of course, we'll be back again at the same 7:30. We're doing 7:30 now. Is that right?
Yeah, just because I know some of the work schedule, and so we don't keep having this. It keeps getting pushed back. Things hopefully we say we're gonna go live. We say we're going live. Not
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Hey, we're trying to go live at was it 7 your time is 5 my time, and stuff kind of gets in the way, and it kind of keeps getting pushed back. So the extra 30 minutes should hopefully relieve that issue.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to do 7:30 now, and then I guess stay tuned to the social media. We'll decide whether we're doing Twitch next week or whatever. We'll figure it out. But just stay tuned on the social media, and we'll see y'all later.
Appreciate you.